If everyone could please find their seats, the live broadcast will be beginning now.
Welcome to the second session of the Third Continental Congress. We had a very successful session yesterday, and as I pointed out at the beginning, behind me is the hallowed ground of this country. It is where it all began, Independence Hall. And this is why we chose this venue for the Third Continental Congress. Because the time has come for the American people to rise up, to no longer just talk, but to take peaceful and legal action to reclaim our country. We have a number of distinguished delegates and speakers here today. None is more distinguished than Ambassador Alan L. Keyes at my left. This is a man, and this is not to diminish anyone else here, who is also of great stature, but Alan, my longtime friend, colleague, is someone who has the foresight, understanding of our Constitution, equivalent to those of our founding fathers. And I want to start with a quotation today of Thomas Jefferson. And of course, in my book, It Takes a Revolution, Forget the Scandal Industry, dedicated to Jefferson. Jefferson believed that the federal judiciary was our most important protector, not to be a legislature, but to protect us from the tyranny of the other two branches of government. And he predicted that because they would be unelected, unaccountable to the people, that someday they would turn into despots and tyrants, requiring us to again shed the blood of patriots and tyrants yet again, adding what's a few thousand dead to refresh the tree of liberty. Jefferson didn't want to see anybody dead or hurt. Neither do we. But unless we rise up now and take control of our own country, that prophecy could come to pass. Not by the people in this room, but by others who have reached the point of frustration, who have reached the point of no return. And that's essentially what we saw on January 6th. We saw some bad people on both sides, but most of the people there that were supporting President Trump were there peacefully and legally. And they had seen the corruption, and they had seen that their own judges were unwilling to even give President Trump a hearing, a real hearing, not a phony hearing, as lawyers would say, an evidentiary hearing on what had occurred in terms of the election, the alleged election of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Now, this morning, because I always like to find out what the other side is saying, I turned on CNN, which I call the Communist News Network, CNN. And one of their lead stories was that the FBI was now propagating the story that there's going to likely be another attack on the Capitol. Now, why are they doing that? They're running interference for what this Justice Department under Biden and Harris and the director of the FBI have turned into virtually a German Stasi or a Gestapo. People are being rounded up, hundreds and hundreds of people rounded up, arrested, indicted, some going to trial, some pleading out because they're so afraid what's going to happen. Federal judges in Washington, D.C., not granting them bail, some people being put into solitary confinement, and the pretext for not granting them bail is that President Trump is out there propagating the big lie, and that's going to incite violence again. CNN has become the spokesperson for the Biden-Harris administration and its Justice Department. And I am a proud alumnus of the Justice Department, and I am appalled and disgusted at what I'm seeing. Sure, I saw politics when I was there, but not like this. And because I did see the politics is why I started Judicial Watch back in 1994. I created what in effect was the People's Justice Department. when I myself ran for the U.S. Senate in 2003 and 2004 in Florida, and I came out, I did not win, I started Freedom Watch. And the people, the power of the people, is what will resurrect this country literally from what is equivalent to the dead. In just 5 months, the nation has been thrust into a socialist gulag, an atheist gulag. And these radical leftists, and many of the groups, the people in these groups, as I've said before, are decent people, but the radicals have seized control. And they're using Biden and Harris as their means to try to retain control, and are using the Justice Department in that regard too. I want to read to you something that was written by Thomas Paine in his famous pamphlet, Common Sense. Paine was instrumental in helping unite the colonies to rise up against a king far less tyrannical than the people who are in control of our government today. King George III was not a socialist. King George III was not a communist. King George III was not a radical atheist. He was not a radical of many of these other groups that are destroying this country. He wanted to overtax us to pay for the rest of the colonies, his colonies in other countries. And when we objected to that, and we had a Boston Tea Party and put up resistance, he took our legal system back to the Court of St. James in England, took it away from us, our criminal justice system. And then when hostilities broke out at Lexington and Concord and elsewhere, he went to seize our guns. That's where the Second Amendment comes from. That's where the right to commission militias in the Second Amendment come from. Militia is not a dirty word as long as you act peacefully and legally. Our founders created the ability of the American people to rise up under these kinds of circumstances where they are suffering great tyrannical oppression. I am suggesting a legal and peaceful means, as are everybody in this room, to take our country back. But let me read to you what Thomas Paine said in Common Sense. Because at that time, it was the pamphleteers, it was the printing press that united the colonies, that brought them together. And as Benjamin Franklin, a great founding father from this city, Philadelphia, it's also my city, my birthplace, said that either we all hang together, I'm paraphrasing, or separately we will hang. And in fact, if there had been a national security agency in those days, and a CIA and an FBI with the surveillance powers, and if King George III had had that, they would have never made their way to this great city on July 4th, 1776, declare independence and to sign the Declaration of Independence some days later. They would have been arrested, they would have been tried, they would have been convicted, and they would have been hung before they got here. We now live in a very oppressive government state control. And let me read what Paine said, where he was experiencing far less oppression than we're experiencing even today. Some writers have so confounded society with government as to leave little or no distinction between them, whereas they are not only different, but have different origins. Society is produced by our wants, and government by our wickedness. The former promotes our happiness positively by uniting our affections, the latter negatively by restraining our vices. The one encourages intercourse, the other creates distinctions. The first is a patron, the last a punisher. Society in every state is a blessing, but government, even in its best state, is but a necessary evil. In its worst state, an intolerable one. For when we suffer or are exposed to the same miseries by a government which we might expect in a country without government, our calamity is heightened by reflecting that we furnish the means by which we suffer. Government, like dress, is a badge of lost innocence. The palaces of kings are built on the ruins of the bowers of paradise. For were the impulses of conscience clear, uniform and irresistibly obeyed, man would need no other lawgiver. But that not being the case, he finds it necessary to surrender up a part of his property to furnish means for for the protection of the rest. And this he is induced to do by the same prudence which in every other case advises him out of two evils to choose the least. Wherefore, security being the true design and end of government, it unanswerably follows that whatever form thereof appears, most likely to ensure it to us with the least expense and the greatest benefit, is preferable to all others. Yes, we need government for our security. We need government so we can unite for a common cause. But we do not need government to oppress us in a tyrannical manner. We do not need a Justice Department and an FBI which seeks to silence our ability to speak under the First Amendment and to criticize and to rise up. And here's Jefferson. The government can continue good, but only under the control of the people. And that is the message of this Third Continental Congress. Because in 1776, as Jefferson wrote, I'm paraphrasing, when in the course of human events, the sovereign, the rulers, no longer represent the people, they have a right under the laws of nature and nature's God to alter or abolish that government and to form a new government by and for the people with equal rights for everyone in pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness. That's Larry Klayman's paraphrase. Jefferson was much more eloquent, and so were the others. And that's what we are here to talk about today. Where do we go from here? Can we reform this government, or do we need, at some point, to go our own way and establish a new government? And I hope that if we have to establish a new government, to work with people, the good people that are in government, to reestablish control of this country in a way that protects our liberties under our sacred Constitution. And we're going to talk later about some things we can be doing with regard to that Constitution to make things clear, or at least in another document. And one example, and I know Alan feels this way too, is that we have killed millions and millions of babies. Just a few weeks ago, the Eighth Circuit Court of Appeals in Missouri, a majority opinion written by an Obama female appointee with other appointees joining, invalidated a law in Missouri that said that you could not kill an unborn baby after 8 weeks through abortion. The heart of an unborn baby begins beating at 7 weeks. These judges sanctioned murder. And this is what we're dealing with today. And then you have to ask yourself this question. Is God putting us through a test right now? He knows what's going on in this country, morally and ethically. He knows that we've hit rock bottom. He has either propped up or destroyed many civilizations in the past. Where is it that we're going to go? So I leave you with this thought. Where are we going to go from here? Are we going to adhere to the laws of nature and nature's God? Or the laws of man, many of which are unjust and unrighteous? Our founding fathers made a choice on July 4, 1776. They said, no, we're going with the laws of nature and nature's God. We do not recognize the laws of the king. And I'm not telling you to disobey just laws in this country. But they went their own way, and they invoked the divine providence of the Father and the Son. And against all odds, they rose up, and they coalesced the colonies, and they brought everyone to their side. They all hung together. They knew they could hang separately, and they created the greatest nation ever devised. We cannot let that nation slip away. We now have to get up off the couch. We have to forget the scandal industry. That's the subtitle of my book. It takes a revolution to forget the scandal industry and get to work. Put down the popcorn and beer and wine and cheese, and let's save this country. We have to do it ourselves for future generations. As Washington and Jefferson in particular, multi-millionaires in their own time, even millionaires today, in all likelihood with inflation, knew that even though the colonies were rich, even though they were prosperous, that their children and grandchildren and future generations would be living under the yoke of dictatorship, slavery. Today, we are dangerously close to living under the hammer and sickle. That's where we're headed. And it's time for us to rise up. That being said, Ambassador Keyes is going to talk after a few of our other speakers right now. We're going to talk about the subjugation of the media and of the First Amendment. And I turn it over now to Jason Goodman, who's done a fantastic job with regard to organizing this matter in terms of getting it out to the public, and it's getting a tremendous response. I can tell you that I got a lot of phone calls last night from people all over the country saying, Larry, please do what you're doing and try to unite the American people. And I'm not the Messiah. There's only one Messiah. Nobody's the Messiah. There's no political Messiah. But we all need to pull together right now to save the country. Jason?
Thank you, Larry, and thank you everyone for joining us here today and everyone who is watching this on the internet and who will see it in the future. Larry shared a quote with me earlier. This is from Thomas Jefferson about the First Amendment. He said, "Our liberty depends on the freedom of the press, and that cannot be limited without being lost." And recently, we saw how technocratic elites, people who were in high school not long ago, now control some of the most powerful media entities on the planet. They can suppress, and we've seen them do it, any news story that's unfavorable, any story that would reveal to the public the criminality of the ruling elite. And right here, we see it anticipated by Thomas Jefferson, just the mere act of limiting freedom of the press is the elimination of free speech. And once that brick is removed, the entire wall falls. So it's not a question of something that will happen. We are right now living in a post-constitutional America where we do not have freedom of speech. Things that we've been saying here are very likely to be suppressed by Google and Twitter and Facebook and some of the others. So I want to thank again everyone who's made the effort to come here, been brave enough to stand up perhaps to your own family, your own friends. I know a lot of disagreements have come about over the past few recent years, and it's been difficult. But thank you everyone for having the courage and the bravery to be here. And I'm confident that with patriots like all of you, we will be able to regain our freedom. And I want to turn the podium over to Charles Ortel. Please enjoy the rest of the presentation, everyone.
Thank you very much, Jason, and thank you, Larry, for inviting me. Jason and I have been on a journey since about June of 2017 to expose the evils that are perpetrated in the name of charities through the program that we jointly do together called Sunday with Charles. And on Wednesdays we do, of course, Closing In. We've done about over 300 two-hour podcasts where we marry up Jason's experience in Hollywood with my experience addressing boards around the world to take people through the particulars of one of the most diabolical foundations on earth. And that is the supposed Bill, Hillary, and Chelsea Clinton Foundation. Now, in America, we are very generous when it comes to charities. The average American, actually the poorest among us, give the most as a percentage of their income to charities, to churches, to synagogues, but also to educational charities. Most of us don't ask a very simple question. Does this charity actually exist? And in the case of the Clinton Foundation, it doesn't. It doesn't lawfully exist in each of the jurisdictions where it operates and where it collects money. You then ask, did the charity put its information into the federal tax return that is true and accurate? And of course, the Clintons started in 1997 when Larry was actively there with Judicial Watch. They started in 1997 with a very simple principle. The rules don't apply to us. We're not going to file a tax return for 1997. We don't need to do that. So they never did. And ever since then, every subsequent tax return is false and materially misleading. It doesn't add up. Charities of a certain size, in addition, need to get audited. That doesn't mean the IRS auditing you. That means you find a truly independent accounting firm to come in and confirm that the charity's books and records actually are everything that has to do with the charity. So the Clinton approach to that was, excuse my language, F that. We're not going to get an audit. We don't need an audit. We're not going to have one for 97, 98, 99, or 2000. And we're going to start in 2001 using an accounting firm that isn't licensed to operate in Arkansas, where the thing was based. So for 2001, 2, 3, and 4, there are no audits. Nobody really knows how much money went towards the Clinton Foundation, and nobody knows how much money was used for its primary purpose, which is to set up a library and archive in Little Rock. But unfortunately for the Clintons, in my world, I'm a former investment banker, you can look at the information that's out there and you can figure out whether the books and records that they purport to have used are actually real. And we were able to figure out with a team that the Clintons, in the time frame 2001 to 2004, stole a minimum of $65 million out of a charity. Now, who would steal from a charity named after yourself? I mean, it doesn't seem to be very logical. Who would do that at the same time that you were under an FBI investigation? Now, they were under an FBI investigation. You can see it for yourselves. If you put into Google William J. Clinton Foundation FBI Vault, you'll see a 3-part, 1,000-page dossier that shows clearly they were under investigation from February 15th, 2001 to 2005. And who was under investigation? Bill personally and Hillary personally. So Hillary achieved an amazing milestone. In her first job, elected to be a senator, she managed to fall under an FBI investigation within 45 days of being sworn in. That's pretty good. And so they went on, they did all this stuff. They, in 2005, they got together with the Bush family. And they did the Bill Clinton, or the Clinton-Bush-Katrina Fund, a massive fraud. That thing went out and raised money in the name of a disaster, but never accounted for the amount of money that they actually raised. So my estimate is over $50 million was stolen from that exercise. Then they continued into 2009, and even though there was an agreement between the government and the Clinton Foundation that they were supposed to disclose all of their potential pay-for-play operations, those were supposed to be pre-approved in advance, the way they gamed that one, which is a novel approach I've seen used in business, they told everybody they had an agreement. In reality, they had a memorandum of understanding, which is non-binding. It's worthless. Doesn't mean anything. And so for the entire Obama presidency and afterwards, the Clinton Foundations, they now multiplied, were used as vehicles to pay off the Clintons. And who knows actually how much money in total was raised. They declare $3 billion. Now you would ask yourself, why do you need $3 billion to construct a library complex in Little Rock that they say cost $165 million, and I say cost $100 million? Why do you need $3 billion? And nobody in the mainstream media has done the kind of deep dive through the books and records that are out there that Jason and I have done in our podcast. All of the evidence is laid out, and we've tried every different way to get the government involved. We went directly to the Attorney General in Arkansas in 2015, and she said, yawn. We tried to get to the Trump people, and they said, yawn. And the problem is that you have Republicans and Democrats who are doing nothing. They're allowing this massive fraud to continue and continue and continue. And it's up to us to now do something about it. So we have. We've gone around different means around the world. We will get that money back somehow. It may take a while, but we will. And with that,
thank you, Charles. And that's excellent presentation. and you made the point at the end, is that, as I said yesterday, in Washington, D.C., it's like the National Football League. You've got the American Conference and the National Conference. And the reason the Republicans don't push is because many of them are doing similar things, perhaps not on the scale of Mrs. Clinton. I might add, you know, when I was leaving Judicial Watch back in 2003, years earlier when the Clintons left, Hillary Clinton basically stole all the White House furniture, and it came out. She had to bring it back. So I often said there was no crime that was beneath the Clintons. It doesn't matter how small it was. But the reality is that the Republicans do similar things. And, you know, when I was also at Judicial Watch, we triggered the Chinagate scandal when millions of dollars were being laundered into the Clinton reelection campaign to have him reelected. And the Democrats, while evil, are very smart. So they came up with some stuff on Haley Barbour, that was the head of the Republican National Committee, with regard to Hong Kong and China. And the Republicans ran away and they said, okay, we'll just have a new piece of legislation, the McCain-Feingold bill, which was the equivalent of, if you were O.J. Simpson, you know, have a law so I will not kill again, okay? So they both left and everything was fine. And that's what the way things work in Washington, D.C. They scratch each other's backs and they don't push. No one's been held accountable in my lifetime at a high level. They'll burn somebody in a lower level and say that they've done it, justice has been done, but the higher-ups go off scot-free, fat, happy, and rich. That being said, let me introduce you to Ambassador Alan Keyes, a former presidential candidate on 2 occasions. He ran for the U.S. Senate against none other than Barack Obama. He knows him very, very well. He is the antithesis of Barack Obama. He's my great friend. I admire him greatly. And Alan, welcome to the Third Continental Congress.
Thank you, Larry. I want to say, first of all, that I'm very proud and pleased to be standing with Larry Klayman. He's the one of the only people that I know to whom I think applies with some truth the statement that when you meet someone who is fighting with all they have for a righteous cause, you have met a majority of one. And you've been out there constituting that majority for a long time, dedicating your life to it in a way that ought to both inspire admiration but also shame many of us. For though we live in a society that is based upon the premise of just such participation, not by people of special birth and background and wealth, or even the special credentials of intellect and this and that kind of accomplishment. Only one accomplishment is needed in order, in fact, to qualify to be a citizen of the United States. And by this, I do not mean the technicalities of the Constitution and so forth and so on. I mean the understanding of citizenship that sees in each and every human being that capacity for self-government, which then becomes the aim and goal of our community and of our Constitution. And that qualification is actually quite simply that you be disposed to do right according to the endowment of God. That would have been universally understood practically in our society. Oh, I imagine there were some atheists hiding here and there. Some of them actually wrote fairly extensively during the period preceding the Revolutionary War and so forth. But guess what? There wasn't even one of them that did not acknowledge that it would be impossible to establish the form of government we have enjoyed if you did not acknowledge the superior standard of the Creator God. I start out there because I think every time we start out, we need to remember this. Otherwise, we are going to lose sight of something that is supposed to be a requirement when you think about the United States. And that every state in the Union is supposed to satisfy, and every citizen of the Union is supposed to take for granted. And it's not a small thing, and yet I think it's something that is no longer at all well understood. I was watching events over the course of the last several years, and the one that shocked me the most, I think, and that also should in fact be of greatest concern to us, is that in the last election, when the Attorney General Paxton and I think it was 22 other states, along with Texas, came forward and they presented to the Supreme Court their concern that in certain states there had been fraudulent elections. The court responded in an absolutely shocking way. It is, after all, right, a part of the federal government. What is one of the clear, plain requirements that touches the bedrock foundation of our whole political way of life in America, that is clear and plainly stated in the Constitution of the United States? The one job the federal government has, it's not the welfare job, it's not even just the job of protecting our the territorial integrity and our borders and so forth and so on. The one thing that is most plainly and clearly stated is that the United States shall guarantee in each of the states a Republican form of government. Right? It's clear as day. It's stated right there. Now, of course, that begs a question, doesn't it? What is a Republican form of government? After all, we live in an age when, over there in the Soviet Union before it died, it was called the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Would that have qualified as a republic in terms of the Constitution of the United States? A matter of fact, it's the People's Republic of China. Does that qualify as a republic under the Constitution of the United States? How are we to know? Well, I think the only way we can know is to consult those who wrote the Constitution, to consult the meaning of the term when they penned the document, when they set it forth. What did they mean by Republican government? Well, Madison says in the Federalist Papers that a Republican form of government is the form of government in which the scheme of representation takes place. Scheme being like schema, the plan that is based on what? And representation of whom? Well, for that, I think we need to consult history a little bit. But we would say, wouldn't we, in America, fairly nonchalantly, well, it's the representation of the people. Well, who are the people? I was reading the other day, a matter of fact, I have the habit of reading on July 4th. At some point during the day, I will reread Lincoln's Gettysburg Address. Why the Gettysburg Address? Because I think it's the most clear and forthright statement of this nation's dedication to government of, by, and for the people, stated in a context that makes it unequivocally clear that it is the vital lifeblood of our spiritual and moral commitment, the one for the sake of which the Civil War was in fact fought. And he talks there about the founding and things like of that kind, and makes the point toward the end that the whole purpose of the sacrifice goes to the meaning of that term that is in the Constitution of the United States and to the preservation of the fact that is mentioned in the United States. But as I was reading it this time, I was led to go back and chide myself, because I like to think that I have read through and thought about a lot of the things that are related to these important eras in American history. And as I was reading it through, it dawned on me, I have been so fascinated over the years with Abraham Lincoln that I never fulfilled a little promise that I made to myself. And that promise was that I was going to read in its entirety at some point in my life the speech that was given by the one who was actually designated as the speaker for that assemblage of people that were commemorating the deaths on the field of Gettysburg, right? What was his name? Do you remember the name of the speaker who was actually designated? He gave a fulsome oration. He spoke for 2.5 hours. His name was Edward Everett, and nobody remembers him. His speech lasted for 2.5 hours. Lincoln's speech lasted for a little over 2 minutes. And is among those things that even in this perverse and benighted time has yet to be forgotten. Why? Why? And what was it that was the focal point of his speech? It was the understanding of the cause of the war. Not the cause that they write about in the history books, and not even the cause that we are most likely to cite as the cause of slavery. No, the cause that preserves the United States is rather the cause of that understanding of righteous justice that allows one in the end to declare that slavery is wrong and to find in oneself the conscientious commitment to bring it to an end. And not, as some people are saying now. See, I find our present time to be almost totally benighted and inexcusable, even when people claim that they are doing good. All these people are out there claiming that by going around and pummeling slavery and talking about how we got to get rid of all the vestiges of slavery. I honestly believe that most of the people who are now running about after BLM and Antifa and claiming that they were so dead set against slavery, do you know why they want to get rid of every vestige of slavery in the United States? So that once we have forgotten that what slavery is about, once we have forgotten what it took to overthrow it, once we have forgotten how it really operated and what it really was, they will be able unequivocally to make it known to us that the form of government they have now imposed and that they mean to sustain is itself a form of that slavery. And it's not a form that discriminates against black folks or Asian folks or Native American folks. No, in their understanding of slavery, all human beings are indeed created equal, for we shall all of us equally be their slaves. How can they believe that that's going to happen? It shouldn't be able to happen. Why? Well, because the thing that I remember most was agreed on by the founders is that the word republic, in conformity with what was written by Madison, is based on representation. Representation of whom? Representation of the people, but not the people as were the demos in Athens. You do realize that demos, that's the Greek word for people, from whom, by the way, or at least in part, the Democrat Party takes its name, yes? Demos kratos. And I don't know, a lot of people, when you talk about that word democratic, they use it as if it means the rule of the people. You would think it corresponded to government of, by, and for the people. And that somehow or another those two things were synonymous. That one being a longer version of the word democratic. And the way people throw it carelessly around in our context, you would really believe that it means that. But it doesn't. Okay? Demos kratos referred to the power of the people. And to say that because of that phrase, you are dealing with a government of, by, and for the people, a government guided by the people, a government inspired by the people, a government that reflects the people, would be like saying that because there's gasoline in the tank, it determines where the car goes. The gasoline in the tank does not determine where the car goes. It provides the kratos, the power that drives the car in this or that direction once the one who is driving has determined where it goes. But in the true sense of the term, the word republic, as used by the founders of the United States, was a reference to a form of government in which the whole people is to be consulted about the fundamental decisions that determine where the car goes, what it does when it gets there, and the standard by which doing it rightly and doing it wrongly will be judged. All those things must be included. Otherwise, you're not the guide. So where do we get our idea of when we read the Constitution and we're looking at all these various things that are included in the Constitution, why are they there? Why is it framed in the first place, not in the simple way that seems to be the best way to achieve the most effective results when you're organizing human beings? Most of us would be inclined, just on a common sense basis, to think that when you really need to get something done, like, for instance, saving the life of your nation, you would want a good, clean plan, and you would want to have one directing will. Everybody would get together cohesively and pursue that plan. Dictatorship sounds just fine when that's what you're after. And yet dictatorship was precisely what the founders intended to avoid. And they, even knowing the history of the Roman Republic, even being steeped in the reality that every now and again you might face a crisis where just that kind of cohesion and just that kind of direction was required, they thought it so dangerous that the whole point of the government would be to hedge about the one who would be entrusted with providing that cohesion so that he could or she could be called to account and limited, so that they would not trample on what? On our rights. But here's the rub. See? Because when you look at the Declaration of Independence, it turns out that reference to rights, which has, by the way, been powerfully important in our society. It's the only thing that I think, if you look even at the discourse today, the word right and rights, these words are used on both sides. Everybody's trying to convince everybody else that they're out there championing rights. Of course, you have one side championing some peculiar rights, but nonetheless, they say that they're rights. They champion the right to kill innocent human beings. Most of us would find calling that right a little bit exceptionable, but they don't. But that means that somewhere along the way, we lost our sense of what is the core meaning of that word right. And I say we've lost it because I see it all the time. I don't know whether FDR intended this to happen, or whether it quietly reflected something that subconsciously, if not consciously, he knew was going on. But when he made the Four Freedoms speech and acted as if we were sending people out into wars in order to die for freedom, he forgot one really essential point. While every right involves the use of freedom, not every freedom is an exercise of right. And therefore, the two words are not at all synonymous. The distinction must be ever kept in mind. And in the Declaration of Independence, it was. It's the reason, by the way, that I believe it is one of the main objectives of those who are presently attacking and overthrowing our government to make sure they somehow manage to erase the prime importance of the Declaration from the memory and consciousness of the American people. It must be gone, because once it is gone, that question of the distinction between freedom and right will no longer be determined by a word that refers to righteousness. It will instead, like the name of the Democrat Party, be determined by a word that refers to power, and power alone. So that at the end of the day, it will be power that determines exactly what the people will enforce, or at least what will be enforced in their name. Think through what I'm explaining and you realize, well, wait a minute, that means that the kind of government they have in communist China, democratic, is truly a democratic form of government. It abuses and organizes the power of the people under the rule of a little clique that then determines how that power is to be used. Is that an understanding compatible with the Constitution of the United States? Not in the least, because that's not the meaning of the word republic in the Constitution. The Democratic People's Republic of China is all about exploiting the power of the people in order to subdue and subjugate the people themselves. It's brilliant, but it's not representation. Since I think if you consulted most people, they would much rather be living a responsible life according to their proper choices than to be living a life subjected entirely to the choices of others, with no possible respect even for their humanity. So I want to point to the fact that, to me, the key of our present dilemma is that we have allowed ourselves to forget the Declaration and its real meaning. And every time I hear our politicians, and this is what they mainly do, they get out there all the time, and what are they talking about? Even when you have one or two of them who on the 4th of July will remember that the Declaration of, the day, July 4th, is not the day on which we commemorate the decision that the colonies, the 13 colonies, are and of right ought to be free. That decision was not made on the 4th. That decision and that vote was definitively taken on the 2nd of July. What happened on the 4th of July was that they approved what we might call today the press release, the media release, the thing that explained what was going on so that the whole world would understand its meaning. The founders thought the explanation more important as a permanent cause of attention and celebration than the act. The act, they could not be sure, in fact, would be sustained. But the Declaration of Independence, they were sure, was sustained and could possibly be sustained throughout all time and in all places because it seconded the motion not of human will, not of human judgment, and not of human understanding, but of the Creator God, of the God who is the author of the laws of nature and of nature's God, of the God who is the author of our very being and all the things that incline us this way and that give us the considerations that eventually must govern our choices if we are to preserve ourselves. So the Declaration is supposed to be the focus so that people will remember that our way of life is not about the money and it's not about the power. It is about the justice. It is about the right, but not the right to do as you please, but that right according to God, which it is our responsibility to exercise, to carry out, to make sure that we do it. That's the right that is the focal point of the Declaration. And it's also supposed to be the focal point of our government, the focal point of our deliberations as a people, the focal point of our choices. They are to represent our commitment to right according to the endowment of God's will. That's almost literally what the Declaration says, and it is accurately, exactly what it means. And we have forgotten it. I'm sorry, I have met many people, including people, by the way, who would call themselves really committed conservatives and libertarians and all of this, and they have forgotten that the heart of our liberty is not freedom. The heart of our liberty is the commitment to do right according to God's endowment, to do right according to God's will. And that means that if we are to sustain a Republican form of government, we have to sustain that fundamental commitment or the constraints upon government can neither be understood nor applied. Why? For a very simple reason. You can't make a decision about when and how government should be constrained if you have forgotten absolutely the standard that allows you to distinguish right from wrong. And that's where we are right now. All kinds of things going on around us now, all kinds of legislation being proposed and so forth and so on, all in the name of somehow we're going to protect the rights of gay people. We're going to protect the rights of all these different kinds of predilections. We're going to protect the rights of women to call themselves men and men to call themselves women, in utter derogation of a simple truth that at some level that we cannot control and do not change, it is not our will but God's will that determines certain distinctions in this universe. And the first distinction it determines is the distinction between ourselves and God Almighty. It is God who has made us, and not we ourselves. But here we are now in the depths of folly, because we actually have become so enthralled with that word freedom that it is here and now being used to cast away the standard without which we cannot understand and apply the limits of power. And once we get to the position where we have lost that standard, what decides every outcome? Who has the most power? And what is the characteristic of every communist, socialist, fascist socialist, Nazi socialist government that has ever existed? That the only thing that matters under those forms of government is power. There is no standard of right but power. And yet how many of us have forgotten, even amongst people who call themselves conservatives and they claim to be all in favor of liberty, they just forget that liberty in the Declaration is not liberty understood as licentious freedom. It is liberty defined in terms of our responsibility to do that which accords with the will of God, that which accords with the activity of our Creator. See that? Throw that away, and you live in a maelstrom in which every now and again something coheres into a unified community, but it is unified by fear. It is unified by torture. It is unified by mass murder. It is not unified by the commitment to right. We keep going down this road, and we are perishing. We shall perish. And if they succeed in their will, we shall perish, and those who come after us will be deprived of any means of knowing that we were ever here. For once the truth is known, it will be followed. And therefore, the regimes that do not follow it will make sure it is never known again. Hitler dreamed of a Reich that could last 1,000 years. As they do not believe in God, these worshipers of power believe in regimes that will last forever, and that will become an endless cycle in which abusive power after abusive power succeeds itself in order to work the hellish misery of all humanity. This is what to me is the most tragic thing about some of the discussions that are going on amongst us right now, including this ridiculous discussion over what they call critical race theory. Now, I know that amongst these intellectuals, they have some fancy way of misleading people about what is the meaning of the word critical. What is the meaning of the word critical? I mean, Kant had a way of using the word criticism, which actually meant that you are parsing things in such a way that you really come to understand what is the fundamental way in which they operate. And that's supposed to be, by the way, one of the things that's at the root of our science, isn't it? That's the approach that you take. And it may have surprised some folks who were out there being all secularist and thinking that we could do without God, when suddenly these worshipers of science find themselves in a world in which fundamental aspects of the human person are being decided by whims. The whim, I feel like a man. I feel like a woman. Oh, God made you a woman, so you couldn't be a man. But I am because I feel like it. Do you realize that these are discussions that are now determining outcomes in our society, though we cannot think of them without recognizing that they are insane? We are accepting them. We are intimidated by them because we have forgotten the logic of God that is the foundation as well of our understanding as of our polity. We have no hope in either respect if we do not restore the sane belief that there is an authority beyond our authority and a will beyond our will that allows us to comprehend the complex schemes that actually govern the universe insofar as we are able, and that forbid us to deny that we have somehow found a way that allows us to gratify our passions and achieve our sexuality and achieve our other goals without regard to those determinations made by the understanding that goes beyond ours, because it comprehends the realities and the forces and the energies that we do not yet comprehend, that we may never comprehend. And I find it amazing that we are now letting this happen in the midst of our arrogant celebration of the little we have discovered. We've kind of lifted up the skirts of God's knowledge of the universe and are claiming that now we understand everything. How can we make such a claim? There were people living in the vicinity of deathly radiation as short a time ago as the 19th century. Did they have any idea what they were doing? Of course not. Because we had not, with our little understanding yet, promoted an understanding. We could not, as it were, intellectually see the forces that are at work in the forms of energy that can then slay human beings without ever being seen. There are all these folks who say, well, I don't believe in God because I don't believe in invisible thises and that. And I'm saying we live in a world in which we are right this minute surrounded by invisible thises and that. Our eyes cannot see them. But even now, they are carrying what our eyes see so that it can be seen by millions if they choose to gather. This should be a humbling thought. Why? Because if there were things we didn't understand yesterday that were killing us because of our ignorance, what about all the things that we have not understood yet, that we will not understand until tomorrow, that we may not understand ever, which are killing us just as definitely, though we do not know the cause? One of the things that I thought was pretty brilliant about the founders of this country was that when they founded the United States, they had a choice to make. And though we ignore it, and when we don't ignore it, we then try to use it as a stick with which to beat them. What is one of the most important sticks that's used to beat the founders? It's the reason why we should tear down George Washington's statue. Don't pay attention to the wisdom of Thomas Jefferson. Doesn't matter if he said 2 and 2 is 4. We better suspect that's a lie because he was a slave owner. I bet even slave owners were fairly careful about adding numbers. And that occasionally they even subscribed to understandings that they could not escape because they conscientiously believed scientifically and in terms of the operation of the logic of our understanding that those conclusions were inescapable. In the case of the Declaration of Independence, and the more I have read, by the way, I preface this statement by talking about the fact that we all have to remedy our ignorance. I spent a good deal of my time reading at one point about the history of the Constitution, the history of what was going on in America, other things, history of the Civil War. I love reading history. But it wasn't general history. It was history focused on the things that had to do with the United States. Lately, I've been broadening the scope because I keep encountering things that require, like, for instance, the claim that we should assume that white folks are somehow responsible for slavery, and that every time I see a white person, that's the slaver. Did they ever own a slave? No. No. Did they ever sell a slave? No. Did they ever benefit from slavery? No, they did not. Did they ever slog through fields of blood in order to end slavery? Yes, they did. Did they ever fight against monstrous regimes in order to prevent slavery? Yes, they did. But I am supposed to conclude that they are slavers just because of their color of their skin. And this insanity is being imposed upon us now. And yet, when we look at the founding, I would have to tell you, they started out with a viewpoint that would probably have made life easier if they were just wicked, deep-dyed people out there to gain power and get money and do whatever they had to, enslaving human beings right, left, and center, no matter what. That all they had to do was stick with the understanding they had before they looked into it, in the light of the Christian understanding, in the light of the logic of justice required by that understanding. They could have rejected it all, but they did not. And do you know what that accounted for? It accounted for the difference between what they wrote when the discussion of British tyranny first started, where when you read the pamphlets, it's all about how they are being violated in their rights according to the common law, according to the rights of Englishmen, according to the Magna Carta, right? Narrowly focused on what was achieved in the context of the history of this particular race. But by the time they wrote the Declaration, they wrote a piece that in thinking of the transformation, I often have to choke back tears of thanks to Almighty God. For the Declaration is not written about the rights of Englishmen. It's not written about the rights of white people or black people or Native Americans or people of this you and that you, this famous state like China or some other state. No, it's not written about any of that. It is written first about the authority of God, and it's written second about God, how God sees us, not as this race and this nation and that nation, but as the one whole that he created, the one human race that he meant us to be. We appear in a panoply of different shades and backgrounds and even somewhat our inclinations, but we have another common ground, which is the common ground of our obligation to our Creator God. An obligation that in the end inclines us to look upon one another as kindred, to look upon one another in such a way as for all the differences we can yet see ourselves in everyone else, and see that now more than humanity ever has before in the history of the world. Why then are we in the midst of a period when certain forces are trying to get us to re-narrow our vision, to think that because it is in retribution for the terrible crime of slavery, black people should now think only of their vengeance and claim the privilege of persecuting those who are not today even their tormentors, whatever their ancestors were 100 or 200 years ago. This is a way to make us all blind. Oh, we'll be alive to every difference, every nuance of color, to every perpetration of so-called atrocity. But we will be blind to the common ground, to the hopeful ground, to the common heart, to the true heart that is in the end not just our heart for one another, but God's heart for us all. The question before us now, I believe, as a people, Though it will figure, if you apply what I'm trying to say to these different areas that we're now debating about, you'll find that it has this wonderful way of resolving the picture. You will understand that Ben Carson and I will have to include myself in this because I call it drivel critical race theory. He called it a bunch of garbage, but it's a mess no matter what you call it. See? And we shouldn't be taken in by it or by anything that takes us back to the simple nostrum that is really at the heart of Marx, at the heart of all the communist isms there ever were. And that is the simple philosophy that might makes right, that power determines truth, and that because we have the power, you shall be subject to our truth. Well, I, for one, am still an American. And I thank God for the founders who made us as a people to be a people who do not just acknowledge our truth as individuals. We acknowledge the truth of God that applies to us all, that preserves us all, and that mandates that in each and every one of us there is a kernel of God's intention that must be respected by every law, that must be respected by every court, that must be respected by every executive, by whatever name they are called, because we mean to remain a free people. Not in the sense that we are free to do as we please and to pretend and enforce upon others the sick imaginings of our lustful hearts. No, that is not our freedom. No, I will say it unequivocally, even for those who do not acknowledge it. Yet we still, right this minute, enjoy the special warrant of God's grace to stand fast in the liberty wherewith Christ hath made us free, wherewith God has made us free, free in such a way that no human power can ever claim rightly to trample upon us when we walk the path of God's righteousness, doing for ourselves and our own, doing for ourselves and our country, doing for ourselves and all of humanity insofar as we can effect it, that which God requires of us. I think this is the true vocation of our country, and our task now is to revive the sense of it so that we may discard the dross that does not consist with that simple, clear, plain understanding and stand upon the common ground that has built us up into the most envied nation on earth. That is why they are all coming against us. But if we stand fast in that liberty, which is truly grounded, then we'll beat them back. And we will stand once again, not as their conquerors, not as their enslavers, but as those who invite them to enjoy what for a moment we could begin to envisage in truth, the future that God intends for those whom he called into existence under the rubric of our humanity, not so that we could triumph in our own power, but rather glory in the power of our God.
Now, that fellow patriots is why this man should be the President of the United States. Yes. And that's what guides us. And you're going to hear from others today. No one is eloquent as Alan. Doesn't even come close. But they're still eloquent. And they still understand basic fundamentals of what he talked about. So right now I want to turn it over to a great radio talk show host and thinker from San Diego of Salem Radio, Andrea Kay, a soul sister, okay, who believes in what Alan's talking about and what I'm talking about and what y'all are talking about. And with God's grace, we will prevail. We will, just like our founding fathers invoked the divine providence. Andrea, you're up.
Thank you so much for having me, Larry. I appreciate it. I'm not going to thank you for making me speak. After the amazing, incredible Ambassador Keyes, who literally took us to church. And I mean that literally and figuratively, because let me tell you, wherever I am amongst patriots and fellow Christians, and I have an opportunity to speak about God and the Lord, I feel like I am in church, right? And the Lord says, wherever two or more are gathered, that he is there in the midst with us. And we know that his presence is here today amongst us. And it's an honor to be here amongst you patriots. And I want to thank you, my brother, soul brother, Larry Klayman. And I don't think it's a coincidence that we call each other soul sister and soul brother, because Larry may be a Jew and I'm a Southern Baptist, born and raised in the South. Our Judeo-Christian principles and values are what this country is founded on, and that's what unites us today. It's interesting because as I was waiting for my car back to the hotel yesterday, I looked up and I saw this quote on the side of the building. And it said, "Happily, the government of the United States gives to bigotry no sanction, to persecution no assistance." George Washington. Is there anybody in this room or watching online who believes that that quote represents the U.S. government today? I say not. I'm here today to speak about freedom of speech. I'll not speak in the direction for which Alan Keyes eloquently described about rights coming under God. I do agree that the free speech absolutionists, in a sense, have enabled some of the cancel culture today. It should be a standard of speech for which we've lived as a part of our Judeo-Christian principles. I'm going to speak today about the persecution just for us speaking as citizens today. And persecution is absolutely what's happening in this country. Right now, we have political prisoners in the United States of America who have been thrown in jail, rounded up, thrown in jail, denied bail, thrown in solitary confinement, and their crime is what? To express a political opinion that is contrary to the cultural Marxist in power today. And that persecution is being brought to you by the United States government, its deep state in collaboration with big tech. A couple of other quotes that struck me as I came to speak with you today. "In those wretched countries where a man cannot call his tongue his own, he can scarce call anything his own. Whoever would overthrow the liberty of a nation must begin by subduing the freeness of speech, a thing terrible to public traitors." Benjamin Franklin. And unlike Ambassador Keyes, I had to come here with my notes today because nobody else could speak for 45 minutes without notes like Ambassador Keyes. For if men are to be precluded from offering their sentiments on a matter which may involve the most serious and alarming consequences that can invite the consideration of mankind, a reason is of no use to us. The freedom of speech may be taken away, and dumb and silent we may be led like sheep to slaughter. Another quote from George Washington. The last quote was Benjamin Franklin. I think we can clearly see what's happening in the country today in the form of persecution, and in particular to those of us expressing our thoughts in a different political view, because this is about us being lambs led to slaughter. And that's why we need to do something. Free speech, individual liberty was considered revolutionary back in its time. And now it's revolutionary again, isn't it? And that's why we're here today with Larry for this third Continental Congress to be revolutionary, to restore our individual liberty and our individual freedoms. And so I'm here today to ask you all to do something. And you are here, and I'm grateful to see you patriots here with us today and online, willing to do something. You know, I did not start my career in media. I spent many years in corporate America. And I read Mark Levin's book, Liberty and Tyranny, in which at the end he talked about, I'm seeing some nods of heads. He talked about how conservatives had abdicated the media, journalism, the entertainment industry, and our schools to the far left, and how we needed to get active and do something. And it was then that I launched my little radio show out of San Diego. And my goal was not to be Laura Ingraham, nationally syndicated radio show, but I thought, you know what? If I can reach one person, 10 people, motivate them to use their voices in order to fight against the scourge of Marxism in this country, then I will have considered it an accomplishment. Many people have debated with me on my show, what's the most important in terms of our Bill of Rights? Is it the First Amendment right, or is it our Second Amendment right? I contend that it's our freedom of speech that is our most important right, because I believe, and I'm not a constitutional expert, I'm not a historian, but I believe that it's really our ability to speak, our freedom of expression, and that includes our right to peacefully protest, our right to assemble, and most importantly, our right to express our religious beliefs are the firewall behind which all of our other freedoms rest. We know our rights come from God, not from man. And as soon as we're willing to abdicate any of our rights to man, then they can take any of them away. And did we not see that take place under the guise of public health with coronavirus, in which the cultural Marxists and the Marxists themselves seized control over our businesses, our jobs, our lives, under the guise of protecting us? Not far from here was a place called the City Tavern, where our founders met, congregated, expressed themselves freely, organized, and celebrated, among many things, the first Continental Congress. The City Tavern no longer exists. It was destroyed. It was destroyed by the left as a part of their COVID communistic takeovers. I think that's incredibly symbolic. Because during these coronavirus communistic takeovers, you could congregate in a Walmart, but you couldn't congregate in a church. You could congregate in a Walmart, but you couldn't congregate at an event space, a wedding, a funeral. You couldn't congregate anywhere. Social media became, in recent years, a place of virtual congregation for us, did it not? It was a way for conservatives to meet and organize and share their beliefs on Facebook and Twitter, and it just seemed so exciting in the beginning, right? But then, of course, the left saw the threat that took place. Because if you can control the message, you can control minds. And if you can control minds, you can control the outcome of elections, correct? And so that's when the deep state and big tech had to come together and see, how can they silence these conservatives? How can they stop them from organizing? And to many of our shame as conservatives, when we saw people like Alex Jones and Laura Loomer be silenced and deplatformed, we continued to stay on Facebook and Twitter. We continued to support this tyranny because we thought, oh, well, look at what Alex Jones has put out there, talking about the school shooting that took place. But if they could Loomer, if they could Loomer Laura Loomer, they could Loomer us, the most deplatformed woman in the United States of America. How many have heard, and many of us have heard of Laura Loomer. I believe, Larry, you represented Loomer, didn't you? Yeah. This is a woman who, and still do. I mean, this is beyond. Censoring us is more than just shadow banning. It's more than just throttling down your Facebook account. And this actually started back, I believe, in 2009. Laura Loomer, they shut down her PayPal account. She couldn't ride in an Uber. Think about that. Her Chase account was taken down. They finally restored it when she went public on that. And yet conservatives still continued on social media thinking, well, it's just Loomer. She's the crazy gal who put on the sombrero and hopped the fence at Newsom's governor's mansion. Hat tip to her for that. I thought that was a brilliant expression. Who knows who Nick Fuentes is? He started a podcast called America First. Nick Fuentes was going to attend a big tech rally, an anti-big tech rally in Florida, and found that he couldn't get on a plane. He had been put on a federal government no-fly list simply because he had a podcast called America First. This is the persecution that's going on in the United States of America. We're all Laura Loomer now. We're all Alex Jones now. And you know who else we are? We're all Michael Flynn. I said this 4 years ago. If the Department of Justice and the deep state could target Michael Flynn, could target Americans in the Trump administration, in the Trump circle, they could target all of us. And that's exactly what's going on right now. Because right now, who's aware that the Department of Justice has publicly declared that they're going to hire a private organization to create fake social media accounts to infiltrate all of our groups on Facebook and Twitter. And do you know what they're looking for? They're looking for anybody who follows what's called patriot extremism. What's patriot extremism? They've actually defined it, and they said that it's anybody who believes that government is too big and anybody who questions the outcome of an election. Which means that 75 million Americans right now, because that pretty much represents everybody who voted for President Trump, right? We're about limited government, and we actually, none of us, unless you're going to use the word insane, which is now banned at Brandeis University, unless you're insane, you don't believe that Joe Biden got 80 million votes. I'm here to declare publicly Biden did not win. Trump won the election. That makes me an insurrectionist. It makes me a patriot extremist. I probably won't be able to get on Facebook if anybody saw that, that I said that right now. To think that simply for expressing a view that matches the U.S. Constitution in terms of our rights, and I agree so much with what Ambassador Key said about our rights. Everybody can declare anything a right today, and and particularly that we understand that our rights come from God, not from man. But again, I didn't want to spend my time getting into the debate about free speech, and whether or not there should be controls on it in the sense of standards of speech. But we must understand about how they're literally using political expression, and particularly our religious freedoms, as a weapon with which to destroy us. And it's incumbent upon us to understand that and be willing to fight for it. And I'm not sure if in our 20 points that we're here to debate today as part of the Third Continental Congress, if we've got that as one of the areas for which we want to discuss and debate. One of the things that's important to understand as we're talking about our ability to express ourselves is that who in here knows what an ESG score is? Right. This is one of the ways in which, so we've already talked about how they're wanting to control the message and you control minds. We're already talking about how they're using our speech against us and willing to persecute us and throw us in jail. One of the ways in which they're attacking us is to attack us financially, to control us by controlling our ability to participate in commerce in the United States. That's what the ESG score is about. And Standards & Poor's had actually started doing this with corporate American businesses. There's a reason why all these corporations decided to not support or sponsor, and the baseball, was moved out of Georgia, right? It's because corporate America has actually already been scored, no longer on the basis of whether or not they're healthy financially, but how are they doing with these social justice warrior scores? ESG stands for environmental, social justice, and G stands for governance. And that's how you all are currently being spied upon and scored as part of whether or not you're patriot extremists. So every time you click like, so many of us think that when it comes to social media, and selling our data, that it's really just about, wanting to see what you're Google searching and whether or not they want to show you some latest item for home. No, what they're actually doing is compiling your score to use against you. Against the ESG score. And what that's going to mean to you going forward is that it's going to restrict or enable your ability to get a loan, buy a house, have a bank account, and to function economically in the United States. In addition to that, I think we also have to understand, and what I'm about to say is actually controversial, believe it or not, amongst conservatives. There were many conservatives that actually bought into the notion that government had a right to tell us what to do with our bodies and our businesses under the guise of public health. Controlling our and in the course of doing so, they were happy to have YouTube accounts taken down and all these accounts taken down who dared to question what the government was doing and under the Trump administration in regards to our public health, in regards to protecting against a virus with a 99.5% recovery rate. The control of our speech has literally killed citizens of this country. Our free speech rights now are literally life and death. We heard some brilliant speakers yesterday showing the data, the truth about coronavirus. We must start using our voices. We must start speaking out. Ambassador Keyes talked about critical race theory. One of the things that we must do is whether or not you have a child in the public schools, the way that they have taken over and turned our education centers into indoctrination centers is really at the heart of the cultural Marxist movement. And that's where they're transforming us, churning out little socialist soldiers for the state. So there's a few things that, as I wrap, that we have to do here, as we are here a part of the Convention of States, to do something right. Not just here to yammer and complain, but what are we going to actually do? We know that they're persecuting us and rounding us up. They're working to identify who are part of the patriot extremists so that they can literally throw us in jail. We know that they're looking to persecute us financially with an ESG score. We know that they're looking to corrupt the minds of young people in this country. So what can we do? There's a couple of important things we can do in terms of using our voices. We can go to school board meetings and we can start speaking out. You can see how many of them are backing down when they have these parents. But how many non-parents are even going to school board meetings? Yes? We need to be doing that. One of the things we can also do is we can also get off the crack that is Facebook and Twitter. And it's like crack cocaine, and I get it, I understand. Here's where I'm going to get into a little bit of a shameless plug. One of the things that I've been looking at and evaluating is we've been in kind of a quandary, right, as conservatives, because we really haven't had a true alternative to Facebook and Twitter. We now have one. I was contacted by some amazing patriots who don't want their names to be made public, who've been spending the past 6 months doing something that others have promised to do. And that is creating a true platform that is to be our city tavern, a true platform where conservatives can go, free of the spying eyes of the government, completely free from big tech. Now, big tech is more than just somebody like a Zuckerberg with minders that are out there trying to take down an account or try to ban somebody. Big tech is also the platform itself. It's the servers, it's the cloud. And we need to be committed enough to this country to stop supporting tyranny by supporting Zuckerberg, Dorsey, or any of the rest. Our Free Nation is launching today, and it's a social media site for conservatives. It is our new virtual city tavern, a place where we can congregate, we can organize, we can celebrate, and most importantly, we need to do that at the local level, because as conservatives, we've been approaching everything from top down, right? We are rotting as a nation, and the only way that we are going to take it back is at the local level. And that's what our Free Nation is about, giving you an opportunity to have a virtual city tavern where you can organize, congregate, and celebrate. And do it completely outside the prying eyes of the government seeking to establish your social media score. And it includes encrypted email where you can even communicate amongst each other freely without the spies. It's truly an honor to be here with all of you today. I'm humbled that Larry considers me a soul sister and has invited me to speak here today. And I thank you for listening and giving me this time. And I want to thank you, Ambassador Keyes, for forcing me to up my game a little bit. I thank you for being here. And I want to say, God bless you all, and God bless the United States of America.
Yes, the message is activism. The message is rising up getting them off the couch, putting the popcorn and Coke down, I'm talking about Coca-Cola, and getting to work. I now want to bring in Wayne Allen Root. Is he not on the line right now? Okay, well, we'll move on. Who do we have?
Sorry about that. So let's do revision. It's actually here. Yeah, can you carry on for 11 or go to Stan?
Okay. Let's go to Stan Casaccio. We're bringing people in from all over the country, so we're coordinating. Stan also is a radio talk show host in Philadelphia. Stan will describe to you what he does. He's helped me a great deal, and us, in organizing this event. And of course, he's from Philadelphia, as I am. And we are truly the city of brotherly love, not the city of brotherly hate, which has unfortunately engulfed a lot of elements of this city. As you know, Sheriff Arpaio's here, and we represent the police. I have 8 police clients who have been persecuted based upon postings on social media. They've been fired without due process. Crime is rampant throughout Philadelphia and the rest of the country. Just over the weekend, well over 100 people were shot in Chicago. Our major cities are under attack. Stan will talk whatever he wants to talk about, but he's a great opportunity to listen to somebody who understands not just the pulse of Philadelphia, but the pulse of the entire country and the world. Thank you, Stan.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you. Hold on a minute. I'm just going to replay Alan Keyes, Ambassador Keyes' speech, and then I'm going to sit down. No, this is very exciting being here as a young boy growing up, coming to the Liberty Bell in the old building, thinking about the founding fathers and everything, but then listening today, this is very exciting. And like the founding fathers, a group of men who got together, some didn't know each other, some knew about each other. They came from different parts of the country, and they got together to discuss their disappointments with the government that was ruling them. Now, I'm going to take a little segment here because what Ambassador Keyes were talking about and some of the other people were talking about, there was a very progressive, liberal Democrat who was governor of New York back in 1918 through to 1924-25, and he ran for president in 1928 against Hoover. And he went around the country. First off, this person could never be nominated in the Democratic Party today. First, he was Catholic. He was pro-life. He went to church. And forget it, he would have never been accepted in the Democratic Party today. But he said something that has always stuck in my mind. And that was that the evils of democracy, which the high-tech people and these woke people are talking about, the evil of democracy, we can't have people saying things. He said the evils of democracy are solved by more democracy, not less. If you don't like something, just turn the damn thing off, change the channel. As Andrea said, get rid of your Facebook. Don't worry about it. But people need to speak. But think about this. These people that came here, those men who came here, they understood Aristotle, Socrates. They all read Locke. They knew about the Roman Republic and senators. They knew about the challenge that the Greek in Athens talked about and created democracy. But they also knew the horrors of centrally controlled governments, the inhumanity and the passionless part of those governments. They understood kings. They understood theocracies. They understood tyrants. All of these people, they understood these governments. These governments would say, well, we're going to take care of you. We're going to make sure you're living, we're going to take care of you from cradle to grave. And it kind of reminded me of a story. And this very famous liberal, progressive Democrat passed away. And he went to heaven. And there St. Peter's met him at the pearly gate. And he was so excited he was going to go to heaven. And St. Peter said to him, look, before you go to heaven, come into heaven, you got to go visit hell and check it out. And then you come back up and you tell us what you think and you decide which way you want to go, because we're a democracy up here. So he goes to the elevator. He goes down to hell. Oh, the door opens. Lucifer meets him and takes him outside. And there he looks. Beautiful golf courses. It was green. Everything was wonderful. His friends were all there. He's getting cigars. He shoots under par for the first time in his life. He's making money playing cards. And he gets back in the elevator, goes back up to heaven. St. Peter says, well, what do you think? He said, well, I tell you what, I like the idea of heaven, but I had such a great time yesterday, I think I'm going to go to hell. So he gets back in the elevator and he goes down to hell. Door opens up, Lucifer's there, but wait a minute. There's desolation, people are getting tortured, fire, brimstone, everything's going on. And he looks at Lucifer and says, Lucifer, what happened? What happened? And Lucifer puts his hand on his shoulder and says, yesterday we were campaigning. Today's the real day. So just think about this last campaign. Just think about Biden and everything he's going to give you. All right? The hell is coming soon enough. But the main thing that I want to talk about is the other day we were at the fireworks. We had all the nieces and nephews and everybody at our shore house. You know, when you have a shore house, everybody shows up. You know, once a year, you're definitely going to show up. So we're all up in the boardwalk watching this beautiful fireworks display, and the music is playing all these patriotic songs. And my wife starts crying. Now, some of you know my wife. She's not the most political person out there. But she starts crying, and I thought she got hurt or something. And I said, what's the matter? And she said, Stan, what are they doing to our country? That's someone who's not fully engaged like her husband is in politics, but she knows something is different. She knows something is different. Look, I'm a builder. And when I build a building, I like to say I'm 1/32 of a Donald Trump without the tweets. That's me. But as a builder, when I build something, I want the next building to be a little bit better. I want to improve on what I've done here. Maybe I do, and I see Mark out there in the audience, and he's a builder too, so he's getting what I'm talking about. You want to make a little bit better building. You want to make that retail spot a little bit more flexible so you can put different people in there. Maybe electric gets changed. Maybe the windows get changed, different flooring. So you want to prove it. Well, our Constitution, 242 years ago, was created here. And just think about it. They created a new form of government, supposedly a bottom-up government. But we've had 242 years, and guess what? There are some things that I think that we can improve on it. So we're here. Let's debate like our founding fathers did, and I'm sure they had a very spirited debate. And I want to offer a couple of amendments to the Constitution, and which I think would make it a big improvement. First off is term limits. I want term limits for every elected official out there. Why? Because power corrupts. Absolutely, eventually. I don't care how good you are, eventually it will get to you and you will be corrupted. You know, after you get people saying, oh, you're the greatest, everything, come speak and do all this. How can that not happen? You're human. So, I'll give you some numbers. 18 years for senators, that's enough. 12 years for congressmen, that's enough. Judges, well, Larry and I have had some arguments on this one. I was originally at 25. He was at 10. I've compromised a little bit. I moved down to 20, Larry. What do you think? And we can do that. But also, the next thing is, I believe every judge should be elected. And they should be able to tell you what's in their heart. It's BS. They got judges running, and they're Democrat liberals. Well, we know what they're thinking, and we got Republican. Well, maybe we don't know what they're thinking, but that's something else. But at least let them go out and campaign and tell us what's in their hearts and what's in their soul. Stop this BS. Well, we can't say that because we may prejudice our case. The hell with it. We know you're a Democrat or, well, maybe a Republican. So, or conservative. But we know that. So let's be transparent so people can vote on that issue. So I disagree with that. Now, some people say, well, we have great people in Congress. We don't want to lose those people. Well, let me tell you what my father used to tell me. Nobody is indispensable. Nobody. And maybe that new person will have a better idea, because you get kind of stale after a while. So we need fresh blood all the time. So I do not fear getting someone new in there. The other thing is the bureaucracy. Our bureaucracy has become a nameless group of people, not elected. We have no idea half the time who many of these people are, where they stand. And I'm personally tired of being led by these people. Congress abdicated their responsibility by allowing these bureaucrats to do regulations. We get no input into damn things at all. And guess what? It affects our life more than anything you could think about. So therefore, I believe in the Constitution, no bureaucracy can pass a regulation until Congress has voted on it and there are hearings on every regulation. I don't care if they're there 24 hours a day figuring out these regulations. Maybe we'll get a lot less regulations because nobody will want to deal with it anymore, and we'll all be better off. So forget a bureaucracy, and we have to limit the size of the bureaucracy because they become nameless. As a matter of fact, as you all know, Washington was a swamp when it first started. They built it up. Well, guess what? It's back to being a swamp. All right? The fourth thing is very important, and that is one person, one vote with ID. It's very simple. I resent the fact that they think people are too stupid to get an ID. In fact, if they're too stupid to get an ID, they shouldn't even vote. Would you go out, when you drive in here from the Benjamin Franklin Bridge, there's always somebody when you get on 676 begging for money or something like that. How many people here would let that person run your financial life? Think about that for a minute. So I call on bureaucracies to be eliminated, and they cannot pass any regulations. In closing, first, I also want to touch on the history of slavery for a minute. There is no group of society or ethnic people or indigenous people who did not practice slavery at some time. Do you think the Portuguese, who were the big slave people, could have gotten 25 miles into darkest Africa as white people to survive? Guess what? They were getting slaves from other tribes who were enslaving other people in other tribes. The American Indians would do the same thing. They would raid tribes and take their stuff, and they would be slaves to them. So every society has practiced some form of slavery. It's stupid to blame the sins of our forefathers or our fathers for the people today. My grandfather came here, and my father came here in the early 1900s. They were not slaves. In fact, I can remember my father showing me an ad in the 1920s that said Polish, Italians, Negroes, and Jews need not apply. And I also took my DNA. That was a big thing. Got it for a Christmas present to somebody. I don't know what they were trying to tell me. Turns out that I'm 4% African, which is probably why I have my curly hair. I'm Arab and probably from the Semitic areas there. I'm a little Jewish, I would assume, because, the Romans did occupy Israel for about 200 years, and we were very big in raping and plundering. So you can understand how that could have happened. And I'm about 86% Italian. So guess what? I want reparations. I want my 4% reparations. That's how stupid it has become. So in saying one other thing, in closing, God gave man a gift I call it humanity, gave humanity a gift that no other animal on this planet has. And as far as I know, it doesn't exist anywhere else in the universe. And that is the ability to forgive. And I call on people that we must learn to forgive, because to live a life of hatred, to live a life full with revenge, we will never succeed as human beings, ever. I don't care what freaking form of government you take. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the time.
Thank you. Great job, Stan. Yes, forgive and move on, but don't forget. One of the things that I want to point out, Stan raised something very interestingly, because I was a Justice Department lawyer in the Antitrust Division. I defended and prosecuted on behalf of 4 government agencies. And I'll be brief because I'm going to bring on Wayne Allen Root, another great radio talk show host, national personality from Las Vegas, Nevada. Is that regulations, they do publish comments for regulations, but no one ever knows what those comments are. And I know as a defense lawyer, when I defended the Federal Drug Administration, Food and Drug Administration, the Consumer Product Safety Commission, the Federal Trade Commission, the Federal Reserve Board, and others, if there's any shred of rationality in a regulation, it stands. Any shred. And I can say, when I was at the Justice Department, we never lost a case, because the judges are in the hip pocket of the government. So we don't even know what is being enacted. And that was a very good point, I thought, Stan, that you made with regard to regulations. I now want to introduce you to Wayne Allen Root, a good friend as well, someone who's very courageous. He speaks his mind, from Las Vegas and from the national world of talk radio. And I can tell you this, one of the reasons that these people are my close friends is because this is the only place today that you can talk freely is on talk radio. Wayne, take it away.
All right, Larry, thank you. I hope everybody can hear me okay. I'm a little casual today. I'm usually in a suit and
You're
tie.
muted. Hold on one second.
No, he's not. I made a mistake. Hang on 1 second.
Okay.
Got me? There we go.
There you go, Wayne.
All right, good. All right, so first of all, thank you, Larry. It's an honor to be on with you and to have me at this event. Thank you for this third Continental Congress. Fantastic. A little casual today. Normally, I'm in a suit and tie, and I would be for this event, but I'm coming to you from my vacation home and my vacation in Park City, Utah. A little casual place. So I didn't pack a suit for this, and at the last minute, Larry asked me to appear, and here I am looking casual. So excuse me for no suit and tie, but I think what I have to say supersedes how I'm dressed. I come at this from a very different angle than I would assume almost anybody you'll ever hear from. Not just at this Continental Congress, but if you're watching TV or you're listening to conservative talk radio, almost everybody in politics has been in politics their whole lives. Very few of them have been, in the business world as moneymakers. So I jotted a few notes that I think what separates me from the crowd, and then it'll give you some insight is to my thinking and where I'm coming from. First of all, I'm a blue collar SOB, son of a butcher, and grandson of a butcher, GOB, SOB and GOB, and grew up on the Bronx borderline, a little town called Mount Vernon, New York, a majority town. I went to an all-black middle school, all-black high school. I was a Jewish kid who grew up in an all-Italian neighborhood surrounded by an all-black town. So I've spent my entire life fighting my way out of the gutter, fighting my way out of the lower middle class beginnings, fighting my way out of the son of a butcher beginnings, and then becoming a businessman. And I fought my way to Columbia University. So I have insights there that this little appearance by me will be based on, because you're not going to believe what I found at Columbia University. And it applies to everything going on in America today to a T. I mean, exactly to a T. And I became one of the best professional gamblers in America. How many politicians do you ever hear from, or political talk shows, who have a background as a son of a butcher, a background going to all black schools, a background living on rough streets in the Bronx, streets that are filled with crime, a background making it to an Ivy League school and being around my classmate Barack Hussein Obama, and a background as what the media called the king of Vegas sports gambling. You know, I've got a background of common sense, making money in the real world, something that nobody in Washington has. None of them have ever made money with a business other than Donald J. Trump. He's the only one I know of who has a background like mine, very similar to mine, by the way, in many ways. So almost everybody that controls our lives in Washington, whether it be politicians, whether it be their chiefs of staff, whether it be their aides, whether it be the regulators, whether it be the people that run each government agency, not one of them has ever created a job or made a dollar in the real world without government signing a check to them. I've never gotten a dollar from government in my entire life, other than a student loan that I paid back in full. So, I mean, that's the only thing I ever asked government for in my entire life was a student loan to go to Columbia University. So I think my background's unusual. And I want to tell you what my grandfather used to say. My grandfather came to America as an immigrant from Germany and didn't have a dime in his pocket and built the most successful butcher store in a little town called Bronxville, New York. My grandfather used to say, grandson Wayne, there's only 2 rules in life if you want to make money in business. Rule number 1 is the customer is always right, always. And rule number 2, if the customer's wrong, refer back to rule number 1. The customer's always right. It doesn't matter if they're right or wrong, they're right because they're your customer. And if you want to stay in business, you have to please the customer. Well, our country is run half-ass backwards. The people in charge don't care about the customers. The politicians couldn't give a damn what the voters think, we're their customers. And the people in government are paid by us with our tax money. And they couldn't give a damn what we think. The IRS couldn't give a damn what we think. As a matter of fact, my grandfather also taught me about the 80-20 rule. All that matters in business is the 20% of your best customers at the top. The other 80 don't matter. Be nice to everybody, but don't spend 24 hours a day obsessing or thinking about the 80% of the masses that buy $5 from you. Only worry about the 20% at the top that spend $10,000 with you. If you make them happy, you will be a millionaire. And he was right in everything he said, but think about how America runs. The IRS hates you if you make the most money. They don't say, please, I want half of your money. They don't say thank you after you pay them the money. There is no please, there is no thank you. And they spend their lives hounding you and hating your guts and treating you with disrespect. You know, I was once on Bill Maher's show. Now he's got real time, but he used to have Politically Incorrect on ABC TV. And I said in front of his very liberal audience that I prefer the mafia over the IRS. I grew up in a mafia Italian neighborhood, the only Jew in a little Italian mafia neighborhood on the Bronx borderline. And I said, I don't mind the mafia. They come to a businessman like me and they say, we'll protect you if you pay us 10% of your revenues. And I say, that's not good. That's terrible. I don't want them to do that. But at least they do protect you for that 10%. The IRS comes to you and says, we want 50% of what you make and we won't do a damn thing for you. So you tell me which one you prefer. I prefer the mafia every time. That liberal audience on Bill Maher's show, Politically Correct, gave me a standing ovation. I don't know how many people have ever gotten a standing ovation on his show. The entire audience rose up and went wild at my comments, and a black rapper on the show gave me a high five and said, you the man. So, I mean, that was in front of a liberal audience. I have common sense. The IRS hates us. They steal our money. They do nothing for us in return. Zero. All governments do nothing for us. How do I know that? I live in Las Vegas, Nevada. Okay, I used to live in New York, then I lived in California. Now I live in Las Vegas. Highest tax rates in the country, New York. Highest tax rates in the country, California. Now I have 0 state income tax, 0 capital gains tax, 0 inheritance tax, 0 business tax in Nevada. And so if I make $1 million in Nevada, I owe 0 to the state of Nevada, 0. And guess what? My life's fantastic. I'm not missing one thing that I used to get in New York or California. Not one thing, 0, not missing anything. What does that tell you? Government does nothing for you. The money you save, say you make $1 million a year, just as an argument, in Nevada, and you pay 0 state income tax and 0 business tax. If you were in New York or California, you'd probably pay a total of $200,000 in business taxes and property taxes and most importantly, income taxes and all the other things they charge you that they don't call taxes. You'd pay $200,000 out of that $1 million. In Nevada, you pay 0. My life's fantastic in Nevada. With the money you save, you could do anything you want, choose anything you want, any path for your kids, make sure your kids have the best car, the best tires, go on the best vacations, go to the best prep schools, go to the best colleges with all that money. But that $200,000 you pay in New York or California, guess what it gets you? Nothing. They steal the money. Government wastes it on people that are freeloaders and lazy bums and welfare queens. And then they get mad at you that you didn't pay more. In California, New York, they hate you because you only pay 15 or 20% of what you make to them and another 50% to the government. I mean, that says it all. That makes absolutely clear what my grandfather said. The customer's always right. And if the customer's wrong, refer back to number one. The customer's always right, but the taxpayers and the voters are the customers, and no one in power gives a damn what we think, and they rip us off every single day and give us nothing in return. So there's the problem with America. Now let me give you my two insights, and then I'll open it up to see if Larry or anyone there has any questions. My two insights that I think are a little different than anyone else might offer in this wonderful event. Because I became the number one sports gambling guru expert in America, and because the media call me the king of Vegas sports gambling, I have a gambling insight about the election that just happened that nobody else has. Okay, all the liberals scream all day long. First of all, common sense. If a guy screams, "I'm not a wife beater," and then you ask him, "Okay, let me investigate whether you beat your wife." "No, I won't let you in the house." You know he's guilty. And when Democrats are asked about voter fraud, "Oh, there's no voter fraud of any kind." Okay, let us investigate. No, you can't investigate. There's the tip-off as a man of common sense that it was absolutely a stolen election. When someone tells you you can't investigate, it's a stolen election. If the police beat George Floyd to death, murdered George Floyd, do you think that Black Americans would accept the following response for the police? You're not allowed to investigate. There could be no investigation of any kind because we didn't beat him to death, and we're not going to let you even look. Oh, what about the body cam footage? You're not allowed to look. What about policemen as witnesses? No. What about people who are witnesses? No. If that was the answer, would anybody accept that? Would anybody accept that? No. So my point to you is, the minute you hear somebody say, "I'm a Democrat and the election wasn't stolen, Biden won fair and square, but I'm not going to allow you to investigate," you know it was stolen. So that's the common sense answer. The second answer is me as the king of Vegas sports gambling. So I made a gigantic bet on Donald Trump to win the 2016 election, and I got 6-1 odds, and I made a fortune. Fast forward 4 years later, 2020, I had the same gut instinct. I spoke to the same people. Just like I knew he was going to upset Hillary Clinton, I knew Trump was going to win the election, and it wouldn't even be close. It was going to be a landslide over Biden, because every real human being I spoke to who's an American citizen thought Biden was a brain dead zombie with dementia and could never run the country, and Kamala Harris a joke. And they all were voting for Trump because he created the greatest middle class economy in the history of America. And so Trump was going to win by a landslide, literally by an electoral landslide and a large popular vote margin. So I bet on Trump to win the election again in 2020. Let me tell you what I know as a professional gambler. I sat and I watched the returns on election night as a gambler, as an expert, my whole life in sports gambling. And the bets were coming in live around the world. Live around the world. And I watched the money come in, and they're always right, because when you're watching the votes come in and you can rack up the electoral votes with your own eyes, and you're betting live, you can see who's going to win. And these are the smartest people in the world, betting hundreds of thousands of dollars on the election. And believe me when I tell you, they're not looking to lose a $300,000 bet on the spot. They'd be an idiot. So these are the sharpest bettors in the world. Trump went from a slight underdog before the votes started counting on election day, Tuesday, what was it, November 3rd, 2020. He went from a slight underdog around the world to a even money, to a slight favorite, to a medium favorite, to a 2-1 favorite as the results kept coming in, 3-1 favorite, 4-1 favorite, 5-1 favorite, 6-1 favorite, 7-1 favorite, 8-1 favorite to win the election. He was running away with a landslide with people who are the sharpest bettors in the world, the most brilliant people in the world, putting their own money on the line, watching the returns come in. Everyone knew he was going to win because all the states that had been decided were all for Trump. And all that was left was Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Arizona, and Nevada. And he was ahead in every one of those states except Nevada, and he was dead even in Nevada. He was winning by a landslide in 4 of those states, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Michigan, and Wisconsin. So all you had to hear was the election is called in those states, and Trump wins by an electoral landslide. That's why the voting around the world, people voting with their money, was Trump was an 8-1 favorite at 1 a.m. East Coast time on election night, or actually 1 a.m. the next day election, after the election. Do you know at that moment, that precise moment, that's when all those states said, we're going to stop counting for the night. Never happened in the history of America, let alone how did they all coordinate in the middle of the night to stop counting for the first time in the history of America? And they kicked all the witnesses out of the room and kicked the media out of the room. Then they opened up again. They never closed. They started voting with fake ballots. There wasn't one GOP witness in the room. There wasn't one witness in the room who was a forensic voting expert. With no witnesses in the room, suddenly by the morning, Donald Trump had lost the election. And they expect us to believe that. It's like me betting $100,000 on a Monday Night Football game and my team wins by 10 points, but I wake up the next morning and I find out they lost because the other team found 20 points in the locker room when there wasn't one witness there, and they expect me to believe that. Well, nobody would believe that. And then they look you in the face and say, oh, but we're honest. There was no stolen election. The election was stolen from a gambler's standpoint. The election was absolutely, positively stolen. And the objective was, once it was stolen, to make sure we would never win again by opening the border and bringing in every single illegal in the world you could ever bring in. And all of them want cradle to grave welfare for their entire rest of their lives and their children's lives. And to keep the welfare checks coming, they've got to vote for one party and one party only. And that's the party that gives out the welfare checks. And that's the Liberal Party, the Democrat Party. That was the game plan. And they've carried it out with amazing execution. Now, the last thing I'll tell you, and then I'll open it up to Larry. If you have any questions, I'm glad to answer them. I attended, as this blue-collar son of a butcher, I got into Columbia University. And I was the happiest kid in the world. And you could have pinched me. And I was clicking my heels because I thought, what a great country America is. The son of a butcher from nothing just got into an Ivy League school. And my future is insured. I'm going to be successful. God bless America. Isn't America great? As Don King would say, only in America. And I get to Columbia and I meet a group of people I've never met in my life, never witnessed in my life. And that is rich kids. Everyone at Columbia was a rich kid, son of millionaires and billionaires, and sons of powerful politicians, and sons of federal judges, and sons of district attorneys and U.S. attorneys, and the biggest politicians in America. And every one of them hated America and wanted to tear it down and wouldn't stop saying how much they hated this country and hated capitalism. My classmate, class of 83, by the way, Barack Obama. And so all I could tell you is, everyone I met there, I studied them. I was the only conservative at Columbia, the only capitalist at Columbia, the only pro-Reagan guy at Columbia, and actually played Reagan in the campus-wide debate. And everybody hated Reagan, just like they hated Trump. Same hatred, same vitriol, same racism, you know? Only one party has racism, Democrat Party, liberals. They hate America, they hate white Americans, they hate Jews, they hate Christians, they hate Israel. And I saw it all. I witnessed it at Columbia University. Many of my classmates were Jewish, and they hated Israel. They were on the side of the Palestinians. I couldn't understand it as a Jewish kid. Why wouldn't you be on the side of Israel? And they hated America. Here we were at Columbia University, the greatest college, Ivy League school in all of New York, one of the great colleges in the world. And they, instead of being happy about it and thankful, they hated everything about America. And they were almost all white. My classmates were all white. And all they talked about all day long, all the things that are now publicly out there, white hatred, white privilege, white guilt. It was the most incredible thing I've ever seen. It was like I was a test tube baby in a scientific experiment with a bunch of zombies, communist zombies. And they all bragged they were communist. Every one of them. Every kid I went to Columbia with, all of whom were in the Obama administration. Now they're in the Biden administration. And they all bragged at the age of 18 to 21 that they were communists and hated America. And they had a plan to bring down America. And the plan had a name. It was called Cloward-Piven, named after two Columbia professors, a husband and wife team, Cloward and Piven. And the plan was, you get everybody on welfare, you overwhelm the system, you crush the economy with debt, and the economy collapses. Everyone goes broke. Every businessman and woman loses their business, and they all beg government to save them. and government becomes socialist, and voila, the country is changed. No more America, no more capitalism. And I look around today and I see that exact plan being carried out in the United States of America by every liberal and every Democrat I know. And that plan has been slightly modified. Cloward-Piven didn't work for 50 years. No matter how many people they put on welfare, it wasn't enough to tip the balance. As a matter of fact, in 2016, conservative politicians won the presidency, Trump. They controlled the Supreme Court. They won the House. They won the Senate. They controlled almost every state legislature. And they controlled lieutenant governors. They controlled treasurers. They controlled secretaries of state. We had the majority of everything in America, every lever of power, despite all the things that Democrats and liberals and communists have tried for all the years since I graduated Columbia. They never succeeded. But now they figured out how to update Cloward-Piven. Instead of trying to get everyone in America on welfare, it didn't work. There's still a certain group of people like me that are self-made, that are self-reliant, that can't stand government. I despise government. I want nothing to do with government. I don't want a penny of the government's money. And there's still more of us than there are of them who want to be lazy and live on welfare the rest of their lives. So in closing, they figured out how to update Cloward-Piven. They made one very small change. They said, instead of trying to get everyone in America on welfare, let's open the borders and let everyone in the world in who's poor and doesn't speak English and has no talent and no skills and can never make it in America, and they're always going to need welfare. And let's overwhelm the system, but this time do it with foreigners until we make America foreign to Americans. And that's exactly the game plan being carried out right now. It's Cloward-Piven. It's from Columbia University. It's from my classmates who are all in the Biden administration, just like they tried to do for 8 years in the Obama administration. Open the borders, let everyone in. But this time they've got cover because Obama had to be careful. He didn't want to be the first black president and be hated as the man who ruined America. Now he's got a chance, and he's doing it every day, with Biden as the cover, as the puppet, who's controlled by Obama, who I believe is the real president of the United States, the stealth president of the United States. Obama's controlling everything that's happening, and he's making all the moves, and it's like a marionette. Okay, Biden is a puppet, and Obama is the puppeteer who's moving the puppet. And Obama's in charge, and George Soros is in charge, and globalist billionaires who hate America are in charge, and most importantly, the Chinese Communist Party's in charge, and the Mexican drug cartel now owns the border. And they're all paying off and bribing the Democrat Party and the Biden crime family and the Obama crime family, and even the Clinton crime family and the John Kerry crime family, who must be getting 100 million in bribes from Iran to want the Iran deal. These people are all dirty. They've never made a dollar in their lives clean. They've never earned a penny. They only know how to take government checks and steal taxpayer money and take bribes from foreign governments in order to give them taxpayer money from the United States citizens. That's all these people know how to do. And that's what Kerry's doing with Iran. That's what Biden did with the border. That's what Hillary did with the uranium deal. It's so clear what's going on in America. They're all bribed. They're all dirty. And they're all stealing from the American people. And that's treason. And you know what the penalty is for treason? This is all Cloward-Piven. Steal the election, then with fake ballots and fake stopping of the vote counting and no witnesses in the voting room. And then once you get in, even by a razor thin margin, at that point, open the borders and invite everyone in from around the world till America is not a nation of 330 million Americans. It's a nation of 660 million, half of whom are foreigners, or it's a nation of 990 million eventually. Let everybody in and it won't be America anymore. And they'll all vote for the party that promises them the most welfare and the most free healthcare and the most free college, while the rest of us have to pay for all of it. That's what's happening in America today. Larry, I'll open it up to any questions.
Thank you, Wayne, and we'll bring you back. We're going to have a deliberation period at the end of the day. I want you to weigh in. We're on a time frame here, but thank you for that excellent presentation. I might add, I'm the grandson and son of a butcher as well. We're sitting here in Philadelphia. I think some of these people ate the pork of my my grandfather and father, Klayman and company. And as I said yesterday when I was a kid, I'm a Jewish Christian. I'm Messianic. I believe in Jesus like you do, as a matter of fact. I know. People would ask me, how does a Jewish family come to be a pork packer? And I said, well, we want to kill all the pigs. So, thank you, Wayne.
All right.
Bring you back. Thank you. I now want to bring in also a very, very close friend, someone who's very righteous, someone who actually wrote the lyrics to the famous movie Exodus with Paul Newman. And he got many awards in Israel. He's a devout Christian, but wears a Star of David and a high. And he understands how our history is joined and our traditions are joined, and how the continuation of this country hinges really on the continuation of Israel. A great actor, a great singer, a great entertainer, a great thinker, a great writer, Pat Boone. Pat, hold on one sec. You have to unmute your. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now, Pat.
Like that you can see me too?
We can see you too, yeah. In full
This-
color with your red, white, and blue and stars. And
This is a
studying.
miracle because I'm home alone except my dog Shadow. And for me to be able to set this up and actually get on with you is a miracle. And so it must be meant to happen. Shall I go ahead?
yes, please.
Well, what we just heard is so amazing. And certainly, as they say in showbiz, a tough act to follow. I don't need to say anything to impress all of our participants that we're not only in trouble, but it's time that we must act, and we've got to act decisively. So that's sort of my theme. I'm going to make a recommendation that may surprise you before I finish, but I've got to lead up to it so you'll understand what I'm saying. So I'll just start with who I am. I'm not a politician. I'm just a citizen like you, born in the greatest nation in the history of the planet. My vote doesn't count any more than the president's, but my vote does count as much as his. That's the way a republic works. And that's why I am a Republican, because we were created as a republic. And Abraham Lincoln, of course, knew that and was a Republican, because we are members of and are committed to the republic that we call America. And one vote equals any other single vote there is, including the president of the United States. I was born in Jacksonville, Florida, to a registered nurse, not a butcher, a nurse, and a young architect named Arch Boone, who would in time build his own contracting company in Nashville, Tennessee. I was their first child. I was followed by a brother, two younger sisters, and we had a wonderful childhood, going to neighborhood schools, living modestly, but happily and confidently attending church every time the doors opened. I loved to sing. My whole family did. And of course, I sang in family gatherings, later in school functions, and sometimes as I got into my teens, leading singing in our church, which did not have instrumental music. So it was all congregational singing, and somebody getting up to lead the singing had an important role. Well, I did that even as a teenager. And of course, I dreamed of being a professional singer, but that was not likely ever to happen. My role model was Bing Crosby, but I like Frank Sinatra and Nat King Cole too. The dream seemed impossible, as I say, though Nashville, Tennessee has been known for decades as Music City, and I sometimes did appear on local television, but strictly as an amateur. But in quick succession, I married my high school sweetheart when we were both 19, freshmen in college. I enrolled in a good music school, North Texas State in Denton, Texas, and began student preaching in a one-room church in a wheat field in Slidell, Texas. Very inauspicious. I was planning to be a teacher preacher, raise a nice family with Shirley, and try to help other young people find happy, faith-filled lives. But God had a different plan for my life, as it turns out. And in just another couple of years, I found myself singing rock and roll, then movie themes, then country and gospel and jazz, making movies, hosting my own television shows, and finding time somehow to father 4 little girls, with Shirley's considerable help, of course. And I know it's kind of a storybook beginning, but in the midst of all of this, I knew this wasn't all my doing, my exceptional talent or just dumb luck. I knew God was responsible because of the way I was brought up. This was recognizable to me. He was opening doors and opportunities beyond my imagining or capability, and he expected something in return. So when I took stock, I realized deeply that I had been born with a high IQ. I can't take credit for that. Into a wonderful, warm, and responsible family. And in the middle of the country he had caused to exist, the United States of America. I've traveled extensively, performed for the Queen of England at her invitation twice, for other heads of state in many countries through the years. I loved the Orient when I first went there, but was saddened in later trips as I saw they were becoming Americanized, imitating us in our customs, our lifestyle, even governmentally democratized, or so it seemed. At one juncture, and this is amazing, I met with the new prime minister, new at that moment, of Japan, Oheda, privately a Christian, which was not widely known, but it didn't matter in Japan. And we marveled together, he and I, when we realized at that moment, the leaders of Germany, well, anyway, I won't go back for their names, but the leaders of Germany, Great Britain, Japan, and the United States were all Christians, mortal enemies only a few years earlier, but now surely able to connect our various peoples in a harmonious new age, right? Well, didn't happen. Not only did those other nations fail to be more like us, so did we. America, gradually at first, then more and more, became less the leader and envy of the rest of the world. A lady justice of the Supreme Court from Colorado, as I remember, actually proposed that we in the US should study the social mores and cultural changes, even the legal patterns of the rest of the modern world. You know, get in step with modern progress, don't you know? Well, over the last 40 years, America, not just half or more of the population, but more than half of our elected leaders have increasingly abandoned the principles and moral guidelines that produced our greatness, our uniqueness. As de Tocqueville wisely said, America is great because America is good. If America ceases to be good, America will cease to be. What made America great? Not just her people, her natural resources, her inventiveness and natural beauty. It was the moral strength and faith of her citizens, and through them, her mode of government of, by, and for the people under God. That all is familiar to everybody on this call right now. Yes, under God. Like no other country, with the exception of little Israel, America's founders, just citizens like you and I, looked to God and the Bible for the vision, the purpose, the principle on which this new nation was founded. Almost without exception, our founding fathers were Bible-believing, church-attending Christians who historically drew the majority of their guidance from God's revealed word, the history of his dealing and guidance of Israel and the Jews, and the writings of Sir William Blackstone, the renowned English jurist who played a leading role in forming the basis of law in America. His highly influential work, Commentaries on the Laws of England, sold more copies in America than in England. America's founders sought the guidance and principles of God himself, as revealed in his word, and his centuries of blessing and providing for Israel and the Jews as our example. Our established principles were not original with us. They were from God himself. He put his name, or we put his name, on our currency, and it became the most valued currency in the world. We pledged our allegiance as one nation under God, and we became the most powerful country. We reached out in unprecedented charity to the rest of the nations and became their trusted leader. But friends, brothers, sisters, we're losing it. And that's why we're on this Zoom call right now on every hand and in most every significant way. We're allowing, I say we collectively, our liberties and power to be siphoned off by succumbing to social change, shallow philosophy, failed theology, and most important, moral laxity and cowardice. Think, please think, how can God go on blessing a nation that has sacrificed over 60 million of our unborn babies created in his image on altars of expediency? How do we expect him to look with favor on a nation that's taking his name off everything, erasing the definition of marriage as between a man and a woman? How can we call on him to bless behaviors and perversions that he expressly and specifically labels abominations, and we celebrate them as rights and commendable? Can we individually and collectively summon the courage, the fortitude, the loving but firm resolve to look again at ourselves and our families and our neighbors and institutions through God's eyes, and determined to get our country, our government, and laws back in line with God's revealed will, as did our valiant founding fathers? Have we plainly got the guts, the backbone, the faith of Judeo-Christian soldiers to fight the fight, to reclaim America as we knew her? Oh, Ben Franklin, certainly no religious bigot, warned only a moral and virtuous people are capable of freedom. Think about that. The more corrupt and vicious a society becomes, the more it has need of masters. And Venerable John Adams proclaimed, "We have no government armed with power and capable of contending with human passions unbridled by morality and religion. Our Constitution was made only for a moral and a religious people. It is wholly inadequate to government of any other." George Washington seconded, "Religion and morality are the twin pillars of freedom." And Thomas Jefferson, though certainly imperfect in his personal life, who isn't, proclaimed, as it is inscribed on his own monument, "God who gave us life, gave us liberty." And can the liberties of a nation be thought secure when we have removed their only firm basis, a conviction in the minds of the people that these liberties are of the gift of God, that they're not to be violated, but with his wrath? Indeed, Jefferson said, "I tremble for my country when I reflect that God is just, that his justice cannot sleep forever." Now, I, as just one citizen, don't know all the answers, of course. I hope that collectively we all do, as Ben Franklin directed when the Constitutional Convention was about to come apart in rancor and dispute, and the delegates were leaving, going back to their states in failure, that this was his recommendation, every future session begin with a sermon and a fervent prayer for God's help and guidance, and that was done. And that precious document then was completed, on which our nation has been founded. So here's my startling suggestion, that as we contemplate our Declaration of Independence, that we also adopt it and declare it a declaration of dependence on the great and only God who gave us this unique and precious land, of dependence on his holy word in deed and action and in all our decisions henceforth, and dependence on his promise that if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their own wicked ways, I will hear from heaven and forgive their sins and heal their land. That's his promise. We can depend on it. Will we make our Declaration of Independence simultaneously also as our solemn declaration of dependence on God and his way, in the hope that we can again be one nation under God? Larry said, if it's okay, I would just voice a prayer as I say, and it's a matter of record, that Ben Franklin proposed during the Constitutional Convention. So if it's all right, let me just voice this prayer. Our Father, how wonderful that we, human beings, can call on the God of all creation as our Father. Our founding fathers did. They knew you were the Father of lights, the Father of all good things. Every good gift comes from you. And they depended on you. Yes, they declared their independence, but they also declared their dependence on you, our Creator, our guide. And so we want to confess our mistakes, our faults, our failures, to really shepherd this great gift called America. We collectively have let our guard down. We've let things happen. We cannot go on doing that, Lord. So we confess our weakness, our failure to be involved adequately. And we pledge that we will seek your face, that we will continue to humble ourselves, that we will look at our own mistakes and try to correct them, but we will also try to help our brothers and sisters come again to the realization there's only been one America, there will only be one America, and it will only exist if we depend on the God who gave us this country. Father, we pledge it, we will do it, and we thank you that you hear us, and we can have faith and confidence. We can again be one nation under God, and we pray in the name of Yehoshua in Hebrew. Jehovah is salvation, which happens to be the Hebrew name of Yeshua, Jesus, our Lord, Savior. Amen.
God bless you, Pat. That's beautiful. I asked Pat, and he happily agreed to do a benediction. He's on West Coast time, so we couldn't do it when we started this morning. But that was a very beautiful speech. And Alan Keyes also echoed similar themes earlier today, as well as all of our speakers. Alan's with us right now. I know you know Alan.
Yes, I do.
Another great man, and all of our speakers are tremendous. And I want to thank you for everything you've done, because you are unafraid, and you're in Hollywood. You're up against the wind, and you will help change things.
The bottom of today. Really, sadly to say it, but it's true. The Me Too generation, oh gosh. We have a lot to ask forgiveness for, and we do. And I know that those of us right now, Larry, listening are probably of a like mind. We may have different ideas of faith, but we know that our faith is the only reason we exist now. We had faith in somebody greater than we are, who could manage the affairs of men from on high. And he's loved us. He's blessed us. He wants us still to be the shining city on the hill. So of course I have to have faith and confidence that we can yet achieve that again.
Interesting, Pat. You know, Isaiah, the old book of Isaiah, which is revered by both Jews and Christians, and evangelical Christians as well, talks about God restoring the tarnished city to the faithful city. And he looks to the counselors and judges to do it.
Yes.
Now, unfortunately, our counselors and judges have not been up to the task.
No.
And it's time that we restore them, and that's one of the things we're talking about throughout this conference, is how we get counselors and judges, meaning lawyers and judges, to really carry on in his word. So
yes.
Thank you for everything
it's going
you've
to
done.
take everything we've got, but we've got a lot more than we know.
Well,
We've
thank
got
you.
fight on our side. Righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a disgrace to any people. That's the Bible.
God bless you. God bless America.
you, Larry.
Thank you, Pat.
Thanks for having the courage to lead this effort.
We are all part of it. We're together.
Yep.
Thank you, Pat. God bless you. I now want to turn. That was tremendously uplifting, as we've heard throughout this Third Continental Congress, but I'm going to bring in a former client of mine. Her name is Rosine Galgi. She was born in France. She was naturalized in this country. She's a proud American citizen. She's an activist. I got to know her because she lives in Memphis, Tennessee, the home of John Grisham's The Firm, and we unfortunately lived a similar situation to that. Let me tell you what the story was about just briefly, and then I'll turn it over to Rosine. Rosine married a doctor, a nephrologist. She knew that he was Muslim. Correct me if I'm wrong when you speak, Rosine.
Yeah.
And she agreed to raise the children as Muslim at the time. She's Catholic. And when 9/11 hit, they were watching television, and this doctor was there, Dr. Galgi, and they were now living in Memphis. He was going to a mosque in Memphis, and he was cheering as the World Trade Center went down into ash. He had also threatened her children not to bring the Jewish children into the house. He had put a toy sword to their throats, pretending that he would kill them if they did. And after 9/11, this all happened all at the same time, essentially. A letter came from the doctor's brother in Toronto saying, we have to leave your wife and let's go join the jihad. She went to the FBI. She was wired by the FBI and became an informant. They told her, don't get divorced yet. Let's see this through. She sought custody, ultimately, of her kids, obviously, didn't want to leave them in this kind of a situation. And the case was assigned to a judge in Memphis, Tennessee, a very corrupt judge. And I stepped in because no one else at the time would represent her. In fact, just in family law practice in general, a year before, one of the family lawyers was killed, actually. And if you're going to represent somebody who was married to a terrorist, you can imagine how people were afraid to step forward. I stepped forward to represent her. I tried to get into the case. The judge would not allow me in the case. We were opposing a very powerful law firm, much like the firm of John Grisham. And to make the long story short, the FBI then flipped, we believe, her husband, Dr. Galgi, and advocated behind closed doors with the judge that the kids be given to the terrorist-connected father. The kids were given to the terrorist-connected father, but they wouldn't go. I learned that just the other day talking to Rosine, and they stayed with the mom. And at that point, things ultimately worked out. But it is a testament to the legal system and how it's become so corrupt and compromised. And you heard from Ty Clevenger yesterday. Ty actually was a young ex-Justice Department lawyer. He was working on my behalf down there when I could not get into the case, just observing what was going on. He went into court one day during one of these custody hearings, and the lawyer on the other side lied to this judge who was very biased and corrupted by the FBI at the time. And they made an accusation, the other law firm, that Rosine had kidnapped her children. And they said, let's put this man on the stand. He must be with Klayman. He must be with Rosine Galgi. That was Ty Clevenger. He took the stand. The judge ordered him to discuss what was discussed with Rosine and me, breaking through attorney-client privilege, or he would go to jail. We ultimately filed a complaint with the Tennessee Judicial Commission. I don't remember the name exactly, and the judge apparently was sanctioned, although we never found out why. She's no longer a judge because she did similar things with other people. But I want Rosine to talk about her own experience, her own belief in justice and belief in this country. She's a great patriot. She stood up for not just her kids, but she stood up for the American people. She was a supporter of Donald Trump, still is. Rosine, I turn it over to you. I just wanted to abbreviate it quickly so we could put it in context, speak from your heart, and tell the American people what happened to you and how the justice system attempted to destroy your life and the life of your children.
Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you, Larry. Yes, I'm Rosine Galgi. I'm the founder of the Working Mother for Donald Trump International. As you said, I'm not from Tennessee. I am originally from France, and I spent most of my life between New York and Tennessee. It was a painful, long road since the 80s. I was happily married with a Muslim doctor who was a good father, a hardworking guy, and we lived in New York. We were in New York. And we had, he was really a good man. I knew at the time that he could marry, a Muslim man could marry a Christian woman. He did not ask me to convert. So from New York to Memphis, we had to move to Memphis. I just want to correct a little timing about the letter, Larry. It's in 1993, where your life can change in 1 second. When my husband got a letter from his brother that was in Canada, asking him to get rid of his wife and to join the jihad. I had to have this letter translated because my husband did not tell me about it, but when he read it, I saw something went wrong. His face changed a lot. And he left the next day for Canada. He came back a week after. I had the letter translated, and I knew what was in that letter. Well, from 1993, after that, the brother went to jihad. He said, my brother is going to jihad. And that was my first time to hear about jihad. I said, what is jihad? Well, jihad is to give your life to defend Islam. Okay. From 1993 to 1996, we did not hear too much, except that we were sending money all over the place, Chechnya, whatever, Afghanistan, different country where the brother was. And he came back June 1996 and he stayed with us. And I remember that when trouble started, he did not want me to let the children watch television. And okay, I said, fine. But one night he asked me I want to watch the news. I said, okay. Watch the news, get off his seat, go to bed, very upset. 2:00 in the morning, my phone rang. I still hear that phone ringing and that voice of a man nasty asking me to speak with my brother-in-law, even if it was 2:00 in the morning. They spoke. And the next day he asked me again to watch TV. And I was watching, and all of a sudden, I saw on TV the Khobar Tower. I think it was the Khobar Tower that was exploded. A lot of people, ambulances and people on the ground. And he jumped out of his seat and he said, we got them. I said, what do you mean you got them? What do you mean? He said, the Americans? Yes. The Americans, they think they are going to rule the world. They never had a war on their own soil, but they will know what it is. Okay? The next day, he asked me to take him to the airport, that he was going to Florida. And I helped him with his luggage. The luggage opened and there was no clothes. There was just a bunch of tape, audio tape at that time, audio tape with a picture of a man I did not know, and I learned which was Osama bin Laden. So I said, what's going on? Well, he said, I'm working for Islam. That's okay. And we moved in a house with a computer. In 1997, I kept on seeing that something was wrong. And they were going to attack this country. I knew the Twin Tower was going down and maybe other places, including Miami, and also New York and Washington, and also Las Vegas. I think that was on the list too, if I remember very well. Okay, and I said, okay, I have to do something. I was in France, 1998. I spoke with a priest. And I told him, I said, they are going to kill Americans by the thousand. Well, he said, you have a choice. I said, I'm going back. I cannot stay here. He wanted me to stay. I said, no, I'm not going to stay. So I went back and I went to a priest first. And the priest introduced me to the FBI. In 1998, I started giving FBI information, telling them that something will happen. Well, they laughed at me. They did. They said, well, you are a spoiled doctor wife that you don't know what you are, you don't know what saying. They will never attack our country. We have some threat in our embassy overseas, but nothing will happen to this country until September 11. September 11, whoop, it exploded, and 20, 30 minutes after the explosion, I got a phone call from the FBI that they were sending somebody from Washington in my house. And since that time, my husband really became, it was impossible to live. He was happy. He said, well, they killed 3,000 or 3,500 Americans. That's nothing compared to how many people American killed overseas. And we started a fight about talking about Jewish people. The Jewish people need to disappear. Islam is going to wipe out Israel from the map. We're going to have a war. And it was on and on and on and on. And I was doing something wrong and started death threat. Death threat started. It was a terrible life starting after September 11. I hold it on. I hold on to the death threat. One of them like, oh, I know what you are. You are a Zionist. Oh, I'm a Zionist. Yes, and you know what we do with Zionists? We kill them. Okay. And another one was like watching TV very nicely, a nice movie, very nicely watching TV, saying, okay, I can hire a black guy downtown that can kill you for $1,500. I said, okay. I said, that would be more dangerous dead than alive. And it went on and on. And so I had to change FBI guy. I got another FBI guy because after September 11, George Bush allowed people from the police, local police, to act as FBI agent, and I dealt with another FBI agent. And this FBI agent was following me almost every single day, taking information or give me some other information, whatever he was thinking. Until one day when he started attacking the children, okay? First, my son one time was in the swimming pool and get out and said, oh, Dad, I don't want to be a Muslim. So he pulled him up and said, if you are not a Muslim, you are not my son. And he came to me and he said, if they are not good Muslim, I will rather see them dead. Okay. So the FBI told me, it's time to leave. It's time for you. We're going to take care of you. Leave your house with nothing. We put you in a safe country. He had plane ticket to leave to Syria 2 or 3 days after taking the children. And he told me, he said, if you want to come, you come. Otherwise, I'm taking the children. Oh, I'm going for a vacation. Oh, yeah? Yes. Okay. So it was time for me to leave. And I leave with the approval of the FBI. I went in a safe place. And that gave them time to go and take him out of the house, gave a restraining order against him. And I came back to the house and filed for a legal separation because that's the way I want to do it. It transforms this legal separation immediately in a divorce because he said he wants to remarry. And the divorce goes on. The first judge, that was a referee, follows the American law. I was in the house. He had to pay for education of the children. Everything was okay until he hired one of those high, well-known lawyer here that changed the judge. We went to another judge and the nightmare started. The judge had made a mistake. She had an interview with my children that that interview at a court reporter, so I could print that, and that was sent to a lawyer, and it went all over. She was abusing the children verbally. So the David Horowitz group intervened in that stuff. And Larry Klayman went into the case. He said, okay, we're going to try to do something because they were taking the children away from me and giving him to an abuse. He was not an abuser physically, but what he would have done, he could have taken them because he had the passport, taken them out of the country. I would have never seen them again. Larry Klayman came and he was, he said, you have first to give proof of terrorism to that judge, and we did. The judge said, Monsieur Klayman, I want you out of the state. And Mrs. Gauji, if you take anything about terrorism or link to terrorism to your children, I will jail you. I will put you in jail. So Larry Klayman had to leave the state, could not say anything anymore. And she gave her verdict. We lost everything. I was thrown out of the house with very little money. The checking account was blocked. Thank God, we had friends who helped us out, and we lost. She took everything from us. That include furniture, that include clothes, and it went on like that for years. For years, I had to fight for the children, and it went like that until a miracle happened for us. My friend from New York, the guy I knew for a long time, I've known, the guy that I was sometimes with when he was building his houses over there, those high-rise, named Donald Trump, said that he was going to run for president. Oh, I said, okay. And that time, this is great. I said, and I think that Sheriff Arpaio was coming on the line too. I just want to say we had tried everything to expose the corruption. I could not believe that women were treated like that in family court. That family court was just an organization of corruption when lawyer was, if you had money to take, they were taking all the money and they will drop your case. And they use children as pawns. So even if I had gathered a few women and we went to testify in front of the state senate, it did not help at all. But I knew that if Donald Trump was getting to the presidency, he will fix the court system, at least the family court, the things that we had. So I found the Working Mother for Donald Trump when we did it to help the campaign. And after the campaign, I opened it international in order to expand economy, culture, and also the idea of a country relation with another country with respect of tradition. So I have a lot of women from all over the world now joining our club. Donald Trump did not have time to correct the court system. And what happened, the corruption, he experienced it himself all the way to the Supreme Court. So the judicial system in this country is corrupt from the lower court all the way to the Supreme Court. And it's up to us. It's up to us, the people, to try to correct the situation, because without a judicial system, without respect of the law, without respect of the Constitution, we have no country. This country is now on the verge of crumbling. And if we don't want to make a big step forward and fell down, we better wake up and get together. Only the people can do it. We just have to unite. You have to unite. This is a Judeo-Christian tradition country. We cannot accept what's going on. I noticed that in the FBI experience I had, some of the FBI people were already corrupt because the second FBI guy that I had was playing both of us, me and my husband, and they tried to tell him, give us some information and we will give you your children. That's what was the deal. The FBI was ready to intervene and give the children in exchange for information. Just I have to say that knowing my husband the way I know him, the information he must have gave him were not exactly the right information, but that's what the way they operate. The way they operate is really, it's really unbelievable for a country that says that she is number one in the world. No, we are not number one in the world if we lose our values, if we lose our freedom. And this 4th of July was the celebration of freedom because this freedom was really tinted with anarchy. What is going on in this place? It's unbelievable. So I want to thank you, Larry, for trying to put people together, and I hope we are going to win. We will work for this together.
Rosine, we certainly will. We thank you for giving your testimony as to what happened with your children and your former husband. And I wanted you to come by and talk because there are good people at the FBI and there are good people in other places of government, but there's a lot of bad people too. And we've seen that lately with the use of the FBI, in my view, like a modern-day Gestapo trying to kill dissent. And what they did in this particular instance was to sacrifice your children because they wanted to flip your husband and make him a Muslim informant. That is unacceptable. And we cannot ever sacrifice our children. We cannot sacrifice anyone in this country because a government agency has an objective, has an agenda, and they're pursuing that agenda on behalf of their own interests. So thank you for speaking to us, and we will be back in touch with you and during our deliberation period here today. Thank you, Rosine.
Thank you.
I now want to introduce you to my colleagues in Tel Aviv, Israel, very brave people. They are Israelis. They're fellow Jews. They stand up for what they think is right, regardless of what people may think or what the current convention means. We're talking about Ruth and Ari Shuslavsky of a law firm in Tel Aviv. We jointly filed a case against the communist Chinese to get compensation for what had occurred during COVID-19. They also filed a case in The Hague, Holland, with regard to Israeli mandates in terms of taking the vaccine under the Nuremberg Convention. They're very brave people. They can speak to you not just about what they've done in terms of Israel, in terms of dealing with the communist Chinese and COVID-19, but also the fact that our country is tied to Israel. Our heritage is tied to Israel. We will both cease to exist if the Judeo-Christian heritage is destroyed in either place. Ruth and Ari, I introduce you to the Third Continental Congress. I hope you can hear me. If you can join the audio right now, we can't hear you. Bottom left. You may need to call them again.
bring things up. Sorry. It's just-
We'll be right with you. In the meantime, in Israel, as in the United States, there are things about the justice system that simply don't work. And in this case that we brought against the communist Chinese, and we have experts that will testify, 3, that this was an engineered bioweapon, the Israeli Ministry of Justice came in and, in effect, defended the Chinese, said there was no jurisdiction. This is what we've got to resolve. Now, we're contacting you right now to see if you'll be able to link into the audio, Ruth and Ari. They have not been kidnapped. They're sitting there.
Will you unlock your phone? I'm your phone. I'm sorry.
Can you hear me? They can't hear me either.
They didn't join the audio after I'm calling them right now.
Right. Okay. Let me talk to you about what we're going to do in the afternoon. We're going to have a number of speakers. We're going to break for lunch in a little bit. And here they go. Here they're coming in right now. No country is perfect, but we aspire to create a more perfect nation. And my colleagues in Israel are doing the same thing. Ruth and Ari, can you hear me?
Hello?
There you are. Now we've got
Hello?
you. Now we've got you. We can hear you. Your hand is blocking the camera. Okay. Yeah, turn it back. There we go. We've got you. We see you. We hear you. I just explained.
Hello?
Yes, can you hear me? Okay.
Hello?
Yes. Can you hear me,
Oh,
Ruth?
hi.
Yes. Okay,
Hi,
we
Larry.
can't. Hi, we can't see you. We see a book with a Hebrew spine.
My God.
Yeah, that's okay. Don't.
You
You can speak. We know what you look like now, so we don't need to see you. You can just speak.
know what? Let me connect again.
Right. That's why we're lawyers. If we had technical prowess, if we'd be doing something else, I'd be a rocket scientist. Okay, here they come again. Okay, you can hear us now. There you
Larry?
are. Okay, we finally have hooked up.
Great.
So I gave a little introduction as to who you are. Very brave people of the world, very brave Israelis, a country which is dear to my heart in addition to this country. I am a proud Zionist, I might add. And people who have been my partners in trying to bring about justice with regard to the communist Chinese, who obviously created a bioweapon that destroyed much of the world and is continuing to do it. You brought it. And I explained to our participants at the Third Continental Congress, and behind me is Independence Hall. I hope that you'll visit someday here and see the birthplace of liberty in this country. I've visited Israel many times. I know the birthplace of liberty in your country. But What's interesting is that it was the Israeli Ministry of Justice which actually intervened in our case, and I suspect that will happen in the case that I brought in Dallas, Texas, which is similar to the one that we brought in Israel, to get compensation for the victims of COVID-19 against the Communist Chinese. But the Ministry of Justice intervened and actually advocated on behalf of the Communist Chinese that there's no jurisdiction. The court hasn't made a decision yet, and I hope to come to Israel when that's heard. But tell us a little bit about that case. We have about 15 minutes. Tell us what you're doing with regard to the Nuremberg Convention in The Hague, Netherlands, with regard to what is in effect forced vaccinations in Israel in one manner, shape, or form, and how you are true human rights advocates, and how the legal system in both of our countries needs a lot of work to become much more responsive to the needs and interests of the people, much more the interests of God, which stands above all of us. Take it away.
Happy 4th of July, everybody from Israel. I'm Ruth, and this is
Eric. Happy 4th of July.
We filed a complaint to the criminal court in Hague against a violation of a Nuremberg Code and crimes against humanity regarding the vaccination. I'm not sure that I can even call it a vaccination. Basically, it's a trial experiment in stage clinical 3. The reason we filed it and we call it a violation of Nuremberg Code is when you make an experiment, you need the consent of the participant. In this case, Israel didn't notify the participant, the Israeli citizens, that we're talking about an experiment. It's not really FDA approved, it's only emergency approved. And the people who took this experiment thought that it was FDA approved. Nobody made them sign a consent. If you don't know that it's an experiment, how can you show consent? You don't even know what are you injecting into your body. And so many countries join our complaint: Italy, France, Norway, Sweden, and many, many other countries. We see a lot of people that are getting killed from this dangerous vaccination experiment. A lot of people got injured. We know about a lot of young people like 16, 18 with heart inflammation, heart attacks. Why would a young soldier, 18 years old, would have an heart attack? Those things never happened before in Israel. 85% of the Israeli army was vaccinated, and this is something that should worry all of us, the citizens of Israel. We know about pregnant women that lost their babies as a result of taking the vaccination while they were pregnant. We know about people that just went to sleep and didn't wake up. So far, we know about 5,000 people that died from this dangerous experiment, and so many injured people. And unfortunately, now they move to our children, and this is a great concern and a big danger to the Israeli citizens.
Yeah. Hello. I want to emphasize that nowadays our liberties, our fundamental rights to decide whether to take any medicine or any experimental medicine to our body is at risk, because citizens here in Israel, and I think also in United States, feeling that the government are forcing this vaccine very hard, and people, it's a condition to go to work, or in Israel to enter places. If you're not vaccinated, you cannot enter places or go to work. So I think that our countries must emphasize the freedom of the citizens upon their bodies, upon the medical decisions. Each person has a right to decide whether to take a medicine into his body and not forcing him to take this experimental vaccine. This is what I think is important to emphasize.
I would like to add regarding the history of the WHO, the World Health Organization. We know about paperclip operation after Second World War II. The Nazi scientists were transferred from Germany to United States, to Argentina. And those Nazi scientists are the ones that founded the WHO. They founded the United Nations. They founded NASA. And those previously Nazi scientists that were transferred during paperclip operation to United States are the one who controlling the WHO and forcing us to put this dangerous DNA material into our body. And we
have a lot of material to go over in terms of investigating what goes on. I used to represent the FDA at the Justice Department, so I know a lot about it. There's no new drug application. Nothing has been approved finally. So people need to have the freedom, and that's what we're talking about during this conference. We have many distinguished people here to make their own choice, to live their own life. We don't want to endanger anybody else, but we don't want others to endanger us. So I want to thank you, Ari and Ruth, for what you're doing in Israel. I know you love your country. I love your country. The people here love your country. We are joined at the hip. Our continued existence is dependent on both countries. We are the home, not just of King David, of Moses, but also of Jesus Christ. We Jews and Christians are one people, and we must stand up for the rights of man given to us by the grace of God. As I said, standing behind me before you could come on and we had any sound is the Independence Hall. This is where liberty all began in this country. And in Israel, it began long before 1948. And you are fighting today to keep your country free, but also inside of your own country to keep your citizens free. So we thank you for what you do. You are our true allies. You are our friends. You are fellow citizens of God.
Thank you for having us.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Now let's take 10 minutes before lunch. I want to introduce you to John Mosley, who has worked with me at Judicial Watch and Freedom Watch. You want to say a few words, John? Okay. He's a very fine lawyer, and he works with me on many different cases. He's also dealing with me in a case right now with someone who will speak later today, whose constitutional rights have been violated, who was at the Capitol that day on January 6th, 2021. Don't talk about that, John, because we're defending that person. But give us your thoughts. Thank you.
Well, we've talked here and there about the main work of Judicial Watch in dealing with the judicial branch, but I want to talk a little bit more directly. Freedom Watch.
I found it Judicial Watch.
Yeah. Well, I want to say I first worked for Larry Klayman in 1998, and he was working very hard there and with a lot of other people to make changes, and part of to right the ship. Part of the problem here is we have a theme of the long train of abuses that our Declaration of Independence refers to in the 1770s and leading up to it. And today we're examining, today and yesterday, a lot about what is the current state of an arrogant and condescending government and where are we? And I've always been taught that this is a very delicate subject because our founders did not run off half-cocked. They tried every possible way to correct things, to right the ship, to get cooperation from London and the Crown and try to make things right. And revolution was their last resort, not their first instinct. They tried everything possible. And as far back as 1998, when I worked for Larry Klayman then, he and other conservative leaders were trying very hard to fix what's wrong here. And this has been going on a long time. And now we're reaching the point where, as we go into these things, look at the situation, it's like, do we have anything else that we haven't tried? And I think it's important to recognize that I think God puts us in a situation where we put a T in the road, a fork in the road in front of the people who are doing wrong and give them the chance to do it right, and they continue to choose to do it wrong. As Larry Klayman has pointed out, he worked to help break up AT&T, a massive effort, and because there was a monopoly abuse. Now we're seeing big tech, and a judge just threw out a similar effort. Can we do today what the efforts were made in the past? And of course, Larry brought out a lot of the abuses of the political side of China, and he touched on that, and involved some issues where campaign finance was not only illegally put into our system, but at the expense of giving China better guidance technology on their intercontinental ballistic missiles. And just massive scandals that went on. And in all of these efforts, our establishment is given the chance to say, are you going to wake up? Are you going to stop? Are you going to turn around? And unfortunately, the result has been no, 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 no. They're not going to change. So it calls on us, like I say, I don't want to even think about making radical changes. In fact, I'm tempted whether or not to read this crucial section. Much of our Declaration of Independence reads like a political indictment of why, as we've talked about, the importance of telling the world. I think that was brilliant that the Declaration could have been associated with a failed revolution, and yet it would still stand the test of time, as Alan Keyes was telling us. And it says, prudence indeed will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes. And accordingly, all experience has shown that mankind is more disposed to suffer, while evils are sufferable, than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. And there should be a but there. But when an ever-increasing train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and provide more guards for securing their future. And I'm very uncomfortable with saying, where are we? But I think we have to examine, where are we in this process? Many of the things that Larry Klayman did back in the 90s and things, I've looked at and seen how the courts have closed those doors. Like on Freedom of Information Act, he did tremendous things with the China Gate and everything like that. And in the last 25 years since then, precedents in the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia have basically written that out of the law, saying that you can't do what Larry did before. It seems to me whenever a law allows the citizenry redress, the courts will find a way to slam that door shut. And again, I believe that's a cross in the road. It's like, God is saying, are you going to respond? Are you going to do right? Or are you going to go the other way? And it seems like so many of these things, they've gone the other way. And one of the ones I wanted to touch on briefly was standing. Again, we have this big controversy about the validity of the election, to the point where Rudy Giuliani has been temporarily suspended pretty much for nothing other than advocating for a clean election, if you read it carefully. But we had 20 states who went to the U.S. Supreme Court and said Article 2, Section 1 of the U.S. Constitution gives only the state legislature the right to control the presidential election in each state. And this was clear cut. I wrote a friend of the court brief with David Carroll for the White House Defense Fund at the time. And I wrote it, in time thinking, this has to be clear cut, undeniable for Amy Coney Barrett, saying this has to be irresistibly clear. And I learned a lot from Larry over the years. He's editing my stuff, and yet they didn't even hear the case. So, and yet in Massachusetts v. EPA a few years earlier, as Court of Appeals Justice Janice Rogers did a wonderful job in her dissent in Sheriff Arpaio's case, which I'll get to in a second, they played all kinds of game with standing. Maybe in 100 years, Massachusetts might lose a few inches of beach when it's already too cold and frozen to begin with. So if it's global warming, their beach is probably worth more. And these are all analysis that was used against Sheriff Arpaio's case and other cases. The exact opposite, completely inconsistent. And so here we have 20 states who want to uphold Article 2, Section 1 of the U.S. Constitution, which would have changed the result if they just followed the rules in the state legislature instead of COVID. And I mean, I cannot think of a more stunning middle finger to the country than to say, we're not even going to, they didn't hear it and decide against us. They said, we're not even going to bother to hear it on basis of standing. Now, some years ago during the Obama administration, of course, Obama issued a proclamation, an executive order saying that that he was going to give amnesty to the parents, previously done it for children arrivals, people who arrived when they were children illegally from other countries who were now maybe 35 years old. They're not necessarily children. And then they were going to vastly expand it to be to the parents of those people. And Sheriff Arpaio, once again, taking the brave approach, which many others, because we have to have a plaintiff usually, and to do what we do. And a lot of people, they won't stamp up. But Sheriff Arpaio stood up to be the plaintiff on behalf of the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office, and we managed to file a lawsuit within hours of Obama's proclamation. And then we went up through the courts, and a judge there again played this game with standing. It said, because we knew this was going to be an issue. It's not like it was a surprise. And we documented all of these things about the impact on the sheriff's office, and no standing. Fortunately, what did happen is I think we inspired, as Larry often says, we inspired the state of Texas and I don't remember, 24 other states to join in and copy that example of the Arpaio case. They went up through the Fifth Circuit instead of the D.C. Circuit, where the Fifth Circuit upheld them. A tremendous judge, as far as I know, in Texas. Okay.
Andrew Hanen.
Yes, thank you, Andrew Hanen. And then the Fifth Circuit stood behind them, and the Supreme Court was deadlocked 4-4 with a vacancy. So that stood, and that whole thing got shut down.
And we played a role in it.
Oh, yes. I hope that's obvious.
We intervened.
Yes, we also intervened. That's right. Sheriff Arpaio, with the help of Freedom Watch, Larry Klayman, and my work on it, we filed a friend of the court brief on behalf of Texas, and repeating something, and it was really delightful. I don't think much of a big chunk of that brief was quoting from African-American Judge Janice Rogers Brown. When you're quoting to the Supreme Court from the dissent by another judge, I just enjoyed that a great deal. She's a very sweet lady, very professional, but she eviscerated them, with Southern charm, I guess. I don't know. She just tore them apart on this inconsistency, this erratic use of standing as a way to block. And I would joke with people, and I will stand behind it, that here's how you know standing in one or two sentences. If you're a liberal trying to expand the state, you have standing. If you're a conservative trying to hold us accountable, you don't have standing. And it's pretty much what it comes down to. And remember that standing is not written. Judges just made it up. But again, I come back to, and I need to conclude, we come back to the fact that, sadly, one branch of our government, the judiciary, is just not there to help to allow the citizenry to try to right the ship. And I think we're reaching the point, more and more where Larry, was working very hard years ago to try to use the system to deal with these things. And it's more far gone than we would like to think. I think most of the activists and the politicians trying to do right have underestimated how rotten the tree really is. And we've been trying to do the right thing, and it's just worse. So I don't know where that leaves us, but I think we have to take it very, very seriously and very soberly in terms of what we're going to do next.
Thank you, John. For that.
Sure.
Thank you for that very fine presentation. I'll give you a little bit of insight here. Is that the judge, and it's written about in my book, It Takes a Revolution, Forget the Scandal Industry. She's one of the offenders, the top 10 in the Judicial Hall of Shame, Earl Howe. Nice lady, but completely confused and corrupted by the left. A protege of Senator Patrick Leahy on the Judiciary Committee. She said, oh, it's just a political issue. I'm not going to deal with it. Went up to the D.C. Circuit. They didn't want to deal with it either, a very leftist panel. And copying a complaint, John did the first draft, give him great credit for that he had written on behalf of Freedom Watch with my edits and input, is that the state's attorney general actually copied that complaint virtually verbatim and filed it in Texas, went up through the courts, and ultimately we won. It was a 3-3 decision at the Supreme Court, 3-3 because Justice Scalia had passed away, and a 3-3 tie, the Fifth Circuit's was affirmed. But one of the things that we're recommending in terms of this Third Continental Congress to try to fix this broken, if not politically corrupted legal system, is to expand the concept of standing. In other words, under our Constitution, those who have a case of controversy can go to federal court. Well, you have a case or controversy if you're affected by it. So an ordinary citizen who is affected, whether directly or indirectly, should be able to bring a lawsuit to seek redress in the courts. In the state of Florida, my home state, for instance, anyone, a voter or a taxpayer, can challenge a fraudulent election or misconduct. You can bring a case. In fact, you all might remember my sitting there in Gore v. Bush in Tallahassee in front of Judge Sanders Sauls when that case was decided. I had standing as a Florida citizen to be there. So we need to expand that concept. And in this country, the legal system has been crafted by the political elite to protect them, but to protect few of the rest of us. And you're just considered a nuisance generally if you go into court as an ordinary citizen. But without a legal system that will redress our grievances, as Jefferson predicted, as we've talked about throughout this conference, with judges unelected, unaccountable to the people, who become despots and tyrants, who will not recognize that they have to resolve the differences between the three branches of government, but they're going to go along with what the other two branches want because they're part of that establishment, then we are truly in a revolutionary mode. And that was the mode that our founding fathers were in when King George III stole our legal system and took it back to London, England, and said, you have no say in what I'm going to do. Now we're going to ram it down your throat with one edict, otherwise known as executive order, after another. And what has Biden been doing for the first 5 months? Ramming things down our throat with judges, even Republican judges, appointed by Trump. He didn't know who he was appointing. They were appointed with the recommendation of Republican lobbyists of the Federalist Society, American Conservative Union, and others. I document it in my book. There's a chapter. The more things change, as they say in French, the more they remain the same. These judges are a little better than the Clinton and Obama judges, and that's the quandary that we find ourselves in. So let's break for lunch. We'll pick it up after lunch. Thank you for your attentiveness and listening to all of the great speakers that we have here today with our objective to save this country.
Thank you, everyone. The live broadcast will resume in about 1 hour.
I now want to introduce you to a very fine, honest, and sincere activist by the name of Simon Campbell. He will speak.
Well, thank you very much, Larry, and thank you to Freedom Watch for inviting me. It's lovely to be here. Now, whenever I open my mouth and start talking, I kind of get that look, everybody in the room, and I just want to confess that it's true, my accent, I am from Alabama. This is true, yes. So, good. There's 3 people who haven't heard that joke before. No, I was born and raised in the United Kingdom. And I moved to the States, settled here in 2004, so I've been here 17 years at this point. And in January 2009, I completed the naturalization process. So today I'm a naturalized United States citizen. And thank you. Yes, you can clap, it's good, I take applause. And it's a very interesting experience becoming a naturalized US citizen versus folks, I assume most of you in this room, who are native-born Americans. I often make the comment that sometimes folks that have been through the naturalization process, who are here through the legal immigration process, which can take years, are the most passionate of Americans. And when I went through the process, you know, there's a background check, they take your fingerprints, criminal background check, and you have to do the citizenship test. And you cannot become a United States citizen through the naturalization process until you've passed the test. It's a legal requirement. And I've often made the point that I think it would be great if the United States citizenship test was given blind to every high school graduate and every elected official in this country to see how many of them would flunk it. Because, you know, understanding the basics of this country, you can't become an American until you pass that test. And so I guess I passed the test. I got 10 out of 10 questions right. And then they test you on the language. And I said to the guy, you know, well, I speak 2 languages, English and American. Which one do you want? And I thought, either I'm going to get thrown out of the room or he's going to laugh. Thankfully, someone in federal government had a sense of humor. So they let me become a citizen. And that day in the naturalization ceremony, just actually a couple of miles across town in the federal building, the final step is the ceremony when they give you your certificate, your naturalization certificate. And that's the point at which they allow you to bring family members with you. And that day, there was probably about 60, a little over 60 of us becoming naturalized from over, I think they said, 30 different countries. And you really, really, in that room, get a sense of what it means to be an American. I looked around the room, you know, I sort of feel like coming from the United Kingdom, a place with democratic principles built in. You know, it felt a little different for me personally than seeing some of the others in the room that had probably come from terrible countries, you know, poverty-stricken countries, countries run by tyrants. And that day in the ceremony room, many folks had tears in their eyes. And that's when you get a sense of, wow, you know, what is America? For those folks, freedom is why they're here. That's why they had tears in their eyes. And I remember they give you this book of quotes from former presidents, inspirational quotes. And one of the former presidents stood out, my favorite former president, President Ronald Reagan. He said something like, and I'm paraphrasing now, reading one of these inspirational quotes. He said something like, you can go to Italy, move to Italy, but you'll never become an Italian. You can move to France, but you'll never become French. He said, but anyone from any corner of the world can move to America and become an American. And I thought, wow. And that's so true when you think about it. No, we don't say as Americans, we don't look at people based on their skin color, their background, their ethnicity, what country they're from. Coming here and living here is about a belief in a set of ideas as to what this country is about. And so not long after I became naturalized, in fact, a month later, I decided to do something profoundly stupid called run for public office. Local public office, not the big federal kind. I'm talking about school board director, literally a month after I became naturalized. And it was kind of an interesting time because running for school board director with my beliefs and values, let's just say that me and the teachers union don't exactly get along with each other. When they're not my biggest fan and I'm not their biggest fan, to put it mildly. Nonetheless, I got elected and served my 1 term. 1 term is enough for someone like me, believe me. My head just explodes with what I see going on inside government. People used to call me Mr. Campbell as a school board director. And I'm like, no, my name's Simon, really. I'm one of you. Like, please don't give me this whole honorary title thing. You know, my view was government of the people, by the people, and for the people, and just call me Simon. I'm sitting on the inside so I can tell you what they're up to. And so while I served my term, like I said, because the teachers union was not my biggest fan, they used to bring out people at public comment to sort of speak against me, right? And one guy they brought out at public comment, union guy, let it rip for 5 minutes at a public school board meeting. You're just trying to destroy the working class, the working people, blah, blah, blah. He said to me, you're like the bastard child of Margaret Thatcher. That's what he said at public comment. And I'm sitting there, right, as a public official, you sit there and people speak and you do. And I took the view, I'm a public official, I'm in government. You have to have a thick skin, right? You soak it up. He went on a tirade for 5 minutes. He made the superintendent and the school solicitor so nervous about what he was saying that they didn't post the tape of the meeting on the school district's website the next day. And apparently the superintendent and solicitor were worried that I might sue the school district for defamation if they put the tape online. And I'm fuming with the pair of them. I said, what do you mean the tape isn't online? This is a public government meeting. He had every right to call me the bastard child of Margaret Thatcher. It's his constitutional right to free speech. So I'm advocating on behalf of my vociferous critic that he not be censored. The school solicitor was twitching and all nervous. And I said, Mike, that was his name. I said, Mike, I have no patience with this. Would you like me to sign a little disclaimer promising I won't sue the school district I'm elected to govern if you put the tape online? He goes, oh, well, that would help, Simon. I literally hand wrote it out, faxed it to his office, and then he called the superintendent. Said, well, now the tape can go online. Simon would waive any rights anyway. Then I called the superintendent back and I said, don't ever cut the tape of a government meeting again. And I said, Paul, by the way, bastard child of Margaret Thatcher, I took it as a compliment. So I come forward to today because I've kind of been in the news the last couple of weeks, all over national news, for speaking at public comment at the same school board meeting that I served on the school board 10 years ago, where today's school board in my local school district are censoring people at public comment. The school solicitor shouting at people to be silent and sit down, cutting the tape of public government meetings because citizens are saying things that the government does not like. So I'm a little bit of a First Amendment road warrior, to be candid about it, because I found out that a number of folks in my local school district were wanting to speak against critical race theory in my local public school district. And I met them all, at an activist house, and they were telling me about how 3 of them had been silenced and intimidated. 1 of them had Actually, 3 of them had their speech cut from the public comment tape. And one lady was telling me she tried to speak at the May school board meeting on this issue of critical race theory, but felt too intimidated to come to the microphone and speak to her local school board because of the intimidation that she'd seen happen to other citizens. And I'm thinking to myself, this is the United States of America. And this was an ordinary, everyday mom, not a loudmouth like me. And I was fuming. I was like, how can we be in a society, America, how can you be in America where no matter what the public policy issue is, critical race theory or any other, an everyday mom is now too scared to come and speak to her school board because she will be told to shut up, sit down by the government. So I found out about this, and so I spoke at I decided I was going to speak at public comment, primarily on the issue of governmental censorship and intimidation tactics, because this is the thing that the radical left are doing. It's not just, I like to tell folks, and these are my conservative folks, I don't like to give away my political ideology. I say to my conservative friends, you're nice, like you're nice people. The radical left are not nice people, okay? They will use the tools of government against you to try to silence and intimidate you. So when I spoke at public comment, and the school solicitor tried to do what he did with the other 3 spokes, try to shut me up, tell me I have to be nice and I can't insult the school board president because I called her Benito Mussolini, for the fascist censorship of speech, because, she's a fascist dictator as far as I'm concerned. He tried to interrupt me, and I had in my phone here case law, constitutional case law, a very famous case, most lawyers know it, New York Times versus Sullivan, which basically is a case that says you don't have to be nice to the government. And that's a time-honored American tradition, isn't it, when you think about it? I mean, George Washington wasn't very nice to King George. So this country was founded on not being nice to government. So I'm in a government meeting, right, and he's telling me I have to be nice. And I literally interrupted him, read a section of New York Times versus Sullivan and said, actually, I can be caustic with you, I can be vehement, I can say whatever I want in criticism. He instantly shut up when I quoted First Amendment case law to him, right? And then I put the tape on my YouTube channel. This is only like 2 weeks ago, about 2 weeks ago. And my YouTube channel had 300 subscribers on it. My biggest video was like 800 views. I put it up there just for the sake of it, right? And then 3 days later, I was out at dinner with my daughter on Father's Day. And she goes, Dad, your YouTube video is at 4,900 views. And I'm like, yes, my biggest video is now 5 times bigger than the last one. And then it was like 5,100 by the time we left dinner. And I'm bragging about what a big shot I am with 5,000 views. Two days later, she goes, oh, it's on TikTok, Dad. It's at 1.2 million. And I'm like, what? What, are you kidding me? Like a day later, I'm getting phone calls from like Sebastian Gorka. I did Laura Ingraham like the next day. I was on Glenn Beck. And this whole thing just exploded because I mouthed off at the government quoting constitutional case law from an iPhone, literally. And what I look back on it now, and I get phone calls from all over the place. And what amazes me is I don't think it's that what I said was that relevant as it was what I was talking about clearly tapped into something. And the biggest platform it went on was TikTok. I don't even understand what that is. My daughter had to explain it to me. And apparently a lot of young people on it. I'm like, cool. If young people are interested in the Constitution, then absolutely fantastic. So what I think I'm going to do with my YouTube channel, if you want to subscribe, just look up Simon Campbell Pensbury or Simon Campbell Mouthing Off. You'll probably find me somewhere. Is actually use that to try to educate folks who are interested in local office, to try to encourage them to run for local office, or if they don't want to run, to speak out. Because what I see going on, a lot of folks are very focused on the federal level or the state level. But you can make a difference in your local community at the school board level simply by showing up with some friends and get involved, get active, because that's where the radical left are, folks. They're at the school board level. Then those folks want to run for state rep, then they want to run for Congress. And a lot of people don't vote in local elections, and they really, really should, because there's a lot of bad stuff going on. You know, in my school district, the censorship was being driven by the director of, what's the title? Equity, diversity, and education. We got public record emails under the Right to Know law, where that director of equity is lobbying the school board solicitor and president, the superintendent and the school board president, to censor a guy's speech simply for speaking out about critical race theory. So it's a bit like, imagine there's a public policy debate behind a door with a closed room, and you want to go in and you want to have your views heard. You want to be part of that thing we called America, right? Talking about issues. Only imagine that there's a thug on the door not letting you in. And the thug is called the radical left, often using the power of government to silence you and stop you coming in the room. Loudoun County, we saw sheriff's deputies arresting people. In my school district, we got the school solicitor, taxpayer funded, literally shouting at people to be quiet, turn the microphone off, sit down at a government meeting. That fundamentally violates the whole idea of America. So I encourage everybody to get involved at the local level and use your voice to be heard at school board meetings, to run for office, to get rid of the bad guys in office. Because if we don't have a First Amendment right to speak on these issues, we don't go anywhere. And the other thing I want to talk about, and just, Larry, if I'm running over, just kick me or something, okay, is Pennsylvania. I'm going to say something provocative about Pennsylvania, okay? Birthplace of freedom, right? Everyone uses the expression, we have free speech. Actually, if you live in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, you don't have free speech. You only have as much speech as you can afford to pay in legal fees. And the reason I say that is we do not have any kind of viable anti-SLAPP law. So I'm going to educate you in just 1 second on SLAPP. Because SLAPP, how many of you familiar, show of hands, know what that is? Okay, it's capital S, capital L, APP. It stands for Strategic Lawsuit Against Public Participation. And what it is where the powerful use our court system to sue someone frivolously with no way they can win, simply to make you spend money, tie you up in discovery and depositions in order to intimidate you into silence. It's called SLAPP. And it is a foundational attack on what it means to live in this country. It's where people with money want to intimidate and silence people who don't have as much money. Activists, grassroots activists. And my prediction is you're going to see the radical left using more SLAPP suits moving forward. And how do I know this? I got involved in one. PSBA. How many of you know what PSBA is? PSBA, Pennsylvania School Boards Association. Taxpayer funded. 500 school districts in Pennsylvania. Most of them, if not all of them, are joined as PSBA, government entity members. They sued me in 2017 frivolously for defamation, tortuous interference with contract, that makes me laugh, and abuse of process. They said that I interfered in their contractual relations with government. In other words, they sell their services to school districts, get public money for it, and they said I was interfering in that. And I'm like, yeah, because I consider you people a waste of taxpayer money, right? So I lobbied and advocated with 500 school districts to terminate the services of PSBA because they're a waste of money. They said I was interfering in their business. Now, anyone that knows anything about the Constitution knows that your right to petition government, ask the government to do something, don't raise my taxes, fire the law firm, they're horrible, the window cleaning company doing a terrible job cleaning the windows, get rid of them. In this case, fire PSBA, is a protected, constitutionally protected petitioning right. Sued me anyway, frivolously. It was a SLAPP suit, S-L-A-P-P. I sued them back in federal court going on offense. I sued them for First Amendment retaliation. And in the courthouse across the street, the federal judge said, yes, Mr. Campbell, PSBA sued you frivolously. In fact, the entirety of their lawsuit was, quote, objectively baseless. And I'm thinking, right, just give me my legal fees back then, right? It was government officials, school board directors that voted to file the SLAPP suit on me, right? Only, he said, thing is, because the government officials that authorized you being sued frivolously subjectively believed in the merits of the SLAPP suit, they get immunity. And I'm like, what did you just say? What did you just say? So we filed an appeal to the Third Circuit. Third Circuit said pretty much the same thing. And I cannot find a single lawyer who actually understands this decision. I see we've got some Esquires in the room. If you want to look up Campbell versus PSBA in the Third Circuit, please do. Because if you as a lawyer can even understand it, give me a phone call, because I haven't met a lawyer that can. The Third Circuit agreed that government officials who acted in retaliation for what the Third Circuit said was protected, constitutionally protected speech, could get immunity because they subjectively believed in their objectively baseless lawsuit. That's now case law in Pennsylvania. And the Third Circuit, in fact. So if you live in the Third Circuit, that's now case law. And there's a real danger here in that, with that being case law, if you want to become an activist, speak out that the left are going to use SLAPP suits against you to intimidate you and silence you. And we need a strong anti-SLAPP law in the state of Pennsylvania. Certain states have one. Texas has a good one. California has a good one. It actually tends to be a fairly nonpartisan issue. But we don't have one in Pennsylvania, the birthplace of freedom. The only SLAPP law we have in Pennsylvania is if you are speaking on an environmental issue in Harrisburg and you're testifying, then you can't be subject to a SLAPP suit. And I'm like, since when did environmentalists get special First Amendment rights that I don't get? This is completely and utterly ridiculous. So the point to SLAPPs is this. And I encourage all of you, go lobby your state reps in Harrisburg if you haven't done so yet. Tell them you want House Bill 95 passed into law, because you heard Simon talk about it. I worked with the chief sponsor on that bill, and it needs to become law. An anti-SLAPP law is a tool that state legislatures can enact to serve as a wall of protection around the First Amendment. Because it's one thing to say I have the constitutional right to speak, to engage in free speech, but you don't have a constitutional right not to be sued frivolously, right? And when you are, if you don't have an anti-SLAPP law to protect you, to get that thing tossed out of court quickly, you can be severely harmed. And so what I would say in wrapping up, I'm guessing on my time here, is that it's really, really important that folks get involved at the local level, okay? Know who your school board directors are. File public records requests. There's a right to know law, which is different than the Freedom of Information Act. It's state law that applies to local government entities, okay? Find out what they're saying and doing. Request emails. The reason that things blew up in the media with me in Pensbury is because we got emails, me and some activists, showing the government's censorship agenda in writing. We had a situation where the school board president put out a press statement against a prior public comment speaker, saying that because she didn't like the speech of the speaker on critical race theory, that the school board president was going to do better at hitting the mute button at a public meeting. Can you imagine that? A government meeting, public comment, required under the Sunshine Act. The school board president is announcing in a press release she'll do better turning your microphone off if she doesn't like what you have to say. That's actually what's happening in my school district. And it's not just my school district. I got a phone call, from a school board director in another school district saying they wanted to set up a diversity and equity committee where the members of the committee wanted to remain anonymous. Are you kidding me? Government, I mean, I'm a huge, vampires do their dirty work in darkness, okay? Sunlight is how they get defeated. When ordinary, everyday Americans, and I don't care whether you're Republican or Democrat, see government acting in bad ways, censorship ways, even if you are a liberal Democrat and you like what they're doing with critical race theory, even a lot of those folks don't like censorship. And I'm talking about ordinary, everyday voters, not the far left political activists. So I think it's very important that the First Amendment fight be fought at the local level, that you learn how to make right to know law requests. Come on my YouTube channel and I'll teach you how to make right to know requests if you've never done it. Get involved in your local community, because I'm just one guy with a phone. And if I can be on national TV in 8 days of just mouthing off about the Constitution, then I'm not saying you can be on national TV necessarily, but you can make an impact in your local community by getting involved at that level. So I want to thank you all very much for inviting me, and thank you, Larry.
Thank you, Simon. Simon made some excellent points. I'll be brief. It's interesting. In addition to whether or not one should have free speech, and of course both Jefferson and Franklin and everyone, as I quoted before, that was a fundamental reason for the Revolution, for the Declaration of Independence, is that the biggest problem you had, Simon, was the judge. Okay, because you have the ability, whether you're a lawyer or a private person, if someone brings a frivolous case, you don't even need SLAPP. You have what's called Rule 11, you have 18 U.S.C. 1927 sanctions, 28 U.S.C. 1927 sanctions. But let me tell you how it works in reverse. In your case, SLAPP would have helped you. But suppose you have a client like I have in Alabama, Roy Moore, who was branded as a pedophile. And suppose there's a SLAPP statute with protecting the leftist media and the Democrat Party that tries to destroy you. And what the judges are doing now with SLAPP statutes in federal court and in state court, where it's applicable, is saying that you have to prove in your original complaint all the facts that you would otherwise be able to prove through discovery and at trial. And that's a very high threshold to get over. So when you have a leftist media that is trying to destroy activists, trying to destroy people of faith, trying to destroy others, and you have these SLAPP statutes, the judges are throwing these cases out. Now, in Simon's case, yes, that should have been exercised and he should have gotten his attorney's fees. So what we need to do is craft legislation which protects everybody, which protects not just the American people in terms at the grassroots level, but also protects them against these very big media entities. And I think the reason that the judge went the way he did and the Third Circuit went the way they did, now I don't know the case, Simon, is because they were protecting the powerful vested interest. You were nothing to them. They just threw you out like the trash. And that's the basic problem. We, the American people, are not the trash. We are, in fact, this country. So Simon absolutely has the right idea with regard to protecting First Amendment rights, and I commend him for that. And everybody else who stands for First Amendment rights is the only way that we're going to preserve liberty in this country. Let me turn it over to another activist, Robert Petrone, also a very distinguished guest from Philadelphia, brought to us by Stan Casaccio. And the lectern is yours.
Fellow members and attendees of this Third Continental Congress, we sit here today in halls dedicated to the Constitution of the United States and other founding documents, the earliest being the Declaration of Independence, the unanimous adoption of which by the Second Continental Congress occurred a block away this week in 1776. Now, certain revisionists will argue that our nation was not born on that date, but in the year 1619, when the first African slaves were transported to the British colony of Virginia. But I submit to you that the genesis of Western culture in the Americas started even earlier than that. On October 12th, 1492, when Christopher Columbus first made landfall in the Bahamas, evidence indicates that he was not the first European to make such landfall. Norse explorers set up temporary way stations in North America to collect lumber. Columbus himself was driven by by tales of Portuguese sailors about lands across the Atlantic Ocean and the writings of the ancients. Modern archaeologists have even discovered Roman swords and helmets off the shore of the Carolinas. But Christopher Columbus was the first to unite the nations of the Old World with the tribes of New World, ushering in more than 500 years of cultural, economic, and political relations between the Old World and the New, commencing a perpetual exchange of science, technology, law, commerce, art, music, literature, and people, benefiting and enriching the globe from pole to pole. Columbus's detractors, those same revisionists who propose that America started in 1619, like to portray him as a racist, rapist, maimer, murderer, slaver, slave owner, grifter, and genocide heir, all of which is a lie. In fact, there are two types of lies. The type where you simply say something that is untrue, such as that Albania is the smallest country in the world, and a deeper, more vile type of lie where you actually say the opposite of what is true, such as that Russia is the smallest country in the world. Well, it's that latter, more pernicious type of lie, the opposite of what is true, that the detractors engage in when they call Christopher Columbus these things. In fact, Christopher Columbus was none of these things: racist, rapist, maimer, murderer, slaver, slave owner, grifter, or genocide heir, but was, in fact, the first civil rights activist of the Americas. Christopher Columbus conducted the first Underground Railroad of the Americas, the second Underground Railroad of the Americas, and the third Underground Railroad of the Americas. The Underground Railroad that Harriet Tubman participated in was actually the fourth Underground Railroad to have taken place in North America. Christopher Columbus also arrived in the West Indies at a time when cannibalistic Caribs were in the middle of a campaign of genocide against all the other tribes of the West Indies. We don't know how many tribes once inhabited the West Indies. We know that by the time the Europeans got there, the Caribs had slaughtered all but two, the Taino tribe and the paltry remains of the Siboney tribe. Had the Europeans delayed a few more months, there may have been no Siboney tribe at all. But Columbus put a stop to the Caribs' campaign of genocide. He also put a stop to the genocide of the Tainos by the Spaniards by prohibiting them as their governor from enslaving or otherwise harming the Tainos. This became a point of contention between the Spanish nobles, the Hidalgos, and Columbus. When they removed him from office and began enslaving and killing the Tainos anyway, he conducted the second and the third Underground Railroads, shuttling enslaved Tainos to Spain to be liberated. He did this so often, the exasperated Queen of Spain exhorted him to stop because she didn't know what to do with all of these people. After the Queen's death, Columbus successfully petitioned the widowed King of Spain to promulgate a royal decree, the first civil rights legislation of the Americas, declaring that, quote, all the Indians of Hispaniola were to be left free, not subject to servitude, unmolested and unharmed, and allowed to live like free vassals under law, just like any other vassal in the kingdom of Castile, end quote. These are Christopher Columbus's words. They were adopted wholesale by the King of Spain into the civil rights legislation. So why the lies about Columbus? More specifically, why the more pernicious of the types of lies about Columbus, the type where revisionists say the opposite about him than what is true? Because Columbus permanently brought Western culture to the shores of the New World. And to paint Columbus, however falsely, as evil, racist, and fundamentally flawed, is to paint Western culture as evil, structurally racist, and fundamentally flawed, and thus to establish the United States as an evil, structurally racist, and fundamentally flawed country that needs to be torn down and burned to ashes and rebuilt as a subservient Soviet of the megalomaniacal globalist New Order. The West, and specifically the United States, is proving to be the last great obstacle to the globalist New Order's megalomaniacal economic domination of the world, utterly antithetical to the globalist movement of steamrolling the nations of the world into submission is the United States' notions of independence, self-governance, personal liberty, freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, enlightenment, rationalism, legal reasoning, work ethic, free market capitalism, and so forth. All of which boil down into what I call the triumvirate of Western culture: Judeo-Christian morality and ethics, Greco-Roman democracy and law, and the notion that all people are equal in the eyes of their creator. These were the principles Christopher Columbus brought to the New World in 1492, igniting the light that would serve as the lodestar for centuries and civilizations to come. The principles that would shape our republic, our culture, our beliefs, and our actions. As human beings, we would fall short of those ideals again and again in the West, as people all over the world do. But by limiting government and instituting a checks and balance system of power, the Republic would build in a redemptive grace, so that as a people, as a government, we would always be able to redeem ourselves from our human failings, learn from our mistakes, and strive anew for the ideal. A government for the people, of the people, and by the people could never be perfect, because people are never perfect. They're not even necessarily fundamentally good. But the principles are perfect. The principles are good. And as long as they remain in place, the United States will continue to be the freest, least racist, heterogeneous nation in the world, even if individual leaders for a time fall short of those ideas. And the nations of the world that followed the creation of our republic and admired what we had built took great pains to model their own governments, their own constitutions, and their own cultures after ours. Even the nations of the world who hate us have taken pages from our book. In a mere 30 years, for example, one of the world's poorest countries, China, became one of the world's richest countries. After defeating the Nationalist Party in 1949, Mao Zedong promised the people of China he would create, quote, a new China in the form of a socialist utopia where the benevolent state would take care of every citizen to the last detail of their lives. But his radical socialist reforms, the nationalization of industry, the elimination of private business, the confiscation of land, left China in ruins. By 1962, the worst famine in human history, brought on by China's murderous socialist policies, killed 45 million innocent human beings. By 1976, the year of Mao's death, 90% of China's population lived below the poverty line. But in 1978, a grassroots capitalist movement planted the seeds that would transform China. 18 farmers in the village of Zhaogang made a politically dangerous deal with their village leader. After fulfilling the Communist Party's quota of production, they would be permitted to sell the surplus themselves at a profit. In a single year, the village managed to produce more grain than it had in the previous 10 years combined. Other villages caught on, and they followed suit. Mao's successor, Deng Xiaoping, recognized the obvious merits of this free market capitalist model, and rather than punish the farmers, he used their free market capitalist model to transform China, opening it up to trade with the outside world, inviting foreign investments, and loosening the CCP's iron-fisted restrictions on the Chinese people. The freer the Chinese economy became, the wealthier the Chinese people became, to our detriment. In a mere 3 decades, China became a superpower, in large part due to the free market capitalism that formed one of the bastions of Western culture. Now, Christopher Columbus understood this even as early as the 15th century. He was a man ahead of his time, a scientist in the age of superstition, a civil rights activist in the age of opposition and oppression, a pacifist in the age of warmongering, and a capitalist in the age of empires. He pounded the proverbial pavements of Europe, a widowed single father with his 5-year-old son Diego in tow, pitching to the powers of Europe his radical science experiment to find an all-water route to the Indies, seeking an investor to fund his voyage. It worked. He worked hard, sacrificed, sweat, smooth-talked, suffered, and his investment paid off in the end. His landfall in the West Indies marked a singularity in human development, the union of two worlds for the betterment of both. Because of his faith, perseverance, and civil rights activism, he put an end to the mistreatment of the tribal peoples of the West Indies. The tribal peoples and the settlers intermarried, and the Latino people were born. Christopher Columbus, through his heroic deeds, had sired them, the father of the Latino peoples, the bringer of Western culture, the transmogrifier of the earth. And our founding fathers and their contemporaries recognized this. In 1775, Phyllis Wheatley, a 14-year-old, free African-American girl, wrote a poem that so moved General George Washington that he distributed it throughout the 13 colonies. In it, she used Columbia as a personification of the American nation. Thereafter, Columbia and Columbus appeared in myriad poems, songs, and essays, firmly weaving the intrepid mariner into the fabric of American identity. Our founding fathers celebrated the 300th anniversary of Christopher Columbus's landfall on October 12, 1792, 1 year after they named the nation's capital after him and adorned it with many statues and paintings of him, none of which had been created in his life. Since then, 144 places in the United States have been named after Christopher Columbus, including cities, counties, towns, bodies of water, and schools. On June 29th, 1868, the First Vatican Council petitioned for his sainthood. A generation later, in 1892, President Benjamin Harrison proposed a national celebration, and President Franklin Delano Roosevelt institutionalized the federal holiday in 1937, which has continued annually to this day, a celebration of Western culture and its transformation of the world for the better. In the words of young Phyllis Wheatley, celestial choir, enthroned in realms of light, Columbia's scenes of glorious toils I write. While freedom's cause her anxious breasts alarm, she flashes dreadful in refulgent arms. 1 century scarce performed its destined round, when Gallic powers Columbia's fury found. And so, many of you, whoever dares disgrace the land of freedom's heaven-defended race, fixed are the eyes of nations on the scales, for in their hopes Columbia's arm prevails. Anon Britannia droops the pensive head, while round increase the rising hills of dead. Ah, cruel blindness to Columbia's state. Lament thy thirst of boundless power too late. Proceed, great chief, with virtue on thy side. Thy every action let the goddess guide, a crown, a mansion, and a throne that shine with gold unfading. Washington, be thine. Phyllis Wheatley's words are as true and as moving now as they were in 1767. May we never forget them, may we never lose them, and may we never forget or lose who we are. God bless the United States of America, as the elder statesman Benjamin Franklin described it, a republic, if you can keep it. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent, excellent speech. Robert's a lawyer too, so some lawyers are good. I want to introduce you now to Alan Nathan. He's a very deep thinker. Maybe some of you have heard of him. He's a friend of mine I've known a long time in a lot of different settings, and he's coming to us and he's going to give his words of wisdom to the Third Continental Congress.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Looking at a picture that's a little out of sync with the timing of where I'm thinking I'm supposed to be, so I'm going to keep talking. Larry Klayman, kudos to you for having brought about the 3rd Annual Continental Congress. It's something that's been sorely needed for a very long time, long before you ever brought it to us, but I'm glad you did. Folks, you might recall who I am. My name is Alan Nathan. I'm host of the Alan Nathan Show. It's now in its 24th year. It's the longest running centrist show in the country. And I have to confess, while I'm a social progressive, I'm with Larry on virtually everything concerning the Constitution. Now, one of the ways we're supposed to try to correct things is by ensuring that our government begins to work for us. Now, there's a very straightforward way we can do this. Folks, the reason why we have so much trouble bringing government to our side when a new administration comes in is because of something known as Cleveland Board of Education v. Loudermill, 1985. This is where the Supreme Court determined that government workers could call their jobs property. And because government workers can call their jobs property, that means they now enjoy constitutional protections from accountability, because these folks don't have to worry about accountability in any way, shape, or form. Unfortunately, what's occurred is that because the Constitution says you can't be deprived of life, liberty, or property, and because the Supreme Court has now referenced government jobs as property, that means that any supervisor wishing to get rid of dead wood would now have to meet the same standards that would have to be achieved by a prosecutor going after somebody for a felony or a capital offense. Now, when you have that ridiculous standard that's got to be met, well, then clearly we're going to have a rough time ever making anybody accountable for anything ever again. Therein lies the problem. If you want to make government workers that more accountable, if you want to get rid of the proverbial deep state, you must get rid of their security blanket. And their security blanket is Cleveland Board of Education v. Loudermill, because the Member Services Protection Board that hears these cases are by default always advantaging the government worker who's being scrutinized. Now, folks, we don't want anybody losing their job who's not supposed to, but if you're incompetent and you're abusive, like was the case with the VA, with the veteran administration workers, where you had thousands of vets wasting away on these bogus waiting lists, when you encounter this kind of negligence, well, then the deep state needs to be taken care of. It needs to be taken care of swiftly. So once again, Cleveland Board of Education v. Loudermill, 1985, hurt all of us because it essentially allows government workers to call their jobs property. And because the Constitution says that you can't be, quote, deprived life, liberty, or property without due process of law, that means if you want to hold these people accountable for incompetence or abuse, as I said, you're going to have a supervisor needing to meet the same standard that would have to be achieved by a prosecutor going after somebody for a felony or capital offense. You don't fix anything until you fix this. You wondered why it was that when the Trump administration came in, he had such a tough time getting things done. Well, it was because, unfortunately, he was dealing with this reality. I used to work for the government before, right after I left the Navy. I was in the Navy for 4 years active, 2 years reserve. Later on, after I get back from Britain, I spent a few years over there going to the University of Wales, College of Swansea, had a blast, come back to my country, and I start working for the government, the Agency for International Development. I was there during this 1985 ruling, and the government workers there were dancing in the hallways over what this meant. That's how come you see folks bragging on these videos working in government agencies about how they don't have to worry about anything because nobody can fire them. Well, nobody can fire them because of this particular ruling that turned all of us into second-class citizens. Now, I want to shift gears a little bit and go to critical race theory. I've had Larry on my show a bunch of times regarding this matter. It's truly deleterious to our American spirit, if you will. But folks, when it comes to equality, let's remember something. If we're all equal in potential with our capabilities, the same must be true with our fallibilities. A par with the good is a par with the bad. That's what we have to understand. But this logic seems to go right out the window when it comes to the critical race theory. What's inherently evil about critical race theory is that it essentially practices racism in the name of fighting it. When you make assertions of racism without premise, you're actually committing racism in the name of fighting it. Because what you're doing is you're using race to intimidate dissent, thus actually committing racism. You're embodying the very racism you're ostensibly against. This is why critical race theory needs to be jettisoned as quickly as possible, because it requires whites to admit that they are inherently racist before they're even allowed to embark upon a participatory role in the discussion of race. No, no, no. Whites must first admit that they're racist. Now, folks, when you are deciding to project upon an ethnic group a particular social malady or shortcoming, and again, it's all predicated upon their pigmentation, guess what? You're practicing the very racism you're ostensibly against. It doesn't work like that. It can't. You can't, you might as well get a Klansman to lecture us all on racial sensitivity. It makes no sense. So if you want to fight racism, you can't ever credibly do so by embodying the tools of racism. It doesn't work. And it's really a vile and disgusting practice. And unfortunately, the shame to manipulate tactic is very much in vogue where the left is concerned. They like the idea of characterizing our expectations of their accountability as somehow always being more inappropriate than their dodging of it. Now, when these folks and that kind of mentality take over positions of government authority, you can see the problem. Now, pardon me as I take a Marco Rubio break. When we look at critical race theory, their goals should be ours, their stated goals, which is to get rid of racism. But when you are the archetypal representation of racism, and then you're going to make it your mission to supposedly battle it, no one's going to take you seriously. That's why we can't take seriously people like Al Tawana Brawley Sharpton or Jesse Hymetown Jackson. Here are two leaders of the African American community who are ostensibly all about equality, yet they are fulfilling the tenets of the very racism they're ostensibly against. Nobody can be taken seriously doing that. And folks, I have a kind of moral authority on this issue about which the left can only have wet dreams. The reason I say that is because years ago, I came out for gay marriage and I came out for reparations for blacks long before the Democratic National Committee ever did. However, with the reparations for blacks, I should quickly point out, that's all having to do with the Tuskegee era. When from the 1930s to the 1970s, they led African Americans into believing that they were being treated for their sexually transmitted disease, when in fact they were just being monitored till their grave. All right. Herbert Hoover started it as a 6-month program to see what dollars would be necessary to help blacks in their fight against sexually transmitted disease. They already had that taken care of with the whites and everybody else, but they wanted to get it taken care of for African Americans. It was supposed to be a 6-month program. FDR comes in and he kicks it off with this Frankensteinian exercise where, oh, no, we're not going to really help them. We're just going to monitor them till their grave. And this happened from the 30s to the 70s. Okay, so anytime anybody wants to start singing the praises of FDR, I have to take exception. But in regards to what we're looking at and how we can battle it, I think the only way to successfully battle it is to devalue what they're saying as they're saying. Don't forget, if you are somebody who supports stronger border security, they characterize that as xenophobia. If you wish to require photo voter ID, they'll characterize that as racism. Folks, these are nothing more than presuppositions masquerading as settled argument. It's an inverted burden of proof approach that they've been going on with for quite a while. This is a system in which you use a presupposition and have it replace actual foundation. That's all this is. These are presuppositions imitating foundations for subsequent claims and demands that would otherwise have none. It's the inverted burden proof. You may recall it with Bob Mueller. He said, even though we can't get Trump on anything that we're talking about, he has still not been exonerated. Well, guess what, schmuck? He was exonerated because it's when you can't get anything on anybody that their default presumed status of presumed innocence takes over. And that status of presumed innocence far transcends anything having to do with your idea of somehow exoneration being the measure. Exoneration is no measure whatsoever. None. In the final analysis, though, when we look at the destruction in the streets, and then we look at January 6th, we have to have some contextual proportionality. I'm jumping subjects a bit here because I know I'm a little short on time. When we hear people address January 6th as some great vast insurrection, and they concurrently ignore the damage and horrendous harm that was caused by Antifa and BLM. And by the way, Black lives most assuredly do matter, but the organization bearing that phrase as its name does not. They're Marxist, racist pieces of garbage who should be ignored at every twist and turn. And again, I say this as somebody who supports reparations for Blacks, once again, though tied with Tuskegee, not slavery. When we look at where we're headed and what we can do to really drive home the point that we are not going to lay down and we're not going to take this anymore, whether it's critical race theory or it's mythical relabeling of what happened on January 6th versus the Summer of Love or the Antifa BLM axis that ravaged the nation throughout most of 2020 and part of 2021, just till after Joe Biden's speech. If we really want to go after them, we have to counter them. And this is very important, word for word, fist for fist, knife for knife, and bullet for bullet. I want to make that understood very clearly. We have the right to counter them, word for word, fist for fist, knife for knife, and bullet for bullet. I say counter so as to ensure that any bad faith activist who wishes to insist that I'm talking about initiating anything is exposed accordingly. No, I'm not talking about initiating. But we have every right to counter. We have every right to counter with zeal. Now, back to Cleveland Board of Education v. Loudermill, 1985, and the destruction that it's doing to our nation because it emboldens the deep state. The only way we're able to leverage improvement with our government workforce is if we have said leverage. But when you take away from us the ability to fire horrific actors, whether it's just for negligence or it's for abuse, when you take away our ability to fire these people, then you are removing our ability to leverage improvement in their job performance. Again, Cleveland Board of Education, 1985. If that's not addressed, all the other wondrous things that we want to do can never happen. The deep state needs to have the rug pulled out from under it. And the only way to do that is for Congress to pass a law vacating Cleveland Board of Education v. Loudermill, 1985, where government workers were allowed to call their jobs property, which is imbecilic and brain dead. Think about it. How can they call it property when they can't sell their government job? They can't lease it. They can't put a mortgage on it. They can't rent it out. You can't buy it. You can't sell it. You can't do these things. How does this constitute property? Denotatively or connotatively, where is the connection between the meaning of the word property and a government job? It doesn't exist. It just doesn't exist. Final word, though, and this has to do with the preoccupation that the left is having with trying to define photo voter ID as somehow tantamount to racism. This is so imbecilic and brain dead that a number of polls, whether you're talking about Rasmussen a few months ago or more recently the Monmouth University poll, turns out that the vast majority of Americans believe in photo voter ID. 91% of the Republicans agree with it. 84% of independents, and get this, 62% of Democrats. This is according to the latest one, the Monmouth poll. The Monmouth poll actually reflected a higher percentage of people wanting photo voter ID than was the case with Rasmussen. But anyway, I know that I've gone on a bit. I've had a little bit of a disconnect with my computer and you guys, so I'm sorry if my pace and cadence hasn't been what I would otherwise prefer. But thank you so very much. And Larry Klayman, always a blast having you on the show. Look forward to it again.
Thank you, Alan. You're a great thinker, and we appreciate very much your input. I appreciate the fact that you've said that we have the right of self-defense, and that's what we have. Second Amendment. God bless you.
Thank you.
I'm now going to introduce you to my good friend, my client, someone who stood there for all of the American people. You heard from his father, Cliven, yesterday. You saw a film produced by Ammon, who's running for governor in Idaho. And Ryan was the one during the Bundy trial in Las Vegas, really, who broke the camel's back, or shall we say, that he broke the dictator's back of a federal government that wanted to destroy him and his family, and frankly, destroy ranching throughout the West, notwithstanding many others in this country. Introduce you to Ryan Bundy. Ryan Bundy is the one, as I just said, who uncovered the fraud, the lying, and deceit of the FBI and of the Justice Department while he spent nearly 2 years in prison unnecessarily. He was not compensated. He did not get reparations. Fortunately, he's no longer in Pahrump Federal Prison. But this is an oppressive and tyrannical federal government that drove his family to the brink of extinction, if not death. Ryan, take it away.
Larry, thanks to have me. And can you hear me all right? Just making sure everything's working well. Okay, and so behind me, I have a picture of my father here that was painted. It's an original by John McNaughton, and that's a very good picture. And on the other side, I have one of the original First Amendment area signs that the Bureau of Land Management placed in one of two locations where they said that the First Amendment was we can express ourselves there or protest, but that all the other area around was closed and the First Amendment was supposed to be inhibited from operation. Only those two little pig pens, as my father ended up calling them, where they said we could exercise our First Amendment. Obviously, we didn't abide by that. No one went there, and we tore down the signs, and this is one of them here that we still have with us. And by the way, we declared that the First Amendment is effective in all places, and thus we have this sign up here today. So, you know, the trials that took place, it was interesting that the federal government, we claim or not claim, it was been told to us how much they spent in their efforts to destroy our family. First of all, they claimed that we owed them $1 million in past grazing fees, which was a complete arbitrary number. And we have no contract with them. We do not range our cattle on federal land, and therefore we owed nothing. However, they came up with the number that we owed them $1 million. And yet they spent and allocated $6 million for the roundup of our cattle to destroy our ranch. I mean, who in their right mind spends $6 million to supposedly collect on $1 million? That makes absolutely no sense. Furthermore, we went through a trial in Oregon wherein we were told that they spent $100 million on that trial. In fact, they reorganized or redecorated the courtroom and a whole bunch of nice woodwork. The judge actually commented on how nice her courtroom looked. They spent a bunch of money and attributed to our case, $100 million in Oregon. And then in Nevada, they spent what we were told $150 million on the trial there. And a lot of that I know went to security at one time after I was released, but yet my father and brothers were still incarcerated. I noticed that they had 4 helicopters in the air every day coming to and from the trial. They did a full-on motorcade to where they had a whole bunch of highway patrol cars, etc., lined up and shut down the freeways and moved us at a fast pace. And we felt like we were being treated as well as the President of the United States in such a motorcade. So it was quite interesting. But all in all, well, and then after that, after we won the cases, they did go through an appeal, and I do not know how much was spent on that, but we roughly figure that they spent nearly $300 million to try to destroy us, our family. And yet they weren't able to do that. And we do believe that that was by the providence of our Father in heaven, who did protect us in such dire straits. If we had been convicted of the charges against us, the mandatory minimum sentences were, upwards of 120 years. Maximum sentences would have put us into the 300 something year range. We often, amongst ourselves, kidded that if we were convicted, that after the resurrection, we could come back and finish our sentences. However, we never believed that would be the case because we did have faith. We knew that we were right. We knew that we had done no wrong. We knew that we had committed no crimes. And we were willing to stand by and on the providence of our dear Lord and his and relied upon his guidance. And I do believe that that was given to us at pertinent times through the trial. I do know that when I give my opening statement that I went up there without anything prepared. I had tried to prepare and nothing could come to mind. However, I went there and opened my mouth and began to speak and spoke for an hour and a half without any interruption. And I know that I was filled with the Spirit of the Lord at that time. And I know that what I said had great impact upon the jury and upon all those who heard it. And I do know that that wasn't by my own strength, but that was by the strength of the Almighty who filled my mouth with the words that he would have me speak. I do believe that our founding fathers were as such inspired as well, and that oftentimes in dire straits, through the Revolutionary War and through the trials that we faced them, they had to rely upon the Lord and ask for guidance. And as they humbly and carefully received that guidance and acted upon it, they were able to move forward to win the war for independence, to guarantee that the Declaration of Independence was upheld, and that later on, through further inspiration, they were able to form and create the Constitution for the United States of America. And this document here and the Declaration of Independence, of course, is what we revere during the 4th of July holiday, and we appreciate our founding fathers for that. One of the things that I want to bring up, speaking about the Constitution, we know that it is set forth as the supreme law of the land, and we know that the founding fathers established that to govern not just their time, but for the future and as a protection for our rights and privileges here upon this land. And that if our government would be held to this, that we would be a free people and that the eternal principle of personal agency would be upheld. Article 3 of that Constitution lays out the judicial powers of the United States. And in Section 2 of that, it lays out the jurisdictions which the federal courts have. And there are only 6 jurisdictions. And if you read Article 3, Section 2, you will find that all those jurisdictions, all 6 of those jurisdictions, are civil matters. And then in Clause 3 of Section 2, it states that the trial of all crimes, it gives one exception in the case of impeachment, shall be by jury, and such trial shall be held in the state where the said crime shall have been committed. If you skip forward to the 6th Amendment, it gives us a little more further light on that, where it states that in all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial by an impartial jury of the state and district wherein the crime shall have been committed. So that two-letter word of, I often ask people, what does that mean? What does of mean? And some people can't pin that. However, the word of means belonging to or deriving from. Whenever you hear the word of, just replace it in your mind with belonging to or deriving from. So according to the Amendment 6, all criminal prosecutions are to be tried by a jury that belong to the state or derive from the state and district and where they come. That to me, in conjunction with Article 3, Section 2, talking about the jurisdictions, pretty much established that there is no criminal jurisdiction within the federal court system except for impeachment. The the federal court system does not have jurisdiction to try crimes. They are supposed to be tried in the state. That's certainly not taking place. The other thing that is important to our family and is the basis for our stand in defending our life, our liberty, and our property, defending our rights, defending our ranch, is the land issue. And I know the land issue back east isn't as big an issue because it was conducted more properly prior to the West. But I would like to go through that just a little bit. So Article 1 of the Constitution outlines and organizes Congress. Section 8 of Article 1 gives the powers that Congress has. In Clause 17, it states that from the beginning, Congress shall have the power to exercise exclusive legislation in all cases whatsoever over such district not exceeding 10 miles square as may by session of particular states and the acceptance of Congress become the seat of government of the United States. So we understand that to be Washington, D.C., which is a 10-mile square, and that land was not just given to them, but the particular states from which that land came had to cede that land and accept, grant it to Congress. And Congress, of course, had to accept it, and that became the seat of the United States. And within that 10-mile square, Congress has exclusive legislation. In other words, no individual state has control over that land. That land is completely 100% controlled by the legislature, by Congress. Now, our founding fathers were wise. They knew that they had tasked the Congress with certain specific duties to perform, and to perform those duties, they recognized that Congress was going to need some land besides this 10-mile square to be able to fulfill the duties which they had been tasked to do. And so this goes on, that it says that, and to exercise like authority, that exclusive legislation, over all places purchased by the consent of the legislature of the state in which the same shall be, for the erection of forts, magazines, arsenals, dockyards, and other needful buildings. Okay, so Congress has the authority to purchase from a state lands to basically fulfill the purposes which they have been tasked with. In other words, national defense, the forts, the magazines, the arsenals, dockyards, and other needful buildings. Other needful buildings is a little bit more open-ended and might include such things as courthouses and postal offices and so forth, but it certainly does not include large tracts of land. When looking at this, there is no place within the Constitution that allows the federal government to own large tracts of land, such as the Bureau of Land Management, Forest Service, national parks, wilderness areas, monuments, wildlife refuges. None of those fit within the parameters of the Constitution. When we speak about those, however, they often turn to Article 4 and say, well, what about these other lands? Article 4 lays out the creation of new states, and in Article 4, Section 3, it talks about new states entering the Union. And it says that they may be admitted by Congress into the Union, but no new state shall be formed or erected within the jurisdiction of any other state, nor any other state be formed by junction of two or more states or parts of the states without the consent of the legislature of the states concerned, as well as of Congress. And then the next paragraph talks about where the land comes from that states can be formed from. And this is known as territories. So territories are unorganized lands. They haven't been formed into states as of yet, and yet they're still some way in the possession of the United States. but they're not a state. And so it says that in such a situation, it says the Congress shall have power to dispose of and to make all needful rules and regulations respecting the territory or other property belonging to the United States. Okay, so some people want to say, oh, look, they can have all kinds of other property. No, the 10th Amendment makes it clear that if a power is not delegated, specifically delegated to the United States, then it is reserved to the people and or the state. And so nothing is left open. It is spelled out or it doesn't exist. And so the only other property that is spelled out is those properties within Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17. And those are known as federal enclaves, the properties that the federal government, the Congress, can purchase within an admitted state of the Union. The other land is this territories. So there's only two types of land that the federal government have any control over. That is territory, and the other are those federal enclaves. Now, interestingly enough, if we give Congress a power to do something, then they have to do it. That's their duty. And here we say Congress shall have the power to dispose of. We did not grant Congress the power to retain. They only have the power to dispose. And so that means they must dispose of it. And how does Congress dispose of land? Well, they could do it in several ways. They could simply give it away, which they did. That's what the Homestead Acts were when we were settling the Midwest, and that happened. They could sell it. They could, I know they give some to soldiers in lieu of payment for their services in military. That happened from the very beginning in the Revolutionary War. But the ultimate tool of disposal, however, is statehood. When a state enters the Union, it enters upon the equal footing doctrine, which was established from the beginning, even before the Constitution, under the Articles of Confederation. There was the Northwest Territories, and there was discussion that is recorded in the Articles of Confederation concerning the formation of new states, and it was decided that each new state that entered the Union would do so upon equal footing with the original 13 states. Now, each of the original 13 states owned 100% of the land within their boundaries. And so it only stands to reason that when a new state enters the Union, it also owns 100% of the land and resources, minerals, water, lumber, timber, all those things as well, now belong to the state and her people. And if Congress desires to have any of that for the purposes of forts, arsenals, dockyards, and other needful buildings, then they must follow Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17 to petition the state for a purchase of a particular piece of land with that one of those purposes in mind. In the state of Nevada, we can find Nevada revised statutes, in other words, legislation within Nevada where the federal government did in fact follow Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17 in petitioning the state for particular lands. And there's several instances where Nevada acquiesced through legislation and granted the federal government to purchase such lands. One was the area which is now known as the Hoover Dam, the Boulder Dam. And, that one's a little odd. How do you consider a dam? Is it another needful building? I'm not sure, but I guess that's where it fits. There's a place where you can see they purchased a post office or a place to build a post office in Carson City. Anyway, there's several instances where we know that took place. And also Air Force bases and so forth. We can see some of those. So the idea that the federal government owns large tracts of land within these Western states is erroneous. It is not supported by the Constitution. It has no constitutional backing. And the only reason it continues on is because the lack of knowledge of state governors and legislatures who do not understand the Constitution. They have not studied it. They have not read it. and or they are not willing to uphold the Constitution as they have given oath to do. Reason why is usually because every state, every county, every city, and so many organizations and individuals below that all are receiving grants and federal funds, and you can't have one hand in the cookie jar and the other hand trying to put the lid on the cookie jar. And so until states are willing to act as a sovereign state and stand up, then this atrocity will continue. As long as we continue to ask for or accept federal funding, we will always be under their thumb, always. So my father, in his trial against the federal government, he had what he called his 15-second defense. And that defense is that he has no contract with the federal government and he is not grazing his cattle on federal land. And this is why, because this land constitutionally cannot and does not belong to the federal government. The land and the resources, all of the land and the resources within every state belong to the state and her people, and is to be governed by the government closest to the people, which we believe is the county. And that is the stance, and that is his 15-second defense. The federal government had no jurisdiction over him because he had no contract with him. Contract law is an important factor, and when someone contracts with the federal government, then they are held to the terms and conditions of that contract. However, we do not have a contract with the federal government, and therefore they have no claim or jurisdiction upon us.
Scary, man.
My father wishes that I talk a little bit about the video that you saw yesterday concerning Ammon and the recent trial that he had in Idaho. That video was put together and called Scary Man. And as you watched that yesterday, you saw the numerous, and I don't know exactly what the count was, but they brought in 40 or so plus state officers to arrest my brother, as he did nothing more than peaceably sit in a open public hall, trying to have an opportunity to influence the legislature not to grant immunity to the state, the government, and themselves for anything that happened during these COVID-related activities. Because such things to me are quite treasonous, where they can vote themselves immunity and therefore not be accountable for any negative effects that might take place. And as he was there and trying to assert his ideas and his dislike for such legislation, they really were scared of him. I don't quite understand why they were so scared of him, to feel that they needed to bring in so many troopers. But it goes to show that simply by trying to assert your rights these days, to be able to have your voice heard, they're scared of that. They're scared of truth. They are scared of anyone with influence. They want to shut people down, and they're going to do it with all the force that they can. And therefore, they brought in all those officers to arrest one man, my brother, who did nothing more than sit there peaceably. And as he did nothing, they used a extreme amount of force to be able to take him to jail, to capture him. What is disheartening now, however, is that a jury has found him guilty of such charges of trespassing on a public open building, and also of resisting arrest when he did nothing but sit there. It's amazing. Larry, do you have any questions for me, or does anyone there have any questions for me, or what would you like?
We're going to pick it up later on in this process, Ryan. We're going to have you back because this is a continuing Third Continental Congress. But you pointed out the obvious, that what your brother just experienced is similar to what many of the peaceful protesters on January 6th experienced in Washington, D.C. Second obvious point is the federal government is asserting tyrannical rights against your family and others without the legal authority to do so under the Constitution. Third point is that these judges don't care what the Constitution is. They've become the yes men of the ruling establishment, and they're willing to carry it out. And fourth point, in terms of whether a jury is affected or not, this is my own personal opinion. People are so frightened today of the power of the federal government in particular, or of the state, that they bend and do what they think the ruling establishment wants, simply so they can go off and be left alone. And I commend you, Klayman and Ammon, for having tremendous courage, as much courage as I've ever seen in my life, to stand up to a federal government that tried to break you and destroy you. And whether or not it's true or not, we know from published reports that the evil Senator Harry Reid, who put this judge in power, Gloria Navarro, who after you uncovered and others uncovered the fraud that was going on by the federal government in terms of lying under oath, prosecutors who still have yet to be held accountable. I filed a complaint with the Office of Professional Responsibility, Inspector General of the Justice Department. They've never ruled upon that. I filed a lawsuit. They told the judge, a Obama appointee, that in fact they were going to proceed, but they never have, even under the Trump Justice Department, that you have been the victim of excessive government power and abuse. And as I said yesterday with Klayman, is that people took notice of this, and you're a great inspiration to the American people. And although I would not equate you, Ammon and Klayman, with the character that's being played in Yellowstone right now by Kevin Costner, who used to play Wyatt Earp, as a matter of fact, in that you have a good side, you have no bad side. Hollywood created a bad side for this character as well as a good side, is that the country took note of what you did and takes hope that we don't have to roll over, that we can assert our rights. And lastly, as you put it, that there is the divine providence of God that carried you through this. So I want to thank you for everything you've done, Ryan, and your family, great family. And we need more Americans like you.
How much time do I have left? I do have one other subject I would like to speak about.
A little short. I could, if you can take 2 minutes, that would be good, because we got a number of speakers that are following you.
Okay, I'll go quickly on that. I wanted to just touch base on the amendments, and particularly, the first 10 amendments known as the Bill of Rights. It's amazing how when I look through them and really study them, nearly half of them have either something to directly or indirectly to do with the protection of those who are accused of crimes. And I have to ask myself, with forming a new government, why were our founding fathers so concerned about those who are accused with crimes? And yet I believe that they either personally or experienced or had family members or close friends or whatever that experienced unjust prosecutions, and therefore they needed to make sure that these kind of things never again happen in America. And therefore that's why we have these. And again, half of them, if you look at them, half of the first 10 amendments have to do with protecting those who are accused of crimes, particularly the 4th, 5th, and 6th Amendment. Now, in the 6th Amendment goes on to say that in all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial by an impartial jury of the state. So the accused is supposed to enjoy this. And why is that? Because if you're accused of a crime, yet you're still supposed to be presumed innocent, you have a life to carry on. And your life cannot be encumbered for long durations of time simply while they try to build a case against you. That's why we're supposed to have the right to a speedy trial. And that right does not belong to the public of America. That right does not belong in general to everybody. That right does not belong to Congress. That right does not belong to the judge. That right does not belong to the prosecution. It states clearly here that that right belongs to those who are accused. And if that right belongs to the accused, then the accused should be able to say what speedy is. And if he says...
You've hit a point, and again, I'm going to bring you back because this is a continuing Congress, but just let me make one quick point because we have to move on with the other speakers as well, is that you and your father and your brothers, not just you, but Mel and Dave too, all of you were indicted, the other peaceful protesters, were denied a right of a speedy trial. It was overridden by the judge. The government lied to the judge, and she was happy to oblige. You were denied right of counsel. Klayman was denied right of counsel. That was me. I came in finally at the Ninth Circuit when we prevailed. And you were incarcerated without due process in solitary confinement for quite a while. And you were not a flight risk, and you were not a danger to the community. It shows you that our legal system today is equally as corrupt as what our founding fathers encountered in the days, months, and years leading up to 1776. Thank you, Ryan. God bless you and your family. Thank you. Okay. I'm now going to introduce a friend of mine who's also the executive assistant of another friend of mine, Ben Stein. Many of you know him as a very famous comedian, writer, lawyer, Yale-trained lawyer. We won't hold Yale against him in that regard. No more than you would hold Duke against me in that regard. But Judah, in his own right, is a writer, a thinker, a philosopher in many ways, and he's my very good friend. So I want to present him to the Third Continental Congress. Judah, you have about 10, 15 minutes. Let her rip. He also has a show, The World According to Ben Stein. He produces that. I've been on it many times. And there's my good friend Judah right there.
Thank you, Larry Klayman. I want to thank everybody. I want to, of course, Larry being my good friend and also America's lawyer, but also America's protector. And Larry brought up Wyatt Earp, and Larry is the modern day Wyatt Earp trying to protect those that can't protect themselves. And it's an honor and a privilege to know him. I'm not going to go 10 or 15 minutes since I have to help Ben Stein actually get in, and it's more important his message than mine. But a few weeks ago, I live in the great state of California. People often ask me why you don't move, and the simple answer is because I love the great state of California, which once was an extremely red state, with such great governors, obviously, as Ronald Reagan, who was the truest of conservatives, and who taught himself what conservatism actually meant and was. A few weeks back, Larry was on the show with Ben Stein and myself, and we were discussing. First of all, let me preface this by saying I used to disagree with Larry a lot about I used to believe more in the justice system, and Larry, as I would disagree with him all the time, would always be correct. And there were, during with the Trump administration, I actually would believe that indictments would come down against those who committed acts, and I would argue with him over dinner. And a week later, Larry would start saying to me, "Do you think I'm right now?" And I would be like, "Not yet, not yet." And eventually, I totally capitulated to Larry, and I said, I was at peace, and I thanked him for teaching me these great lessons of, not great lessons, sad lessons of how awful our bureaucracy is. And a couple weeks ago, we were talking and on our show, and we brought up the point of we elect in most areas, we elect our officials, we elect our sheriffs, we elect our prosecutors. Sadly, in California, we've elected a lot of the wrong ones, and quite a few of them are facing recalls. But the subject came up of the FBI, the CIA, and all the other organizations, and the greater question was, why is it that we don't elect our top cops? We elect our local cops, But why are we not electing? Why do we have no say in who runs the FBI or the CIA? Government organizations that have absolutely been corrupted. As we well know with the FBI, with they're going after the people on January 6th like they are committed the worst case of mass murder of all time. Yet we have evidence of at least 6 cases where the FBI, from the Boston bomber to the Orlando shooting to many other cases, to the FedEx facility in, I believe, Indiana, that they had active intelligence, including Sandy Hook, where they actively and they dropped the ball. And that we have, one of the most important things is, it doesn't say anywhere in the Constitution about the FBI, the CIA, or any of these organizations. Why is it that we cannot elect these officials? And that's a huge problem we have, because we have absolute power and it's absolute corruption. And these people that we have not voted in are creating policy. Sadly, the people that we voted in are doing very little to create policy. But I want to get to something, as I was thinking about this morning. I think it's often important and lost on a lot of people is, why are we conservatives? What made us a conservative? And I'll just share my brief story quickly of what made me a conservative. And because I believe if you know who you are, you carry the message with love, and it could get people to our side. And when I was 20 years old, I grew up in an observant Jewish neighborhood in Brooklyn, and the Sabbath was about to roll in. And I was at my friend Amir's cell phone store on Avenue M in Flatbush in Brooklyn. And both of us came from observant families. We were both wearing hats. And if people are unaware, on very Jewish neighborhoods, before the Sabbath, about an hour, could be 1,000 cars. And about 45 minutes later, there's like tumbleweeds through the town, because everybody has parked their cars and they're about to observe the Sabbath. And this woman comes rushing into the store, and she expletively screams, "What the F is wrong with these people? Don't they know we're in the 20th century?" And both Amir and myself are looking at this woman, like, because she has no idea that that you're insulting our whole family and our culture. And she's like, "And I'm Jewish too, and I don't understand what's wrong with these people." And I realized at that moment how the left looks at people that are religious, how the left looks at people that are on a spiritual journey. And I realized at that moment what conservatism was. I realized at that moment that it's so important to protect our liberties, our religious liberties, all of our liberties. And my father had one time said to me, "Don't misplace my simplicity for stupidity." And that message really resonated with me that day, as she looked at religious people as less than, as stupid, as archaic. And I look at it as a beautiful thing. I look at people that put down their phones for 5 hours from a Friday night to a Saturday night and focus on their family as a beautiful thing. I don't look at that as they haven't evolved. I look at that as absolute evolution. And Amir and I were really proud of ourselves at that moment, that we didn't scream at this woman. We said, "We don't know what to tell you. Have a great Sabbath." And it taught me just an extraordinary lesson of it's the importance of not knocking those that believe in something, that believing in God, believing in country, believing in spirituality is far more evolved, and it's far more fun, and it's far more challenging. And I I just remember that day, and it's important that we know why we are who we are. And it's important to know why we're fighting this just fight, because it is a real battle we're going through right now. We have a crisis of consciousness in this country, but if we know our own consciousness, we could carry that message to levels that are far greater. I've been driving around with Ben Stein for the better part of 18 years, and he's been my teacher. He's been my professor of life, and he's always taught me with love. He's never condemned me for asking, and he's never condemned me for questioning. And that's the message, and that's how we have to show the message to the other side, as they're throwing as they're trying to destroy this beautiful thing, this beautiful experiment. It is so imperative upon us to teach them back the real history of our country, the great history of our country. And I remember when Bush the second said, he coined the term compassionate conservatism, and I thought, what an idiot. Conservatism is compassionate. You don't need to teach people that it's not compassionate conservative. Conservatism is compassion, letting people live how they want to live, believing in the American dream. That's compassion. Believing that people could pick themselves up is compassion. And on that note, I hope I shared something that I don't know. I just know that I've been blessed with teachers like Larry Klayman and Ben Stein that have really showed me the way. And God bless you all. I hope you have a great day. Thank you very much.
Judah, I can only say that you've taught us a great deal too, so it's mutual. Thank you, my good friend.
Thank you.
I want to now introduce my executive assistant, Asher Anderson, a very intelligent, caring, and bright individual who, at the young age of 27, has figured it all out. 26, I'm sorry. Okay. You're ahead of your time. And we have to thank Asher because he did the job of 3 people in helping organize this event, and he's still doing it as we speak. He's juggling a lot of different things, but let's hear from what he has to say from the standpoint of a 26-year-old who's looking in on how we grown-ups are destroying this country. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. First of all, I want to say thank you, everybody, for coming and being a part of this. As being 26, a lot of us around this age have stopped looking at our superiors and started looking to Instagram and Facebook to get our news and our knowledge. And most of the people my age have stopped listening to their elders and what's going on and just listen to whatever they could see on social media. I want to give you a little background on myself. I'm the son of 2 retired U.S. Marines. My mom and dad both were willing to lay their life on the line for this country. Personally, I was born in Okinawa, Japan, spent a lot of time in the Southern California area, and lived a little bit in Texas, and made my way back to California as soon as possible, only to be met by the leftist regime. I was confused about what to talk about. There's a lot of great, talented individuals here with a lot of experience. I'm 26 years old. There's still a lot of things that I need to learn. But one thing I can speak on right now, and that's always disgusted me with what's going on, is this idea of race. You know, I was pre-med. I know what melanin is. I know what its intention is. The intention of melanin was never to separate us. It was never to make you better than me or me better than you. I mean, I've only been sunburnt one time. I think that's privilege, if you ask me, or anybody who's been sunburned. My dad, I love you, Mom. You taught me a lot about love and forgiveness, but I need to give the kudos right now to my father. My father is black. My mother's from European descent. My dad was born in Shelby, Mississippi, raised there, very poor town with almost nothing. Went to high school, wasn't all that smart when it came to the books, didn't know how to spell certain words, this, that, whatever, everything that now is frowned upon. He had a choice. Do I stay in Shelby, Mississippi? I don't know. Has anybody heard of Shelby? Yeah. There we go, a few. Stay in Shelby, Mississippi and live out the days here and look around at everybody else and see, you know, I guess this is my life. Maybe I'll run a fishing truck or work at the gas station or something like that. All those are honorable jobs and needed to be done. But my dad said there's more that I can do with my life. And so he left home. He left the comfort of his bed and his family and went to the Marine Corps. And he never knew what to expect at that time. And I want to say probably, I don't know, the late 70s, 77, I believe. You know, it was his first encounter with another world. California and Virginia, there's blacks, there's Asians, there's whites, all in this together on one of the most powerful forces of man on this entire earth coming together for what seems wasn't just cause. But my dad, coming to where I want to get to, you know, when I was young, I wasn't allowed to wear a t-shirt outside, just a plain t-shirt. I always had to have a belt on, shirt needed to be tucked in, hair needed to be cut. Hell, if I could grow a beard at 4, that would have needed to be shaved too. My dad's expressed the importance of appearance and how you hold yourself and how you walk and how you talk and what you do. And I can tell you from my perspective, being 26, within the black community, African American community, I don't care what you want to say, it is what it is. I look at myself as black. But that idea and those ideals have been thrown out the window for a very long time. I look at all of you. I'm not going to go to my mother, who is more pale than almost anyone in this room, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, beautiful woman, an angel of a woman, more accepting of anybody else than I've ever met. I wouldn't go to her and ask for reparations. I wouldn't go tell my mom, you need to apologize to me for being white. It's disgusting. We talked earlier about this essence of forgiveness, and maybe that, you know, some, I hate saying it, white people or Caucasian should look to give forgiveness to the blacks and how their ancestors from generations ago treated our people. And you know, slavery is nothing that I'm rooting for, of course. I don't like it. Nobody likes it. No, I don't think anybody in this room would say, hell yeah, bring back slavery. No, that's not the case. But now, more than whites, what I see is blacks oppressing each other. As I said, I'm biracial. I've gotten more, you know, racial antagonistic forces thrown at me from blacks. You're not black enough. Are you trying to be white? I was in advanced classes from elementary all the way through high school, AP, dual credit, whatever. And at that time, I kind of did like to read. I'd sit and with my legs crossed with a book in my lap, and people ask, why do you sit like that? And they wouldn't say it like that. I want to say it like they'd say it, but that'd be blackface. Can't. It's going to offend somebody. But, you know, why do you sit like that? You're trying to be white. Why do you talk like that? You're trying to be white. This and that. What is white? That's the problem with the black community. We see it every single day. I hear it from all over the nation. You know, blacks saying, this is what it means to be white, and you can't be that. We want, on one spectrum, we want equality, and at the time it was good to have BET and NAACP. At one time, it was great to have these entities that separated us. But now those entities are keeping up the pillars that divide us. It is saying segregation, segregation, segregation. There are so many groups, BLM, this, Antifa, this, whatever, and it's just separating us. When I live in Los Angeles, California, and when all these riots were going down because of George Floyd, who knows if that was even real, in my opinion, it were the blacks that were marching down and breaking into private businesses, some even owned by blacks. I make a fair amount of money myself. There are days that I couldn't go to work. We had shut down and reopened this and that. There's days I couldn't go to work because a riot that was mainly driven by the black community was so violent that I couldn't go to work. I didn't go to work. I didn't get paid. How are you, black activists, my brothers and sisters, they are part of my family too. But just like any family, you can have odds and differences. But how are you, these activists, helping me? You're not at all. I can't work, I can't make money, but still Black Lives Matter. Well, what the hell am I supposed to do now? Can't make money. Whenever I worked at this restaurant, and mind you, I don't want to, I know I'm talking a lot against, but I'm just trying to get everybody in perspective, because right now in the mainstream, as soon as we leave those walls, we are thrown back into this hell of America, saying that you white people, you conservatives are the problem. You are all the racists. You guys are the oppressors. You guys are the devil. But the reality is it's the complete opposite. Whenever I was working at this restaurant, it was the blacks that were walking in, sagging their pants. You could see the designer, whoever made their underwear, smoking weed, bringing in lean and cocaine, things like that. No one wants to talk about the 17-year-old kids in Beverly Hills with $50,000 in their pocket apiece because of EDD fraud. Nobody wants to talk about that. But yet, let's promote black businesses. No, let's promote American businesses. We're all in this together. I feel like now I'm standing here, I don't know if anybody's seen Lord of the Rings, I feel like I have this massive army out there, and I feel like we're getting ready to go to war. I'm getting ready to sit down just because I want to kind of keep going. I just wanted to let each and every one of you know that, coming from a black person, that there's no need, you don't need forgiveness. It's not mine to give, nor is it yours to need to receive. You've done nothing wrong when it comes to slavery, this and that, or anything else. I mean, whatever. Slavery it's out the window. I'm ready. I'm moving forward. For me, it has never dawned in my mind that one of you punished me or my ancestors, anything like that. I'm black, I'm American, I'm a Jew. Actually, I said that backwards. First, I'm a Jew, because God first, I'm American, and I'm black, whatever. But we're in this together. I feel like this is the rally for the storm. Peaceful and legally, of course. But when we go out those walls and the Third Continental Congress comes to a close today, I hope each and every one of us remember what was said. But most importantly, I hope each one of us really understand that, yes, God has put a piece of himself within every man, as Alan Keyes had said. And within each one of you, I think there's a reason why each one of us is here in this room, because we need to hear something. We also need to realize that it is in each one of ourselves to carry this on and move forward. We speak of the founding fathers, but that's us now, where America has gotten. We are the new initiative crew to repairing this America and sustaining freedom, liberty, and justice, and all the above for our country and in the world. With that, I want to say I do love you, Mom. Sorry I didn't talk about you too much. Again, I just want to thank everybody for being here to speak and share their words of wisdom. Boy, I tell you, coming into this conference, yes, I've done a lot of planning for it, and I did not really know what I wanted to say, and frankly, my view on the world and where it is, I just didn't know what to do. Every time I turn around, somebody is being, sorry about that, I don't know citizen. Every time I turn around, somebody's being silenced. Someone's not able to, if somebody gets fired for their job for being conservative, you're not able to get into school for being conservative. I know a person that lost their job for being conservative myself. If anybody wants to say anything, we're the black people now. If the left wants to deem a certain type of person black, we are. We're the Conservative Party. We have no freedom. can't say what we want to say, can't do what we want to do. We have to worry about driving around. If I have a Trump sticker on the back of my car, it gets burned. My tires get slashed. But hell, if I get a Biden sticker or Bernie sticker, I could probably get away with murder. In fact, I'm sure that's already happened. Thank you again so much, and just please remember, each and every one of you, you are going to be the reason that you, me, your kids, and their children have a bright and better America. Thank you so much.
You all can see how lucky I was to have found Asher Anderson, an exceptional young man, but a wise young man with more common sense than more people much more elderly than he is. And I consider myself very, very cherished to have found him, and I'm proud of him.
Thank you.
Thank you. I now want to introduce you to Ben Stein. You know Ben Stein. Ben Stein's Money, okay, among many other things. Very well known, very funny, a financial expert, a lawyer, a writer. Ben, take it away, Ben. And movie star. He wants to make a grand entrance. Yeah. Let me, in the meantime, Asher will try to communicate with Ben to clear up the problem. Okay, I want to introduce you. We have Siaka? Yeah, I want to introduce you to Siaka Masakwi. He's a recent client. His words are going to be very, very contrite and very exact because he is a victim of federal government oppression. He was in Washington, D.C. on January 6th. He did not enter into the Capitol. He was there at the doorstep. He was simply peacefully protesting what was going on. He also is black. He's an actor, extremely articulate, extremely intelligent, and someone who I'm very proud to be defending right now with regard to what's going on with the Justice Department and the FBI. Siaka, tell us the story briefly. I don't want you to say too much because you are under federal investigation right now, but it's very important for the American people to know how people like you have been treated and how we must take action peacefully and legally, notwithstanding your own defense. And I hope that you can walk away in the future and continue to protest peacefully. And I want people to understand that we've all been affected by the tyranny that's been meted against us by a Justice Department that is no longer the Department of Justice, but has become the Department of Injustice.
Okay, can you guys hear me? Can you hear me? Oh, okay, great. Thank you. All right, great. Yes. Hey guys, good afternoon all. Thank you, Larry. Thank you, Asher. Great speech, my man. And thank you for asking me to be a part of the 3rd Annual Continental Congress and share some of my story. As Larry told you, I was there on the 6th. I am a first-generation American. My mother is from West Africa, Liberia, and I was raised learning about this country and the beauty of this country. But as we celebrate the country this year, unlike any other in my lifetime, the idea of America has been denigrated and bastardized. Good is evil and evil is good. Wow, government overreach the founding fathers laid their lives down on the line for has become the new normal to many. An overreach which sees violent rioters released from jail after destroying neighborhoods across this country, while truly peaceful protesters have the weight of the government bear down on them. On June 10th, 2021, at 5:45 a.m., the FBI raided my home, cuffed me, my best friend, in front of his 3- and 7-year-old sons, and 2 other housemates of mine. 20 agents, assault rifles drawn. I'm sitting there thinking, this is what you do when you're going into the head of Antifa's house. But Antifa's just an idea, right? Cuffed and held outside in nothing but my sweatpants. I was floored just thinking, this is what they do for mobsters, for sex traffickers, for gun runners. Not someone whose biggest crime in their life has been drinking and driving. Not someone who's calling for the end of the trafficking of our children. Not someone who's calling for God to be put back into our culture. Not someone who is asking the citizens to be more civic minded and run for local office, but the bad guys. But no, there they were in my home, and 5 hours of interrogation, denial of legal counsel, producing a warrant only hours after they begin their search, going through my personal property, taking photos, taking my laptops, my cell phone, and 2 MAGA hats, among other things, effectively blocking my way to make a living in this new digital world that's been developed. One can only imagine what happens to the mind, body, and soul in such a shock and awe moment. And after they left and the dust settled, all I wanted to do was scream to the world how deeply wrong all of this was. That was the easy part. The hard part was the quiet moments. Those moments where darkness and despair could take over. But thank God for God. He's taught me to take a pause, meditate, and pray. And like many times before, I did. And the answers came. As tears of frustration rolled down my face, I heard, this is the time. This is what we've been preparing for. And don't worry, I got you. I have to continue to stand up and fight because they want us to shrink in the darkness. I'm not one of the 500 citizens still held in DC with no due process. I can still stand up and fight. I'm not the 72-year-old man shackled from ankle, waist to wrist in front of his grandchildren. I can still stand up and fight. I'm not that child locked in the dark corner, screaming to God, why? I can still stand up and fight. And make no mistake, this is the great battle of our time, and God chose us. For we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this age. And I, just like you, can still stand up and fight. We owe it to those that came before us, those that paid the ultimate price to be a part of what this promise that is America. Now it's our turn. It's our turn to be added to the great story that is America and fight for her. So I say again, thank you, Larry. Thank you, Ash, for giving me a time just to speak a little bit of what happened to me and what's going on today. God bless all of you, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Thank you, Siaka, and your reference to God having his hand on our shoulder, as I've said, I've had that experience too. Founding fathers had that experience. Alan Keyes has had that experience. Everybody in this room has had that experience. And we will prevail. We will prevail.
Thank you.
Thank you for standing in the stead of the American people.
Thank you, sir.
The next delegate speaker from California is Michael Pendleton. Michael has had a long history in the conservative movement. Before I actually got to know Mike, he worked for Paul Weyrich, who's one of the famous icons of the modern conservative movement at Free Congress Foundation. There they vetted judges to see whether or not they had the proper qualifications and ideology to be federal judges. Mike later went on to work for me when I was running Judicial Watch for 10 years. He was the San Marino office of Judicial Watch. He's extremely knowledgeable. He's extremely principled. He is a man of faith. He's a great businessman. He's a Renaissance man. So I introduce you to Mike Pendleton to say his piece as to what we need to do and think about to resurrect this country from the dead. I might add, I didn't say this throughout the conference, but my middle name in Hebrew is Lazarus. Lazarus rose from the dead. So I hope to play my small role along with people like Michael and the others that you've been introduced in raising this country from what is now the dead in a short 5 months of the Biden-Harris regime. Mike? Okay. Can you hear me, Mike?
I can. Larry, all right. Well, good afternoon. Good afternoon to all of the delegates and to the people who have come together in what I consider to be a momentous occasion. And I hope that we all understand the seriousness of what we're talking about and the seriousness of the federal judiciary and the other things that I'd like to say a few words about. I've listened the last 2 days, and I've been kind of astounded, Larry, at how legal you've presented all of this. And I look at what you've laid out in the last couple days, and I've thought to myself, if I was making a case for a prosecution, that this is how I would lay it out. And you've laid out speakers and facts, and it's unmistakable, in my opinion, that we now have, not beyond a reasonable doubt, beyond any shadow of a doubt, to lay out these transgressions, to understand that they are accurate, and there are many more that we are not laying out. But I would submit that if you have one of these transgressions proven, that it's enough to do and to say what we are saying. I am a lawyer, and I hope you won't hold it against me. There's a handful of us out there that actually genuinely care about not only this country, but the idea that God in the public square in the early 70s was essentially banished through a series of really bad judicial opinions. And that when that happened, it opened the floodgates for many, many bad decisions, including Roe versus Wade, which is to me is an abomination to our country and to God himself. And I think when you remove God from the public square, there's only one thing that fills that vacuum, and it is evil. And I listened to Alan Keyes speak earlier, and I was kind of just touched, not only by his words, but this idea that removing God is like ripping the soul out of our great country. And I can't stand by. When I went to law school, I was astounded. I went with this idea that there was this paper chase kind of constitutional law where they were going to pound the Constitution into my head, and I was going to just come out of this constitutional scholar. And to my surprise, not one time did we actually ever read the text of the Constitution itself. We jumped right to what judges said about it, as though that was what mattered. And that is such a huge mistake. It leaves out probably the most important part, and including the Declaration of Independence, the text of the Constitution itself. If you spend the 20 minutes it takes to read the Constitution itself, you'll know more about the Constitution than 99% of the lawyers in America. The problem is that we've removed God not only from the public square, we've removed him from the legal education that takes place in most law schools in this country. And we have to get God back where he belongs. He belongs in the public square. He belongs for us to point to as the ultimate judge, the ultimate arbiter of all of our decisions. And I think when we in law school, there was a debate in a class that I had whether the mention of God was even appropriate in a public institution. That's how far this ridiculous idea of a wall of separation between church and state has gone. And so because of that, we've removed our greatest treasure. Our judge, our teacher, is now out of the center of not only our public square, but our institutions that teach the law. We had something called Blackstone's Commentaries, and when Alan was talking about, his study into kind of the beginnings of the Declaration, and where did our founding fathers get this concept or this idea that there was this almighty God that would protect us. And the thing that came most clear to me was that in Blackstone's it says, and I'm paraphrasing, that the law, if a law of man violates the laws of God, it's no law at all. And if the laws of man violate God's law, then we are duty bound to break those laws. And the laws of God and the laws of natural man and these other conflicts that take place in multiple places and in multiple ways, there's a clear way. There's only one way to really discern all these things. How do we know right from wrong? How do we know what's right? We've broken away from our moorings. And the Constitution is a document, and the Declaration is the promise. And we have to bring God back into these, not only our public discourse, but into our law schools. Our law schools, for the most part, especially our public institutions, there's a debate most often about whether God should even be mentioned. Can you imagine removing the foundation of Western jurisprudence from our legal institutions and replacing it with what man has said? It's a violation of everything I believe. Blackstone's has really laid it out beautifully for us, and there's no need for us to go on and debate so many things while there are transgressions beyond comprehension. The number one transgression, the one that has to be fixed first and foremost without any question, is to put God, to pray, beseech him to forgive us for the foolishness that we've gone on for the last 45 years, 50 years, and ask him, not only ask him, but beg him back in the public square, beg him back into the law schools. Lawyers have to be trained in not only just the jurisprudence of the last 40 or 50 years, but we have to go back and study, as we did for the first 150 years in this country. Blackstone's Commentaries was the single most important book that law schools used. Then Harvard decided at some point that they were smarter than God at the center, and we could use something called the Socratic method, which all it really does is go around and ask questions. And eventually what happens is any question, any issue can be debated if there's no mooring that moors ourselves to the God of our understanding and the God that our founders laid out for us. We don't have that at this point. There is no mooring, and so we're floating aimlessly. For the most part, judges today are extensions of the political process. They are really, and it's much worse than that, because they are actually, because they're unelected, they're doing the dirty work of politicians. Politicians don't have to be held accountable because you have judges that will do their work for them. And that work often is to integrate their own personal policy preferences into our society. And those policy preferences are not voted on. They're delegated or relegated to black-robed politicians called judges. And they institute those because our politicians don't have the courage to take the election and to vote for those things. So many of these things that have been instituted since Roe versus Wade in the early 70s have been instituted by judges because politicians didn't have the courage to vote for them themselves. And that's in a whole host of areas, not just in religion, but also in finances. The list goes on and on. Judges today are political animals. The process by which they're chosen and nominated is a political process. Even when you have a Republican president, Democrat politicians have a strong sense to nominate their people from their states. This is wrong. We need to pull back and not only hold our politicians accountable, but hold the judges accountable. And of course, Larry has a list of things about how to do that. The vote for, I think it's important areas, not just in religion. I'm sorry, I'm hearing an echo. I thought Larry was talking to me, telling me my time was running out. It probably is, and I don't mind. Oh, okay, good. Yeah, so we have these moorings that we don't have for our politicians, for our judges. And ultimately, even our president, as much I like Trump, I have no problem with Trump, although I didn't agree with everything he did, including much to do with the COVID. I didn't like how he rolled over to some extent to these unelected bureaucrats like Fauci and others. I don't believe in that, and I think our president made some mistakes along the way. There's no question. But at the same time, we have three branches of government. If all three of them are political, then we have no safeguard. We have no guardians. And the guardians that we're supposed to have are the judges. And those judges have fallen down. We have to find a way. And as I said, not only in the transgressions, but in Larry's book and in other places, there are suggestions. We need to debate those after we bring God back into the public square and beg his forgiveness for the foolishness, this foolish trip we've been on since the early 70s. Ask him back, beg him back, pray him back, and then ultimately begin the process with his strength, to clean up the legal system. The legal system is garbage. The ABA, garbage. We have no ABA. We have a liberal group of people who don't like conservatives. So they give us bad grades when we are nominated. And so you have this system that is a good old boy and good old girl network that has to be dismantled. And it has to be, I think, election of judges may be the solution. I know, Larry, you've got a list of those really great suggestions. We've talked about it many times, but we need to debate it. I think we need to debate it, and I think we need to come up with a solution. And ultimately, I want to say, and I'm actually a delegate from Nevada, but as a delegate, and I'd love to meet with my other delegates, but I think as a delegate from Nevada, I propose, and I want to say that I am 100% in favor of the decisions to hold judges and our politicians accountable, and that this declaration, I am 100% in favor of it. We need to reconstitute, and in some cases change, but re-emphasize the great document called the Declaration of Independence, and as the promise and as the fulfillment of that promise, the Constitution of the United States. And to the extent we need to make some adjustments, we absolutely ought to do that. We should debate it like they did in 1774 through 76, and let's redo and renew these great documents and this great country. When we do that, God will shine on us with a bright light that no one has ever seen. And I believe that. And I'm with you, Larry. Let me know what you need me to do.
Very eloquent. We're with you and you're with us. God bless you, my good friend.
God bless you.
Scholar, lawyer, businessman. Thank you. Now we finally have been able to hook Ben Stein up. He's coming in shortly. Earth to Ben, tell us your wisdom.
I don't have much wisdom. Thank you, Larry. I don't have much wisdom. But thank you. I enjoyed listening to the previous speaker. I say amen to everything he said. Yes, we have to have God back in the life of America. It's shocking that we would have decisions coming down from the Supreme Court of the United States which would legitimize the murder of the most innocent among us, the unborn. That, to me, is a sign of a society that is in rapid, frightening decline. If we do not protect the rights of the unborn, we are in terrible, terrible shape. But it's a sign that we no longer value human life. And once you stop valuing human life, the country is headed in a very, very dangerous, bad direction. I was a little surprised about some of the things that the previous gentleman spoke about, namely having God back in the public square. That would be so wonderful, revolutionary, wonderful. Problem is that there are so many different definitions of what's God, and so many different definitions of what God wants us to do and to be. I think that's really has been an unending problem, because after all, the southern states had a God too, and the southern states believed that their God said that it was all right for one man to own another man, and that wasn't such a good idea at all, to put it very mildly. I think we should look at America right now, say, look, and especially in the last few months of the Biden administration, and we see the following very sad thing happening. For thousands of years, the struggle of mankind has been to have rights attached to each man or woman that cannot be violated by the government. Each man or woman has to have the right to speak, to worship, to assemble, to own arms, to protect himself or feel as if he's protecting himself. And we're now taking away those rights. And we're stripping the individual bare, naked, in front of the mighty power of the federal government. And that is a very scary situation. And that is a situation we're now facing very rapidly under the Biden administration. We spent a long time under Republicans building up the idea that the individual has rights. That was what the Civil War was fought over. That you take a man, even if he's black, and you say, you're a man, God made you as a man or woman, you have rights. Now the Biden administration is turning the clock way back and saying, you only have rights if you have a certain kind of skin color, otherwise you don't have rights. That is a really, really terrible way to go. Very terrible way to approach jurisprudence. A terrible way to approach the way legal cases are decided. And a scary task of the courts to try to unmix this confused ball of twine and get it back into a straight position where we simply start out with the idea the human being has inalienable rights, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We don't seem to have that anymore. We have rights you have if you're black, and then rights that you don't have if you're white. And that obviously, for many centuries, it was exactly the opposite. If black people were black, they didn't have rights, but white people did have rights. Now we're saying just the opposite. We need desperately to get back on the track that Martin Luther King started us out on. I'm saying everybody had rights under the Constitution. Didn't matter what your color was. You had to have rights under the Constitution, or the Constitution didn't work. We've got to get back to that. I think in many ways, the greatest constitutional scholar we ever had, at least in my lifetime, was Martin Luther King Jr., who said all Americans have rights. And that's it. That's it. All Americans have rights. Now we're saying, no, only certain Americans have rights. That's nonsense and a very scary proposition. So I hope we will get back to that. I hope we'll get back to the proposition that you have rights, even if you're an unborn child, you have rights. As long as you are a human being in America, you have rights. We're not going to say what the rights are in Patagonia, wherever the hell that is. We're not going to say what the rights are in Paraguay, wherever the hell that is. Well, actually, I know where that is. Anyway, we're going to say you have rights, and we insist that those rights be adhered to by the police, by the state prosecutors. We want an America that has where everyone has rights, including people who have farmland or ranch land that the government wants. So everyone has to have rights, or else nobody has rights. And that's we want to get back to that, and back to the ideas and doctrines of Martin Luther King Jr. And when we get back there, alarm bells are going to start ringing like crazy among the radical left people. And so then the fight gets even more intense. Who does the fighting? Judges and writers, judges and commentators. But we've got to get some judges who've got some spine and some backbone, who really truly believe in the Constitution. I think what the gentleman who spoke before me said about how 99% of the people in the government have probably never read the Constitution. That's incredibly true and incredibly important and incredibly powerful. And I hope we can get to a position where 99% of the judges have read it, instead of not read it. But will we ever get there? I don't know. But let's say that for us, in our little nest here, nest of what shall I say, reactionaries who are reacting and want to push us back to the days when everybody had rights, we must preserve our love of the Constitution and preserve our love of man, of our fellow man. It's interesting. I've had some very serious knee problems for the last couple of years, and so I'm surrounded by nurses all the time, and they're all Christians. And I always say to them, "What do you think is the number one tenet? Let's say not tenets, tenet of Christianity?" And they almost all hem and haw for a while. And I say to them, "Is it that we must love our neighbors as we want to be loved ourselves?" And they'll say, "Yeah, that's a great idea." Well, of course, that idea was given literacy and given doctrine as key in the world by George Jesus Christ and by everyone else who ever had anything to do with the Constitution. Now we are looking for people who will say it again and again and again and again and again. And some of those people should be wearing sports jackets and neckties and shirts and ties that say Yale Law School or Harvard Law School, Columbia Law School, and say we want rights for each individual. We do not want them stripped away and have no barrier between the individual and the all-powerful state. So with that, I'll say thank you very, very much to my good friend, Mr. Klayman, Henry Clay, to Larry Klayman, and we are very, very grateful to have a man like him in the public life of the United States of America. So,
we are very fortunate to have you as well. Thank you for those very wise words. They were wise.
God bless you. God bless you. God bless you.
Ciao.
Ciao to you too, sir, from Northern Idaho, the most beautiful place in the world.
One of my clients, Ammon Bundy, is running for governor there. So we will talk soon.
Okay, good. God bless you.
God bless you.
Bye-bye. Goodbye.
That's Ben Stein, very wise person.
Hello?
I now want to turn to my co-counsel down in Alabama. Her name is Melissa Isaac. She understands that everybody needs rights too. And of course, as Alan Keyes said, those rights derive from God. And that's what our founding fathers said on July 4th, 1776, and many other times in that hallowed ground, Independence Hall. Melissa is the flip side of Gloria Allred. She represents only men. And I remember there was a joke when this Me Too movement, and, you know, we all support rights for women, for sure. But the Me Too movement was hijacked and it got out of control. And during the recession, the Great Recession of 2008, Jay Leno was doing his monologue and he said, you know, things are so bad economically that Gloria Allred is now starting to represent men. And Gloria is not a bad person necessarily, okay, but she's on the wrong side of the fence. We need to be on the neutral side of the fence. Men and women need the same rights. And Melissa stands for that. I want to introduce you to her because we both represent Chief Justice Roy Moore in Alabama. He's been badly defamed. Mm-hmm. He's been harmed. He's a great and righteous man. We have lawsuits against Sacha Baron Cohen that defamed him on a show, Who is America? And we also represent the judge with regard to various defamations and other illegal acts, as we allege, which did happen with regard to the Democratic Party, that along with the Republican establishment didn't want this great man, Judge Roy Moore, to be made senator from Alabama. Melissa, tell us about your experience. You are a courageous woman and a great lawyer.
Thank you, Larry. I first want to tell everybody how humble I am to be asked to present here. I am a men's rights attorney, a father's rights attorney. The bulk of my litigation over the years has been fighting for dads in family court, fighting for equality. And, you know, there's constitutional rights that are deemed fundamental that are really just dismissed. So, you know, I really, this is what I want to talk about, an issue that's very close to home for every American. And that's regardless of politics. And I know, you know, coming up as a child, I was an alienated child and suffered a lot of things I did not have to. And that was because of the decisions made by my mother and the courts. You know, if you think they're bad now, they were really bad in the 70s and the 80s. And so there was really no reprieve at that time. But, you know, there is a constitutional right to have a family, to be a mother, to be a father, and really to direct and live your life as you see fit, and to direct and control the upbringing of your children as you see fit. You know, there's very limited circumstances on when the government can infringe upon that, but even the Constitution guarantees this. The Supreme Court case law supports this. But the states have really turned marriage, divorce, and custody into a business, a money-making business at the expense of the core of America. And the core of America is the American family. You know, we go back to the 1950s, and about 11% of American children born in a married family saw their parents divorce. By 1970, the number soared to 50%. And in 1956, less than 5% of newborn infants in the United States were born out of wedlock. By 2016, the figure was close to 40%. And by 2019, the number was as high as 54% in some states. You know, we've heard lately a lot about the Marxist agenda, about how one of the first goals along the path to communism is breaking down the family. Well, we can look back to the 60s and 70s and see how our own government has incentivized this, and as I'm speaking today, continues these same policies. You know, around 1910, the family courts were created, and instead of the goal of preserving fundamental rights, these are innate, they shouldn't change with the passage of time, family courts have become these subjective institutions void of family preservation, and where the concept of equity that completely relies on the prejudiced unidimensional perceptions of whoever is on the bench controls the outcome of lives of really generations of American families. We look at the government policies and programs that not only contribute to, but financially incentivize breakdowns of the family. For instance, I want to focus on Title IV-D of the Social Security Act. This act originally started as a merit-based program. It helped to offset a woman's salary, you know, back in the 70s, when women, as a general rule back then, didn't make as much as men. So it was merit-based. It was if they needed it, sort of a temporary welfare program. But then in 1988, the program expanded to cover everyone, regardless of merit. And so the program originally designed for welfare, which now 80% of people would not qualify, but everybody is lumped into this same program, which the states make money from. So Title 4D is when child support is ordered. So when Title 4D came up in 1988, when everyone was lumped together, these child support enforcement agencies started popping up everywhere, and the federal government reimburses the states 66 cents for every dollar that is spent on the collection of child support. What does that mean? This means that the federal government gives money to the states to collect child support from parents who are relegated to the status of a visitor. So if you have two parents who are divorcing, you have a dad that's saying, hey, look, I want to raise my children in accordance with my constitutional right. And the judge says, no, I think you're going to see your kids every other weekend and you're going to pay this woman child support. The federal government gives money to the states to make this happen. Essentially, they financially incentivize the states not to allow equality in visitation or custodial schedules after a divorce or a separation. So the state incentives are based upon 5 areas, right? Paternity establishment, establishment of child support orders, collections of past due child support, collections of current child support, and the overall effectiveness of everything above. So everything is based on performance of these 5 areas and how well the states do them. Nothing deals with what's best for the children, and nothing deals with preservation of families. Now, I won't go down the rabbit hole. We could have an entire symposium on just paternity establishment, and the statistics are on average about 25% of children born and paternity is established are not, paternity is erroneously established. About 25% of children out there who think that their father is actually not their father. We have had courts adjudicate paternity in default situations as high as 70% of the time, where the father adjudicated is not the biological father, and the courts make them pay support anyway. So we look at the LBJ era policies that basically, when they were enacted, told women, listen, if you're unmarried and if you can't afford to live, we'll give you free housing or give you reduced fee housing, but you can't be married, you can't be living with your husband, or you can't be living with your child's father. You can about imagine what that did to families back in that time. And there was a disproportionate impact on Black families, especially when these policies were first enacted. Fatherlessness soared and continues to soar. These policies also said that we'll give you food stamps if you can't afford it to buy your own food, but you can't work too much, you can't earn too much. And again, you can't live with your child's father, can't be married, you can't live with your husband. So now we have countless women who were incentivized to get their husband or their child's father out of their life. Since the 70s, divorce has skyrocketed, unwed mothers have increased, and fathers have been ushered out of the lives of children and unjustly slapped with the label of a deadbeat dad, all with the financial assistance of the federal government. We look at the temporary assistance to needy families, TANF. To get TANF, to get food stamps or get this assistance, you must assign to the government the right to receive and for them to collect child support payments. So when the government does this, what happens? They get money from the federal government. And again, the mothers are incentivized to keep the fathers out of their life. Congress has authorized bonuses to the states with the highest rate of paternity establishments. And after this incentivization was put into place, we see a rash of paternity adjudications where they were false and erroneous. Case after case study has shown that courts do adjudicate a man who is not the biological father, and their checks are garnished, and many don't know that until their checks are garnished. There's no federal requirement that DNA be established, and there's no federal remedy for those who are not the father and erroneously adjudicated so. But the states are given the money. It's not dependent upon the truth, it's dependent upon numbers. So there's been an attack on the American family by the policies of our own government. We can blame Marxism, we can blame communists, we can blame the left. But since the LBJ policies were put into effect, no one has changed them. No one has repealed them. The Constitution of the United States does not create rights, right? Rather, the US Constitution recognizes that human beings, we have certain inalienable rights. We're entitled to these, right? They're natural rights. It's not something that we're going to beg the government for. There was a case, Troxel v. Granville. There was a 2000 case, and this is a case where the grandparents were challenging the parental rights of their child's ex-spouse. They wanted rights to access their grandchild. Now, as important as grandparents are, and I agree they're so important, the Supreme Court of the United States found that the liberty interest at issue is the interest of parents in the care, custody, and control of their children. And they specify this is perhaps the oldest of the fundamental liberty interests recognized by this court. Well, there's a lot of attorneys, there's a lot of constitutional scholars that we know when rights are deemed fundamental, that they cannot be infringed upon unless the government or the state actor can meet the strict scrutiny test. So strict scrutiny is a form of judicial review that courts use to determine the constitutionality of certain laws. And to pass strict scrutiny, the legislators must have passed the law and to further a compelling governmental interest. And they must have a narrowly tailored the law to achieve that interest. Well, we go to custody cases. Let's go to family court. The statistics are around 80% of custody awards are to the mother, 20% to the father. And this is accomplished in the vast majority of states through this best interest standard. So we look at what is a fundamental constitutional right, the right to direct the care and upbringing of your children. And this means that you make decisions as to their medical needs, educational needs, extracurricular, religion, you name it. That's what separates you as a parent to your child versus everyone else. And we look at this fundamental constitutional right in terms of strict scrutiny. But the family courts just kind of push that aside and they say, we're instead going to employ this amorphous best interest standard, which is decided on preponderance of the evidence. So those of us in the legal world, we know preponderance of the evidence is like, well, kind of more likely than not, like 51% versus 49%. You've met your preponderance of the evidence. So the best interest standard is a list of factors for the court to evaluate to determine what's best for the child. These factors range from economic factors, mental health, parenting habits, which parent has a support structure and different safety issues, but different safety factors rather. They're very subjective and they're without guidelines from the legislator as to the extent of analysis or the use of experts or what. So here we're dealing with a fundamental parental right, a constitutional right that's decided off of preponderance of the evidence. And in many states, most states, the courts don't even have to give you a reason as to why they're relegating you to the status of a visitor. Some lawmakers, they call the best interest standard sometimes is called also, throwing spaghetti against the wall and see what sticks. Because sometimes, folks, this constitutional right is decided in that arbitrary of a manner. The best interest standard also presupposes that a child is better off in the care of one parent versus two parents. But let's look at the best interest standard. What does this mean for the parent who loses? And what does this mean for the children? So remember what a fundamental right, the right to direct and control the upbringing of your child, right? It's the right to be present. A non-custodial parent, the one who generally loses custody, is relegated to the status of a visitor. So they have the right to visit with their child. They have the right to pay child support. They have a right to view medical records and educational records. But what's absent is the constitutionally protected fundamental right of decision-making and really the right to be present. Now, the law also separates married parents from unmarried parents. The Supreme Court has already said that's not right. You can't do that. And just about every state is doing it anyway. Overwhelmingly, the loss of these constitutional rights happens to fathers. And while many, many men, many fathers have committed suicide due to this grave injustice, they've been robbed of the ability to parent their children. We have to look at also what happens to the children. And the impact on society has been momentous. It's been grave. 85% of children with behavioral problems come from fatherless or dad-deprived homes. Over 90% of inmates in prisons were dad-deprived or raised in fatherless homes. 71% of high school dropouts and teenage pregnancies stem from dad-deprived kids in fatherless homes. 90% of runaway kids come from fatherless homes or dad-deprived homes. 80% of rapists were raised in fatherless and dad-deprived homes. 75% of adolescents who have substance abuse in substance abuse centers were father-deprived or come from fatherless homes. 90% of repeat arsonists come from fatherless homes. The list goes on and on and on. The research exists about the importance of fatherhood. You know, in 2014, there was a publication that was put together by Dr. Richard Warshak, and it summarized these studies of and opinions of 110 social scientists. Now, anybody who's familiar with social science, if you can get them to agree on anything, it's a notable feat, much less 110. And this is not just, these are world-renowned social scientists. These are chairs of, you know, in Harvard and Yale and these wonderful universities, these reputable universities, right? These are the ones that carry clout with the public. They all said, they all talked about the importance of, I'm sorry? Okay.
Time. And
I'm sorry, I'll speed it.
eloquence, you are great in terms of the way you're laying this out. It's just we just have about half an hour left here.
I understand. I'll speed it up.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to say is the family courts are well aware how these laws are crushing children and they're crushing families, but the family courts are a $50 billion a year industry. Our opposition, oddly enough, are lawyers and judges and those who profit from this industry. But if we go back to the Constitution and we look at the cornerstone of our country is the family. It has been decimated by the family courts. The Constitution has been completely pushed aside. I appreciate so much the opportunity to talk to you. This is one of my passions. It's one of the areas I've dedicated my life to. And anything that brings awareness to this topic and will enforce the Constitution has my support. And I thank you so much.
The ability to work with you, Melissa, and your great work on behalf of families, the equality of men and women, making sure that we have a chance to achieve that, much like with other aspects of our society, whether it's race, ethnicity, sex, or whatever, is so important to this country. So thank you for what you do, and I'm honored to work with you as your co-counsel. Sorry, getting tongue-tied.
Thank you, Larry.
God bless you. Next, I'm going to turn to Charles Butler. He is a prominent black radio talk show host. He would hate that I say that. He's an American. But he's someone who understands, like Alan Keyes does, like my executive assistant, Asher Anderson does, that we're all Americans. We're not just a race, an ethnicity, a sex. And after that's going to come Robert Silvitz, Dr. Robert Silvitz. He's going to be batting cleanup to hit a home run out of the park. He sat here very, very patiently as everybody has said their piece, but you have to listen to carefully what he has to say as well. And then we'll have a discussion. Whether it continues in this room or we go to another room, we're going to do it because we do need to deliberate. But let me turn it over to Charles. He's a man of many words. Charles, take, if you can, 10 minutes or so and let it rip. He is very entertaining. I can tell you how I met him. I was supposed to be on his radio show, and it didn't go through for some reason, a technical problem. So I just listened to him for an hour, and I was amazed at his eloquence, his humor, and his wisdom. Charles Butler. You could speak.
Is his microphone connected? His microphone is not on mute, but we cannot hear. Is he accessed to audio?
Charles, we can't hear you, so turn up the audio if you can and start over again.
Can you come in on his phone?
Charles, unplug the headset. Unplug the headset.
Okay, how about now?
Now we got you.
Okay, good. Okay, I just want to say it's a privilege and pleasure to be here with you. Thank you for inviting me, Larry. Larry and I are teaming up to do a new television show. I'm sure he didn't mention that, but we're going to kick some butt if we ever get an opportunity to get on the air, to get on the network, and educate Americans about what's really going on. One of the things I wanted to talk about today is something I always mention and talk about during my show, and that's our Constitution. Our Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate to the governance or the government of any other. That was said by John Adams. How could we forget that? I look at what's going on today in our society. I look at all the immorality that people are trying to get us to accept as somehow being normal and something that we should embrace and promote, this diversity. That's a word that's been bastardized and used to wreak havoc in our society. I'm, as Larry kind of mentioned earlier, I'm a conservative. I've always been a conservative. I was a conservative in 1972 when I campaigned for Richard Nixon on the campus of University of Michigan, which many of you remember is an anti-war campus, was an anti-war school. I joined ROTC in 1973 and subsequently received my commission as a United States Naval officer. So I am truly honored. And when people say to me, thank you for your service, my reply is always, it was an honor and a privilege to have served. And let me tell you, it was an experience and one that maybe one day I'll write about, but my experience is no more unique than any other American or Black American probably that has served. An issue that has become a wedge issue today that shouldn't be a wedge issue at all is this thing called critical race theory. Critical race theory was a project that was started at Harvard University in the 1970s by some very esteemed legal scholars and academicians. It's not about teaching hate. It's not about teaching people to attack each other as the media is portraying it to be. And it's something when you talk to very educated people, they think that critical race theory is what the media is making it out to be, and it's not at all. But what people are doing is they're conflating critical race theory, the 1619 Project, and 1776 Project. And these things all have their place in our society, and we should be able to talk about them intelligently. General Miley was criticized. He's the Joint Chief of Staff, and he was criticized harshly last week for saying that the military is reading critical race theory. And as he pointed out, I've read Mao, I've read Castro, I've read all. It doesn't make me a communist because I've read Mao Zedong. Because this thing that they're trying to do to us today is to use race, like the Voting Rights Act. Blacks are so helpless, they can't get to the polls. Blacks are so stupid, they can't register on the internet for a vaccine. Joe Biden actually said that. So, I mean, you look at these things that are going on in our society today, we have to question, how far have we come since the Civil Rights Movement? How far have we progressed in terms of race? This thing called race, as many of my British friends point out, is way overblown by Americans. And I think it is, and it's something that we need to get over, and it's something that we need to stop. And, you know, people keep using this phrase, if you want to stop racism, stop using race. Great. So let's just start with our history books. I've said this for the last 40 years. Why isn't Black history included in our history books? I've had some very interesting replies and some very interesting experiences. The first man to die for the American Revolution was a Black man, Crispus Attucks. He died in the Boston Massacre. Patrick Henry etched the incident in a silver plaque, which I saw in Boston. They still celebrate that holiday in Boston. The two heroes of Bunker Hill were two Black men, Salem Poors and a guy named Peter Salem. Okay, Benjamin Banneker. He finished the city of Washington, D.C., but that's not in the history book. We talk about Lafayette. Lafayette picked up his maps and his plans and left. Benjamin Banneker finished it from memory. He's never given credit for that. Many of you may say, well, who was Benjamin Banneker? Well, Benjamin Banneker was a scientist, a great American scientist, who built the first working clock here in America. Not Ben Franklin. And let me tell you this, Ben Franklin was a hell of a guy. I'm not going to get into it because we don't have time, but he was a hell of a guy. When he died, his last effort was heading up abolition. So when we start talking about this thing called history, whether it's critical race theory, whether it's the 1619 project, whether it's the 1776 project that President Trump talked about, all of them have elements of the truth, but we need to get to the real truth. Like an example, Teddy Roosevelt wasn't at San Juan Hill. He was at Kettle Hill. Bill Clinton gave Teddy Roosevelt a Congressional Medal of Honor for being at San Juan Hill, posthumously. Totally erroneous. If you could even look at the U.S. military archives, they clearly state that Teddy Roosevelt was not at San Juan Hill. It was the colored troops of the 9th and 10th Cavalry. Why the colored troops of the 9th and 10th Cavalry? Because they were the only American fighting force that had experience, because they'd been fighting the Indians out west. And, you know, that's a whole nother thing. We're not even going to get into Hollywood and how they've misconstrued history and the issues that we have today. The young lady before me was doing a wonderful job. All of those statistics and all of those things that she touched upon are statistics that I've touched upon before and talked about before. However, as a young man, I think I was in like the, can't remember right now, but my mother sent off for this document. It was called The Negro Family, the Case for a National Action. And in those days, the GPO, a government printing office, sent you whatever they printed, it was free. They'd send it to you, no charge. And my summer reading was this document. It's only 25 pages long, but it was a hell of a document. And it's cited in there, and let me just add on to what she was talking about. In 1963, when this paper was written by Daniel Patrick Moynihan, who happened to be, who was called a racist and all kinds of things, just like Donald Trump, which is not true. Daniel Patrick Moynihan said that this issue of attacking the family, a Black family, we need to look at this. We need to make the Black family whole. We need to have employment. The March on Washington in 63, just like this report in 63, was about jobs for Black people. Not living next door, not integration. It was about having a job to pursue the American dream. That was co-opted. But we'll talk about that at some other time. But the reality is, in 63, when Moynihan wrote this report, out of wedlock births for Black people was 28%. For white people, it was 7%. Hispanics weren't even included. So you fast forward to, say, 2015, which is the last time they really looked at this. Black women, Black babies, 72% of Black babies are born out of wedlock. 50% of Latina babies are born out of wedlock. And now 28% of white families and white babies are born out of wedlock. So this thing about family is very important. The thing about history is very important. How do we tie it all together? How do we hold politicians accountable? I just did a television segment on violence in Chicago. Well, the violence in Chicago is very simple to solve, and that is to go in and eradicate these gang members. If you could eradicate the Black Panther Party, and which is what happened, which was a community self-help group. It was not a criminal group. They didn't traffic in drugs. They didn't traffic in sex. They didn't traffic in extortion. It was a community health group. So much so that the Head Start program that the government uses patterned after their breakfast program. But they were eliminated, eradicated. And at the same time, these same people here in Chicago, Oakland, LA, left the criminal gangs intact to rule the Black community. And when you ask Black politicians, well, let's focus on that. The first thing they say is, well, we don't want to put more Black men in jail. You will never, and I repeat, you will never hear people in the Black community say, I don't want more policing. What people in the Black community say anywhere across this country is, we need more policing, we need better policing, we need these drugs off our street, and we need to keep these people in jail. Kanye West hit criminal justice reform and these other Black, we don't want these people reformed, we want them eliminated from the community. But it's what's going on today, and these are things that Larry and I talk about. These are things that other people are talking about, but what are we going to do about it? People are dying every day. 99 people were shot in Chicago over the weekend. The term Chirac was coined on my radio show in 2007, 2008. And the reason that the term was created was I used to do a segment that more people were being killed on the weekend in Chicago than all week on battlefields in Iraq. And the listeners coined the phrase Chirac. And I also call urban gangs urban terrorists. They're terrorizing our communities. It needs to stop. Chicago, I left Chicago. I moved to Tampa. Chicago is a war zone. I said that in 2007, 2000. I said it the whole time. I know war zones. It's a war zone. And it needs to stop. You would not believe that you're in America if you have to live in Chicago. Children are being killed on the streets. When the city of Chicago stopped me from getting the information because I was very adamant about over 200 school-age children a year were being killed in Chicago. Not shot, not wounded, killed. And nobody says anything. 12 kids die in Columbine. Oh, we want to take away your guns. 12 kids die in Sandy Hook. Oh, we want to take away your guns. Over 200 children were dying each year in Chicago from gang violence, and no one said a word.
Let me stop you there because we're going to bring you back too. This is a continuing thing. You have a lot to say. It's very profound. You're somebody who's at the cutting edge. And we're here at the Third Continental Congress to decide what we do about it. So we're going to take what you have to say, and you're going to be part of it. You're a delegate, now from Florida, previously from Illinois. The land of the free, my home state.
Brave.
And brave. And we'll be back in touch, but I've got only 15 minutes left because we're in a federal building right now, even though we're railing against the federal government. We're at Visitor Center at Independence Hall. Right across the way is Independence Hall, and we have to leave at 5.
Okay.
Thank you very much, my good friend.
Thanks for inviting me.
You haven't heard the last of Charles Butler. Believe me, a great man. Thank you.
Thank you.
I now want to introduce Dr. Robert Silvitz. He's a medical scientist with 30 years' experience in commercial industry, a graduate of Boston University, prestigious 6-year medical program. He has a doctorate in medicine, bachelor of arts in computer science and medical sciences. He has worked on projects as varied as implementing large-scale integrated healthcare systems to building systems to find weapons of mass destruction from orbit. With his wonderful wife, Lorraine, both very good friends of mine who I've gotten to know over time, together they provide doctor-to-doctor consulting services for the resolution of PTSD, autism, and traumatic brain injury, particularly to veterans. Through Lorraine's foundation, the Global Stress Initiative, several hundred veterans suffering severe PTSD were successfully treated. And we know that at least until recently, it's probably got worse over time. In the last year with COVID-19, about 22 servicemen were committing suicide every single day. Tragic, and something that these two people have dedicated their life to trying to solve, among many other things. Dr. Robert Silvitz.
Thank you, Larry, and gathered delegates. If our extraordinarily excellent videographer could bring up a website for a moment, beckernews.com. There's something on the front page there that is relevant. In the meantime, let me say that PTSD, at least from the military perspective, is the scourge of our age. The number of people dying are probably more than 22 per day during COVID. We're probably closer to 44 per day if I back of envelope calculations match. The tragedy here is that we've known now for maybe 5 or 6 years that we could probably take 99% of these veterans and essentially cure them. In the 2 series that my wife and I were involved in, each with approximately 100 veterans each, and these were everything from enlisted men through Marines, through generals, colonels, and Navy SEALs and Army Rangers, okay? All with severe PTSD. They came in scoring at the highest for the military checklist that evaluates PTSD, and the vast majority left a solid 50 to 60 points lower, which essentially means normal. This was achieved by non-invasive means using something called transcranial magnetic stimulation, essentially a gigantic magnet on the head fitted to their unique synchrony of their brain. And the long and the short of it, it works. And at 99% efficacy for the 2 series, if you conjoin everything and do the math, well, the odds of this being a result by chance approximates the number of 3 times the number of protons in the universe. So essentially, you know, when they come to me and say, "Bob, did you do a double blind?" I'm like, "What for?" You threw the kitchen sink at them and nothing happened. They come to me, they come to the 3 other docs that know how to do this, and the long story short is they all walk away doing just fine. Neither the Veterans Administration nor the Department of Defense have anywhere to hide on this. They have been all contacted at multiple levels. We went as high as the Joint Chiefs of Staff. I personally went as high as the physician to the president. It is not like they don't know this or that they couldn't use this, okay? And I can prove mathematically that for the cost of doing the TMS, they would save $20,000 to $50,000 per veteran. So it's not like it's not cost effective. So this is a great tragedy in progress. We've been screaming it from the rooftops for 5 years, and it's just horrible what they're doing to our veterans because we have an absolute perfectly working solution. The Veterans Administration says, 70% of it's placebo. I go, right, okay. Do you want to look at my data? No. I'm like, really? The good news is that that particular bureaucrat was then nailed by Trump and is long since out of the VA. However, the institutional inertia of that institution is utterly enormous and has an enormous not invented here syndrome. So enough about PTSD. All I have to say is that without my wife, I would never have been involved with PTSD, and we met through PTSD. She was looking for the perfect solution for it and found it when I was chief medical officer at a place in, chief science officer at a place in California known as the Brain Treatment Center. So today's a very important and interesting day. July 6, 1854, a new political party was formed to fight slavery. It wasn't the Northern Democrats, it wasn't the Whigs, and it wasn't the Free Soilers. You want to guess what party it was? It was the Republican Party. So if the Republican Party simply looked to its own roots and looking at rights, okay, we live in a society based on the Constitution of the United States, which has its origin through the Declaration of Independence, which is a system of ordered liberty, okay? We are not prone to chaos. Our freedoms are guaranteed by a framework of laws. And those have been summarily dismissed over the last, probably since World War II it began, the decline. Certainly we can talk about Franklin Delano Roosevelt and whatever he did. Unfortunately, it accelerated post-World War II. We brought a tapeworm into us, essentially through Operation Paperclip. We inherited a large number of Nazis. Those Nazis, in fact, corrupted classic American thought, and we probably had a coup d'etat with the assassination of Kennedy. Moving through that to the modern era, certainly since 9/11, we've seen freedoms abridged, really for no reason at all, okay? Emergencies, while they have given the government authorities, in theory, are not supposed to abridge the rights of the people. And most recently, they've gone whole hog wild with COVID. And let's be clear, what they did with COVID is extraordinary, okay? Absolutely cotton-picking extraordinary. In fact, you can call it medical tyranny, okay? What's worse, they did it with what are called pseudoscientific justifications. And Fauci, of all people, okay, the evil leprechaun that he is, okay, should have known better, all right? In a world with Euclidean geometry, a 0.125 micron particle sails through a 2-micron mask. Period, end of story. It's physics, okay? It's not about droplets. But ask me about droplets. Okay, what happens with droplets? The mask wets. What do you think happens after the mask wets? You blow aerosols. How big are the aerosols? 0.125 micron particles, so you're back at the beginning anyway. Okay? It's just not possible to do source control of a virus. Okay? And in fact, the man that said that to me was Kary Mullis, the guy who invented the polymerase chain reaction. You know, the famous test that we have to do for COVID, et cetera, and all the 40 flavor variants of said test? All right, let's be clear about that. That test is a polymerase chain reaction, PCR for short. Okay, it's not designed to do epidemiology. It is not supposed to be a population test. The positive predictive value of the test is directly related to prevalence, which is a complicated way of saying that if prevalence is low, the test is mostly useless. Then we're also running it incorrectly, creating 97% false positives. So I ask you now, does that mean that 33 million cases on the Johns Hopkins website is correct? Not a ghost of a chance in hell, okay? Social distancing, useless because aerosols travel. They float wherever the hell they want and please, and you have no control over it. And then let's think for a second. If I need to be in a spacesuit in a biosafety lab level 4 to play with viruses, why does anybody think
that anything short of a BSL-4 lab will contain the virus, especially out here amongst us normal folk walking around, all right? Plus, let's never forget, it's not like this was a true novel coronavirus, okay? It is a descendant of all other coronaviruses. You've all had the coronavirus at some point, so at least 60% of you were immune from the get-go, leaving only 40%, okay? Now, of that 40% that remains, if you were over 80, your statistical odds of dying were very high. Guess what? If you're over 80, your statistical odds of dying are very high. Okay? You lost maybe 6 months if you're an 80-year-old. Okay? Based on forward-looking life expectancy, comorbidities, and all that other stuff. Okay? 70 to 80, we can debate things. Under 70, your survival was still something like 98.5%. Why the hell is anybody worried? Okay? Plus, we know that they've screwed with all the statistics. Okay? Cullen's was a partial revelation to me because I stupidly accepted the gaslighting that influenza had gone away in the sense that nobody was finding it. Of course, now the question is, if the left side of the CDC, but they're probably Freudian slip. Okay, if the left side is telling me, 213,000 died of influenza, but the right side is telling me there's no influenza, okay, left and right are not talking to one another, but I have a problem here. Who's doing the testing? Right? Are these all clinical diagnoses? Which, by the way, is the correct way to do COVID too, right? You come in, you have dysoxia, okay, basically your O2 saturation's on the floor. It looks like you're sitting at, 50, 60,000 feet for whatever crazy reason. Okay, you've got some crazy hypercoagulopathy and your blood's clotting basically, and you got these strange things in the lungs. That's COVID. Okay, I guarantee you. All my colleagues keep telling me, Bob, after let's say June of 2020, none of us were seeing COVID. Okay. So this is really something, okay? And everything they've done, including the lockups, because they're not lockdowns. That's what you do in a prison. But they're lockups when we're being all locked up purposefully at home. Technically, it's all unconstitutional. The CDC is far, far outside its jurisdiction, okay? And the recent Supreme Court hearing, and I'll leave these things to Larry, is just insane. Yeah, the CDC was outside of its mind to say it could control rents, but we're going to leave it in place till July. What kind of reasoning is that? Okay, no, you slap the CDC down, you lift it up, and you let landlords be landlords again. I would like to make two very, very brief comments now. One is informed consent is being completely ignored. Informed consent was an outcome of World War II. Okay, I have a friend, haven't talked to him in 30 years because he was the parent of one of my better friends. And basically, in 1943 in Auschwitz, a doc showed up. They were all pulled out of their barracks and they were all lined up, and the doc walked by and picked the guy to the left of this man and then picked the guy to the right of this man for an experiment, of which, of course, they had no say in. The doctor, of course, was Dr. Mengele. And then we had a whole doctor's trial at Nuremberg for a purpose. Okay? You have the absolute right, and I mean the absolute right, to deny a doctor, medical institution, anybody to do a medical procedure to you. Okay? Even the slightest type of duress. Okay, and if you're in a hospital, you're certainly under duress, so you have to be really good about these things. You have the absolute right to refuse a procedure, and you certainly have the absolute right to refuse a vaccine. Should they mandate this, okay, it is inconsistent with the doctrine of informed consent, okay? And the fact that various employers are doing this is an absolute tragedy. So we've been gaslighted beyond belief. Finishing, I'd like to recommend for everybody here Conceived in Liberty by Murray Rothbard. If you want to know how the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution came together in the United States, this 4-volume series is fantastic. And the other thing is Weapon Systems and Political Stability by Carol Quigley, okay? That's an important book because it shows how not having a Second Amendment changes the ballgame. All right? Thank you so much for listening to me. Larry.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you. Great job.
Oh, be careful.
Okay. That's my encore. Yeah, well, it's not us that needs to be tripping right now, so to speak. I want to thank everybody that's here. Let me tell you what our battle plan is at this point in time, our peaceful and legal battle plan. Before I do that, I want to thank Jason Goodman, a technological genius, a thinker, and someone who had crowdsourced the truth. I'm on frequently, along with Charles and others, a tremendous narrator and person who understands the dynamics of what's going on. I joke with him sometimes that he's the male equivalent, the conservative version of Barbara Walters. He's such a good interviewer. But I also want to thank Asher Anderson again, my executive assistant, who was so instrumental and gave a tremendous speech from his heart. And I want to thank all of our speakers and delegates for being here today, for being brave, coming forward. Not everybody will do that in these very, very dangerous times. And I want to thank you, our other delegates that are sitting there in front of me right now, for listening so intently, for asking a lot of great questions. Because we have used up our time. We've had about 40 speakers, delegates throughout the last 2 days. What we're going to do is this. I want each of you to give us, if you will, your email address. And Jason is going to set us all up on a giant Zoom call. And we're going to do this within the next 2 weeks. I want you to think about what you've heard. It'll be televised. And we will deliberate. And we will come to an action plan as to how we take this country back. I think it's good, actually, that we have some time to think about what is being said. And you can see it again if you can withstand the horrors of what we've set forth in the last 2 days at freedomwatchusa.org, at our YouTube channel, at Jason's Crowdsource the Truth channels. You can review all of it and think about it. We are not done. We are just starting. And you are extremely brave and extremely valuable for being here with us. And this is just the beginning. It's not the end. The Second Continental Congress deliberated for many, many days, more than the 2 that we've had. Before that, there was the First Continental Congress. That was at Carpenter's Hall, which is right behind Independence Hall. We will be heard. And I know, based upon the feedback that we've gotten so far, that this is going out far and wide to not just conservatives, people of faith, and those who believe in the vision and creation of our founding fathers, but it's even going out to those elements of society that don't agree with us and frankly are bent on destroying us. You have to gauge your worth, and you gauge your strength, and you gauge your ability to actually make change. You measure it by your enemies. And those enemies are out there. And they don't like what we're saying because they are trying to take this country into a socialist, communist, and atheist state. Godless. Government is the God. And we heard reference to God throughout this entire Third Continental Congress, just like it was heard back in 1776, 245 years ago, giving rise to a nation by and for the people, we the people. And we will rise up, we will prevail. With God's grace, we will rid the nation peacefully and legally of the tyrants and despots in the 3 branches of government that have tried so hard to destroy the vision and creation on July 4th, 1776. Thank you for coming. God bless you. We will see you again.